Okay, so we can make a start. Hi. I'm going to look a little bit at the relation between wisdom and compassion according to the general Buddhist approach. They have meanings which are rather specific. They're not just a general notion of compassion as being kind to people, but of finding the profound connectivity which underpins our interactions with all other beings. And I'll try to unpack this and explain it. Can you hear me enough at the back? No? Better come a bit closer. I've got a cold, so I won't be able to project my voice so much. So do come a bit closer if it's difficult to hear. The whole basic view of Buddhism is that we are trapped in a kind of delusion. That is to say, we see the world mediated through the conceptual structures which we have inherited from our culture, from our schooling, from the media which are around us. And so we develop particular interpretations of situations. One of the things that's happening at the moment with the reconfiguration of America's relation to many other countries is that there's certainly a very strong encouragement not to take existing structures for granted. That if you fall asleep into your assumptions and you think you know what Western societies have in common and what contracts and agreements people have in terms of NATO and so on, we see, oh, things that looked very solid and reliable and as a basis for projecting into the future, they start to look rather thin. And we find that they were held in place by a kind of shared dream time. And one of the things that Donald Trump does is to say, wake up from your delusion. America doesn't want to pay for you. Why would we pay for you? Who are you? Who are you? Which of course feels rather rude. We think, well, we're in the family, we're friends, we've always been friends. He's saying, really? You're very expensive friends. So that's, across the interpretive structures that we have, he brings this competitive capitalist winner-takes-all approach, which is very challenging to many of the more cozy assumptions that we might like to be living inside. That we might want to believe that, we support each other because we have shared values and we believe in democracy and sharing, and that participation and mutual aid is very important. And when some people come into power, they say, this is not true. This is not true. And because they have the power, that we find that they are redefining the template or the framework of the general interpretation of what's going on. And the corollary of that, and the other aspect of that is, we actually don't have much power. Because most of us have not devoted our lives to getting power over other people, to winning. If you try to work with people and bring everyone along at the same time, that connectivity and collaboration has a very, very different flavor that says, if you're not with me, you're against me, and if you're against me, you're dead. Finished, gone. We'll just throw you out the window. That's very, very, very strong. The past doesn't entitle you to a free lunch today. Again, that's very, very interesting. So one of the things that we try to do with our Buddhist study and practice is to see the assumptions that we have been living inside and to see whether these have been an avoidance of the fresh wind of the impermanence of phenomena. So one of the things that the Buddha highlighted a lot was impermanence, that the structures that we think are existing are resting on particular patterns of connectivity, and when the winds blow and these structures start to shake and creak, we find that the past is falling away. So where are we? Where are we? That is to say, if you cannot take your reading of how things are currently for you, what you're familiar with, and then project from that a trajectory of as it was yesterday, so it is today, and so it will be in the future. If you start to lose the reassurance that that's the case, then it's quite anxiety-provoking. What will become of us? Who will make us safe? And the reason that we find ourselves looking for a place to hide is because our mind is not what we think it is. We grow up in families or in care institutions where people call us by our name. They develop some notion of who we are. They have a story about us. We develop a story about them. You think this is me? I was born there. My parents are like this. This is what I've studied. This is what I want to do. We see these patterns, and it's as if they have a substantial presence that I can work with. That by aligning myself with the dominant belief systems around me, I can get some purchase on the world. They give me a kind of tool, a sort of spanner that I can adjust the world to fit me, and I can adjust myself to fit the world. And I find a little niche, whatever kind of employment that would be, or training that would be, or belief system. Oh, okay, I'm a bit sorted now. I've found a place to belong. And then the wind blows, and we realize, it's not really like that. Everything is without firm basis. Because what holds us in place is belief. The Buddha taught many, many times, there is no inherent existence in anything. That is to say, the phenomena, the things that we see, don't exist on the basis of some internal essence. So, my name is James, but there's no essential Jamesness to me, because other people are called James. So when the word James is said in a room of people with a diverse background, maybe there are going to be 10 Jameses. So, but I'm James. So who else wants to be James? Anyone like to die today? Any imposter who needs to be thrown out? Because I am James. This is who I am. But James is a name. James. It's not a very nice ending, is it? James. So that's me. I am James. I am my name. That doesn't seem quite right, does it? And yet if you call me James, I turn round because I react to that. So the potential that I have as a person is constellated by that naming. I align myself with that naming, and that gives me a sight of participation in the world. Does that make sense? But the name is unsettled. It's not clear. Because I could have been called other things. my father decided that I and my brother would only have one Christian name, one first name. He had two. He didn't like them, so he said, you guys are only going to get one. So my brother's Peter and I'm James. What's that got to do with me? That had to do with him. But it becomes my life. So how I am identified, the factors that have governed my life, myself, the development of myself, was the family that I grew up in, the values that were there. A time of transition. When I was small, we went to church on Sunday, and by the time I was 12, we'd stopped going to church. Christianity gradually faded out of the picture. New things were changing in the culture. How could that be? So when I was very small, we had to go to Sunday school. We'd take along empty matchboxes and put sticky paper on them and then write the books of the Bible on them and make little towers and little cities of how the Bible was. Because we were being inducted into a culture which then just thinned and thinned like the morning mist until the churches are empty. It vanishes. As in many, many cultures which were formerly Buddhist 100 years ago, their Buddhism has been washed out through revolution, through incredible dynamic economic changes, where people are interested in money and having a new life and food. This is what we need. Something material, something substantial, something that you can get involved in. Make your life the way you want it to be. Make life work for you. So there's a kind of terrible burden on our shoulders that we have to find what will be satisfying for ourselves. What could that be? We look around, we see other people seem to be happy, other people seem to be sorted. But inside ourselves, we may not feel that very much. We may feel rather confused. How did I get these beliefs? Having been born in a family, how did I get to be born in that family? According to the Tibetan Buddhist view, at the time when our parents were having sex, our consciousness from a previous life was moving within the space of becoming, which is free of division into outer and inner. We'll look at this in more detail. But my mind, my conceptual apparatus, which had been thinned in the death process, came down this tunnel, and there were two people having sex, and that's quite arousing. You know, it's like your first taste of porn for this life. Wow, I'm getting in here. And that's how the consciousness comes into the point of the sexual union of the male essence and the female essence, and that generates the development of the fetus. It's from fear, because you're running away from the past that you've lost, nothing to hold on to, but there's a desire, a longing to belong, and so you get sucked into that. But you didn't carry out a kind of in-depth interview of your parents before. You just got carried away. And as we grow up in life, we often find that's the case. You meet someone, you fall in love, and afterwards you think, who was that person? So we know about this merging into situations in which we seem to encounter an inherent meaningfulness. It makes sense, it rings true for a while, and then conditions change and the meaningfulness seems to leak out of it. And this is quite disturbing. We build something up and then it's dissolved, like building sandcastles on the edge of the sea. You build them up and the tide comes in. Time, situation, political orientations alter our sense of who we are. So my identity has taken many, many aspects or many faces or many formations in the course of my life. From being at school, not enjoying school very much, getting in trouble a lot at school, and then finding myself in university, which was much easier because I didn't need to go to the university. I discovered the bar, the Meadow Bar in Edinburgh. A bottle of Newcastle Brown, 20 Woodbines, The Guardian, my university. And why not? Because you suddenly realize, oh, when you're in school, it's enforced, there's a choreography, and you're being injected with notions of meaning. You become intoxicated. Oh, I've got to get my A levels, I've got to get my GCSEs, I've got to find a way of doing well. And then you realize, you don't have to. You don't have to. You can let your life fall apart. Lots of people, when I was young, in the 60s, were really falling apart all over the place. And you can do that. How shall I live? Who shall I believe? Can I believe what my parents tell me? Can I believe spiritual teachers? Can I believe academic teachers? The world that we encounter is very, very complex. And very often the concepts that we use to try to understand the complexity are too simple for the task. They're not able to resolve the tensions that we feel inside between, shall I collaborate with this particular project? Shall I become this kind of person or that kind of person? Now, what's very interesting in this is we are faced with these choices about how shall I direct my life? How shall I ripen my life? Because it's not a done deal. And that's the really terrifying aspect, but also liberating aspect. How I am depends on circumstances. What I am, or what I'm taken to be, comes with a mark of approval that we assert, I am this person, I do this. So you might decide, oh, I want to be a Buddhist. I am a Buddhist. Very nice, because we don't know what being a Buddhist means. You could say one prayer once a year, and that could be enough. There is this Japanese sect from Nichiren, and he said the power of Buddha Amitabha, Amida Buddha, is so great that you can lead a completely depraved life. But if at the moment when you die, you just cry out to Amida Buddha only once, there you go, you arrive in Sukhavati paradise. That's not a bad view. Would save you all the work of meditation and struggling with yourself. An easy path. Maybe it's true. Someone will save us. But maybe when we call out, he's busy. Maybe he's got an appointment with the chiropodist. We don't know. Or maybe because he sits all the time, probably he's got piles. What is the situation of the health of the Buddhas? They don't move very much. Probably digestion problems, you'd think. How do we know they're reliable? Because we believe they are. My dad's really strong. My dad's stronger than your dad. My dad's better than your dad. That's an assertion. Most probably not true, but it's an assertion. And you wrap yourself in that. And if you think back over your life, how many formulations of identity and meaning and value have you merged yourself into and operated under that rubric for a while? And then for some reason, you find yourself not on the inside anymore. It couldn't contain you, just like sometimes a relationship just burns out and whatever you try to do, you can't kind of get the glue going again, and you drift apart. So you can drift apart from a career choice, hobby choices, sports choices, and so on. What appeared to be the reliable and true patterning of your existence alters. And you didn't alter it. It just altered. It faded away when it was right there in the palm of your hand. You wake up and you can't access you can't access the values that you have been relying on. Maybe from this you get a sense, oh, there are many aspects to my sense of self, memories, plans, thoughts, analyses, and so on. And I can move inside this and generate potential shapes that I could inhabit and that seem to give meaning and value to my life. But I'm doing it. It's like if I give you a balloon, it's not very exciting, but you blow up the balloon, then you can start to play with it and knock it up in the air and run around chasing it. It's the same with a belief. You want to be an engineer, you want to be a doctor, whatever it would be. All these years of study and practice and passing exams is just blowing up a big balloon. Then you walk around waving your balloon at other people. Look, this is me. Oh. And then gradually the air comes out, or sometimes it pops. And it's gone. We're building our house on sand because all phenomena are impermanent. So I want to make a little distinction here. From the Buddhist point of view, phenomena are the aspects of our experience which arise through the senses. Primarily, they are our sensory experience, which arise and pass, arise and pass. A thought comes and goes, a feeling in the body comes and goes. What you see is always changing because light is flowing in through your eyes. It is dynamic. You know, you may be looking, you see behind me, you see this wall. And if you're sitting here for a while, you see the wall, the wall, the wall. The wall is there. How do you know the wall is there? Because I see it. How do you see it? Because light comes from the wall into your eyes. The wall is dynamic. The wall is a revelation because light doesn't stop. And you grasp it. I see the wall. In fact, I see the light coming from what I call the wall. I can't see walls, I can see light. Because light comes in through my eyes. If I try to put the wall through my eyes, I will have to go, ow. That's pretty obvious, isn't it? But we think we see the wall. It's there, and it's in here because I see it. Everyone agrees the wall is there. But the actuality, the phenomenological actuality of the wall is movement. It reveals itself as light. It's stabilized by your belief in the elucidatory power of the term wall. What is it? It's a wall. I know what it is. I can rest because I know what it is. So if I stick my name of the of this object or my identificatory concept onto what is arising, it is as if I've got hold of something. I have apprehended what I see. But what I see is light, which I can't grasp. So when I believe the wall is a wall is a wall, I'm making myself stupid. Because wall is a word in English. Germans don't say wall. French people don't say wall. In Farsi, you don't say wall. It's something else. But we say wall. So it's as if we have arrived at something definite. We have arrived at a delusion. The wall exists. The wall exists as a site of revelation, because light comes in the windows, it touches the surface, reflects off the surface, comes in through our eyes. This is how it is. This is what we get. We get the movement, the energizing movement of light. And we conceptualize it, I see a thing. But we don't see a thing. We imagine a thing and we see light. Just as we hear sound, we imagine someone is speaking. So you might imagine I'm speaking. Sound is coming out as vibration. And it comes to you in through your ear, and it demands your participation. You are the organizer of the sound you receive. Yeah? You are forming the sound according to your templates of interpretation. Because you call it a wall. And you think it's a wall. Oh, James is speaking. He's saying these things. God knows why he's saying them. But anyway, it's blethering on. It's his tendency. You hear these words. He is saying something. Let's try to understand what he says. Now, what I say is blah, 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 is vibrations of sound going through the air. There is no what in it. There is no what. There is how, by the vibrations of my voice. So I could say, the wall, dearly beloved, the wall. Give your heart to the wall. Your voice can do all sorts of things. It establishes moods. It allows us to pretend to be with something which is our co-creation. So from the Buddhist point of view, this is very important because it means you are not just a passive recipient of all this which is arriving for you through your senses, nor are you the primary agent, the one who is shaping and installing everything, because you're working with what you're receiving. So just as you inhale and exhale, so sensory experience arises and we name it in some way. So you might feel a sensation in your shoulder and you might think, ooh, that's a bit sore, that's tight. That's your conclusion on the basis of you're identifying that sensation is not pleasant. I don't like that sensation. I hope that sensation changes. So what is it? Because it wasn't there before and now it's here. Oh, my shoulder. There's a density which is generated on the basis of these moving factors, because sensation in the body is also ever changing. I feel this. I experience this. And this is my conclusion. It allows me to come to the end of the process. But there is no end to movement, because each moment is open and each moment can be reinterpreted in another way. America stands shoulder to shoulder with the Ukrainians. America stands shoulder to shoulder with Putin. How is it possible? Very easily. I will always love you. until I meet someone better. So it's like that. We make these strong, heavy definitions. We seem to get it nailed down. I know what's what. And then it shifts. What the fuck was I doing? I was caught up in some condition that seemed to be vibrating with truth. I worked for many, many years in the NHS, and I wanted to work in the NHS. But actually the NHS that I was working in was totally mismanaged. We wasted so much money. There was so much delinquency in many of the staff not doing a proper job. Completely out of control. Making very, very poor judgments. And after a while I'm thinking, why am I here? But I want to work in the NHS. Which NHS? The idealized NHS, the best health system in the world. I won't hear a word said against it. This is our national glory, the NHS. Actually, you go into lots of units and you're thinking, bloody hell, what is this? What is this? Secretaries blethering for hours and hours. My secretary did Scrabble most of the day on her computer. And I said to the head of the admin staff, I think it would be good for me to have another secretary. And she said, you cannot sack a secretary in the NHS. They don't get paid very much, but you can't get rid of them. That's the truth. Fucking hell. So there's no quality control. No, there's no quality control. It's a matter of luck. So then you start to see, oh, what was that all about? If you're lucky enough to see the contradictions of the world, let's make America great again. That's very difficult because America was never great. Killed the native Indians, kicked out the Mexicans, kicked out the Spanish, brought in lots of slaves, exploited so many people. What was great about that? What was great about it? It's a fantasy. Great Britain. When you look at the truth of it, it's not so great, but it's great. It's great. Our great nation. Margaret, speaking to us from the heart, stop talking Britain down. Talk it up. It's a balloon. You can blow in it. Great Britain, Great Britain, Great Britain. We are world leaders. It's a big balloon. Then we're quite a poor country with a lot of potholes in the roads. It's story time. It's story time. So you have the immediacy, the actuality of sensory experience, the arising and passing of your thoughts, your feelings, your memories, and so on, which is dynamic and ever-changing, a bit like a kind of a kaleidoscope that's set up on a very slow motor, so it just turns and turns and turns. And since you woke up this morning, your kaleidoscope has been going round and round. You've seen patterns and patterns and patterns and patterns. And each pattern has been fresh, just this, but difficult to stay with. Because unless you can say what it is, it's just this. And just this makes us feel stupid. Because the incredible richness of the visual field, what is it? So just as, you know, with the rise of Impressionism and then Expressionism, you had the loss of power and status in the salon exhibitions in Paris, and more styles of interpretation arose. You look at a painting which is evocative, which evokes some mélange, some patterning of your own history and feelings, but you don't know what it is. When you look at an abstract expressionist painting, you can't say what it is, but you can have a feeling of how it is. How it is how you are with it. You become you plus painting, but it's not plus as in an add-on. It's more like you in a sauna. The sauna gets to you and your body starts to relax a bit. You're taken up by the painting. Oh. This is going on all the time. That we are receiving and being impacted by patterns of events, but we can't quite say what they are. We can see if we go out into the local park here and you see the trees. At this time of the year, they have almost no leaves on them. So you see the network of big branches and small branches and twigs beyond computation, beyond our capacity to draw them, even if we were that good at it. There is so much. There is an excess. You can't grasp it, but you can appreciate it. And this is the big shift that Buddhism is trying to encourage us to engage with, which comes through meditation and reflecting on the nature of life, that our experience of the world can be a purely aesthetic experience. It can be about how we are touched and moved by what is going on. What was it like? It wasn't of what? It wasn't of what? You know, if we found some good music and we put it on and we're all dancing a bit, what are we doing? We're dancing. It doesn't tell you very much. Does that mean you put your arms up together, or one and then the other one? You don't know what dancing means. We know what dancing means because you feel it. It's not the same as being a bit of a stooky, tapping your feet to the music. Don't know what I'm supposed to do here. But the music carries you. The music flows through you. You don't resist the music. And there you are. You're not just like a feather in the wind being blown hither and thither. Formations of sensation, feeling, memory, muscular tension and so on are arising and passing, but you don't get anything. So, but what were you doing? When the children come home, you say, "What did you do at school today?" Children, that is a very violent thing to say to a child. What did you do in school? There's so many hundreds of thousands of things that happened in one day in the classroom. People pushing you and something's interesting and then you've lost your rubber and you're trying to find it. All of that stuff that goes on, that's life. It's not a preparation, it's not a mistake. It is the actuality of embodied participation. And if you apply a template to it, trying to understand, but what is it and what does it mean? From the Buddhist point of view, what is the wrong question? The question is always, how is it? Because how is this tree is inseparable from how am I observing this tree. Because the tree that I see is the tree for me. If you see the tree, you get this tree for you. And we have no way of using language to check out whether we're seeing the same tree. Because the words that we use are too crude, too definitive for the nuances of how it is to be touched by the shape of the tree. The truth comes in silence, as it were. It doesn't mean that we shouldn't speak or we shouldn't try to contact, But the general topic that we have for this brief time we have together is how wisdom and compassion operate in Buddhism. And wisdom is concerned with the actuality of things, not our beliefs about them, not our interpretations, not some kind of theory, but how do we become more available to participate in the flow of experience, which is life. Experience can have all sorts of flavors, as we know, but experience is ungraspable. And therefore we tend to substitute existence for experience. So if something exists, the tree exists. Have you seen the tree? It's great, it's beautiful. Go and look at that tree, it's amazing. Look, it's there. You can all go and look at the tree. Now we're all looking at the tree. That is a kind of deadly objectification. The tree is a tree is a tree. It exists in and of itself. Just look at it. It doesn't matter who's looking at it. If you just look at it, you'll see the tree. Bullshit. Because it will always be mediated through how you are, how you receive the tree, how you feel with the tree today. You might think, I don't want to look at it again. Shit, I've got other things to think about. What are you saying? Shut up. Or you might be completely amazed. You relax out of your interpretation and the tree starts to shimmer for you, with you, in you. Hopefully we've all had some moments like that, but it can be very, very varied. What is it? It's not a what. How is it? I can't say. That's very tricky, because as we know from our education, you are required to write essays, to do your homework, to do exams, to show other people I can give a coherent narrative about the topic that we are concerned with together. I can formulate it. So doctors and psychologists are trained in diagnosis. They're looking for signs and symptoms, and they bring them into a formation with an interpretation. This person seems to be suffering from whatever, obsessive compulsive disorder. What's the best treatment we can offer for that? What is it? What shall we do, given that it is that? But if somebody is obsessive and they have to wash their hands again, they have to take the vacuum cleaner around the house again, they have to check that all the windows are locked every night very, very carefully. I have to. I must. That's very interesting. I have to. No, you don't. I have to. You know. We see that in many countries, people who go on the streets and protest get arrested. Whether they're in the Middle East, in Tehran, or in Scotland, certain kind of protests, you get in trouble. If you got to where the nuclear submarines are, you get in trouble. Police will come over and say, you have to move away. I don't want to move away. You have to move away. We'll arrest you. You have to behave the way we say. There is a choreography of belonging, and your behavior is antisocial. You want to investigate why we have nuclear weapons. Well, let me tell you, as a policeman, you're too fucking stupid to understand. Just do what I say. Police are more polite than that, but that's essentially what they're saying. Just fit in. Shut up and fit in. And then you'll be normal. And then life will be easier. Why would you want to protest? Why would you want to have a mind of your own, feelings of your own, thoughts of your own? Why would you want to analyze political situations? Just do your job, pay your taxes, life will be good. Really? Think, wait a minute. This world is quite wild. All sorts of strange things are suddenly arising. What do they mean? They mean whatever you want them to mean. That's why Trump and his cohort can say the most outrageous things in a very straightforward way. You can say what you like if you have power. And if you don't have power, shut up. Wow. That's a kind of very Victorian childhood. That's taking us back 150 years. Power. You may be president of the country, but if we tell you to shut up, you have to shut up. And if anybody stands up with you, we'll crush them too. There's raw power. And then we see, what are they doing? They are installing a narrative beyond analysis. A, we're not going to listen to any analysis. And B, we're going to keep changing the narrative again and again and again, so that it's very difficult to analyze it, because the variables are so complex and so unreliable. So this is our life. It's not something terrible has happened. This kind of situation has been going on in many countries all the time, whether it's for native Indians in the Brazilian forests, whether it's for this Inuit up in Greenland and so on. So many people's lifestyles are under threat. The Sami people in the north of Sweden and Norway, they're right up there on the border with the weapons now. Ways of life can be destroyed. They are not something. They are patterns of experience which can be not exactly repeated, but which other patterns can take up themes from and accentuate. And it seems that this is what we're all in. We're all in this culture. We have a democracy. And we have Liz Truss. And poor Liz Truss, Queen of the world, great insight into everything, gonna sort everything out. She's out the door. How come? How did she, that good woman, get the bum's rush? She was Prime Minister of this country. She's number one. But the financial advisors who are reading the markets are saying, cut her throat. Cut her throat. Cut out her tongue. And she was gone. Force fields are moving all the time. Force fields in you of your emotions, your memories, your thoughts, your desires, these waves of interpretation of existence which arise and pass. You're feeling happy, you're feeling sad, you're feeling bored, you're feeling interested. Pulsation after pulsation in you and outside of you. The world is pulsatory. So the Buddhist teaching was, don't try to create a stable pattern of experience, because sooner or later you'll see that it's a falsity. So I'm sure we're all familiar with that basic story of this young man, Siddhartha, from a privileged family in what would now be North Bihar in India, whose parents are told when he's born that he will either be a great world leader or he'll be a great religious leader. And the father wants him to develop the family ownership of land and power. So he's bumping him away from any religious thoughts and towards establishing an identity that functions in the world. And yeah, he has a great childhood. He has horses, he trains in bow and arrows, he trains in all sorts of activities of an entitled young man. He's protected from anything which would be troublesome. He seems to have an unimpeded movement in the world. And then one day he's out riding and he sees an old man. And the old man's walking very, very slowly. Thinking, okay. Then later he sees somebody who's very sick, who's been carried on a bed. And they look really in a bad way. Wow. And then he sees a corpse, he sees a dead body. Wow. Now, everybody else sees these things, but somehow this gets through to him and he's thinking, hang on a minute, this is me also. If that person is old, I can be old. If that person is sick, I can be sick. If that person is dead, I can be dead. I will die. So, what's it for? What's this life for? Is it just for having fun, for eating and shitting? What is it for? What will I do? And that leads him to leave his wonderful house and go out onto the Naranjana River, doing ascetic practices for 6 years, at the end of which he doesn't make any progress. He does all this meditation, he does yoga, he does fasting, he does different kinds of pranayama. He tries many, many techniques, but nothing shifts for him. And he's thinking, this is really not going anywhere. My effort doesn't do it. So he collects some kusha grass, makes a comfortable seat under a bodhi tree, a fig tree. Someone from the village brings him a bowl of rice cooked in milk, sweet rice, and he eats that. He feels quite energized, and then he sits. And he's just sitting. He's not trying to do anything. He's kind of let go of his learned meditation practice. He's just sitting. And all sorts of stuff happens. He has pleasant visions, erotic visions, violent visions, terrifying visions. He's just sitting. He's thinking, I can't chase these things anymore. I don't know what they're all about, but I can't chase them. And he puts his hand down, touches the earth, and he says, Earth, be my witness, I'm not moving. And with that, he starts to disidentify from the movement. The movement is arising in me as my thoughts and memories and dissolving. The movement is arising outside me in the visions and so on that I see, arising and passing, arising and passing. It's here. I'm not altering it. I'm not editing it. I'm not trying to improve it. I'm just here with everything. And that, from the Buddhist point of view, is the basis for the Buddha's awakening. That he lets go of his maps, the many maps he had learned from hanging out with these sadhu holy men who were in North India at that time. And he lets go of his analysis, he lets go of his trajectory of intention, what he would like to achieve. And he's just there with how it is. And these many different flavors arise and pass, arise and pass. And they can only arise and pass if the space of experience is there. So, if I take my watch and I put my watch in my hand, I've got the watch and I've lost my hand. My hand is now the prisoner of the watch. That's pretty obvious, isn't it? If I want to get my hand back, I have to let go of the watch. And now I've got my hand again, but I don't have the watch. So when we grasp at our thoughts, our memories, our fears, our hopes, we're grasping something. which gives us the sense of ownership, but also shrinkage. You get something, you're into that, and you're constrained. You're defined by what you got hold of. And so your ability to respond into the next moment with the fresh patterning and potential that's arising, that's not so available. So if I want my hand to be able to move with what's arising, I need to keep it empty and in contact. Empty could be close in, my hand's empty inside and I'm keeping that emptiness safe. But if I open my hand and bring it into responsivity with what's occurring, it goes through many different movements and doesn't get caught. That is to say, I start to see this, what I call my hand, is a potential. And because it's a potential, it can take on many, many different possibilities. It's beyond definition. Definition pleases our ordinary sense of self, or our egoic sense of self, because it lets us know I've got something, I can define that situation, and on the basis of having this, I can then build up a picture of what to do next. But if I have nothing, what does this nothing predispose me to do? Nothing. So, my hand emerges with the situation. So, I have a cup with some water in it. And the cup has a handle. When I decided I would drink some water and I moved towards the cup, I was seduced by the handle. And my finger found a familiar sense of belonging for holding the cup. I could hold the cup like this. I could hold it like this. But it's so seductive. Oh, the handle. We want to get a handle on things. Handles are there to help your handle them. There's a shape in the world that fits my hand. My hand and the world come together. That's what concepts do. Concepts are like a handle that allow you to get a handle on what's going on. What is going on? Not how it is, what it is. To grasp, to apprehend, for us in our ordinary life is exactly what we have to be doing. This is the meaning of our life, to accumulate possessions or status or wisdom. Or if you play the guitar, tunes, now you can play 10 tunes, now you can play 20 tunes, you have music of different kinds running through you. We build up a portfolio, a site of a reference point of different possibilities. But we don't have them. Because you might know 20 songs. You might have mastered all the finger moves on your guitar. But you can't do the 20 songs at once. You have to do them in sequence. So while you're doing number 1, you're not doing number 2. While you're doing number 5, you're not doing number 10. It's a sequence. It's a progressive sequence. No? So if you look around this room just now, you just turn your head, look up at the ceiling, see the signs of dampness and so on. See, oh, there's all of this, and it all comes at once. Yeah? All at once. So many things all at once. Now, I'm speaking one word after another. Sequential revelation is not the same as all at once. All at once is, oh, Here we are. For a sequence, you have to listen. There's this word, and then that word, and then that word, and then that word. And you gradually string them together like beads to make a necklace. And so you have the construction of meaning. Whereas through the senses, maybe meaning is not the ideal word, but maybe value is better. There is immediate value which is not generated by your composition. You're not bringing it together. It's all here. So when you are speaking, when you are talking with the people who are here, words come. Maybe people are talking together, they cut across each other's conversation. A pattern seems to be emerging, and then suddenly people are talking about something else, and you had wanted to continue that particular topic as if it was a little line, a little road that you could go down, but for some reason now people are talking about something else, and we learn to cope with that, don't we, as we shift what we're talking about, what we're thinking about, because we want to be part of the group. We want to stay on the inside. We are participants. And the thing about being a participant is you have to keep letting go of your own intention, otherwise you can't be a participant. So participation softens the solidity of my view, my mind, my life, my intention. What shall we do? So, say we're meeting together on Saturday morning and we're all kids. Somebody arrives with a basketball. Boom, 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 boom. What shall we do? Boom, boom, boom. Basketball. I don't like basketball. What shall we do? Boom, 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 boom. The ball is pretty difficult to ignore. It pulls you in, a bit like the handle on the cup. Let's do that. But I don't want to do that. So instead of us starting with a space where we think, what should we do? Well, there's lots of things we could do. If there's already an opening gambit, if there's already somebody stepping into the space and offering a shape into it, it's very common that we coalesce into that shape. Do you think that's true? You find yourself aligning with what's going on because that seems to be the path of belonging. What will I do if I don't belong? I have to belong. I have to be on the inside. How could I be on the outside? Well, that's pretty obvious. We are social creatures. We depend on other people to grow our food, to make our clothes, to drive the trains and so on. We are dependent on other people. That doesn't mean helplessly dependent. We depend, and in order to keep the fresh dynamic quality of that dependence, we participate. We join with them in whatever it would be. So I have my body, I have my shape, and then there is the shape available in the world, the niche that I might fit into. And so my capacity to exist depends on being able to plug into a field of experience that will sustain me. That makes sense? So I have to listen to me and the world simultaneously. If you're in a meeting at work and it's quite a hierarchical organization, you always have to be keeping an eye on who the boss is. You don't want to run across them. You don't want to make enemies in an organization. So you've got a view, and you may disagree with the people who have power, but how do you express that? How do you find your voice without awakening a pushback from the other? You have to find your way of belonging. Nobody can tell you how to do that. That's the loneliness of our existence. From the Buddhist point of view, that loneliness is reduced by staying in the rhythm of the moment. So if there is a meeting and you're discussing some project and there's money or there's status or there could be promotion, people are getting a wee bit excited and hungry and fucking, how do I, Nobody knows what to do. It's uncertain. We could see that in the White House when the leader of the Ukrainians arrived to be beaten up in public, shamelessly. He wasn't expecting that. It's outrageous. Did the world stop? Did the world policeman arrive and say, Mr. Trump, you're bad? He got away with it. He got away with it. What should the leader of the Ukrainians do when he goes to Saudi Arabia and he meets these representatives of Trump again? It's not fair. It's not just. It's not ethical. This is how it is. You can see here that there are many, many hooks for misery and banging your head on the wall and how could they and it's impossible and this is just. This is how it is. This is how it is. How do I find my place in a system which is not grounded in ethics, which is grounded in power, in winner takes all, in I don't care about you, I care about me. We are first. We are the most important. So what do we do there? This brings us back to the question, okay, so who am I? In the Buddha's first teaching, he said, there are 5 constituents to your ordinary sense of identity. You have your form, which has color and shape. You have your feeling tone, positive, negative, neutral. You have your perception of what you think you see. That is to say, the perception there means seeing things, hearing things, tasting things. I am the subject. This object is occurring for me. Then the 4th level is you elaborate what that thing seems to be by your associations, by experiences you've had in the past or things you've read about, and you add flavors and values into that. And then finally you have consciousness. I am conscious that this is happening to me. I am conscious of something. Consciousness is the function of our mental activity that takes an object. So it's not just an experience. So for example, if I'm just rolling around and enjoying the movement of my body, I'm not conscious of anything because there's just movement. I can't come to any conclusion about that. But if I'm marching up in a line, I can have a sense of whether my shoulders are back and dropped and whether I'm marching in rhythm, because there is something that I am doing. That before I start moving, I can have an idea of what is required of me, how I should move, and then I'm going to move in accordance with that. So we've all had a lot of experience of choreography, of school choreography, of stand up, sit down, be in the right classroom for the right thing when you're in secondary school. I fit in. if it was a nice day like today and you were outside with some friends and you've got a football and you're just kicking it around, you're not trying to score any points or show off, or you're just keeping the ball moving, everybody's joining in. The ball comes to you and you move according to how the ball comes to you. You're working with the ball. The idea is that we're all going to keep the ball moving because that's what we're doing. So we participate through maintaining the movement based on the focus on the ball. I do what is required to be in the right place at the right time. This I is primarily an I of mindfulness, an I of attention. I am paying attention to how the ball is. I'm paying attention to how your shoulders are going as you turn to kick the ball, so that I've got a sense of how the ball's going to move. So I'm already moving there with that. So just as if you were watching a tennis match, maybe at Wimbledon, you see two people and they're really going at it. One reading of it is, this is a very hostile competition. It's all about winning. I've got to win. But in order to win, I have to collaborate with how they are hitting the ball. Because I have to pay attention to how they hit the ball, because they'll hit the ball the way they want to hit it, or that they can hit it in that moment. And I have to be there. So it's not so much about me having a game plan in my head about the right way to hit the ball, or I should hold the racket in a better way. It's like I'm on the ball and I'm moving. My body is moving with the ball. Am I moving my body? Hopefully you've got some embodied memories of situations like that. The ball moves you. If you like, the ball is the director of movement. And you follow the ball. You follow the ball. Now that's very interesting, because it's quite energizing. And if it's not too hostile, there's a joyfulness, especially if it's mainly a collaboration, that our aim is to keep the ball moving. And if you go then just tilt it slightly from collaboration to conflict, to winning and losing, the feeling changes, doesn't it? Because instead of feeling that I'm in it with you and we're both working to keep the ball moving, now you're trying to defeat me by putting the ball where I can't reach it. So when I'm collaborating with you, I've got a sense of how your body is, and I'm trying to get the ball near to your body so that you'll be able to knock it back to me. Because you're hitting the ball helps me. If you're hitting the ball to me, not trying to hit the ball to where I won't get in time. That's a very different thing, isn't it? So if my commencing position in any situation is I'm in the game, and I'm not going to have this turned into a competition, a winner takes all. If I'm wanting to have collaboration, then I have to think, what is the ball? What is the movement? And some of the time that is words. It's our conversation, that you say some sentences, I say some sentences. There's a toing and a froing, back and forward. But it's about how do we both stay in the game. So we've touched on the fact that all phenomena are impermanent. Every moment of experience is changing. As we're sitting here, the sunlight coming through the windows is altering quite rapidly because the sun's going to set and the light goes down. The light becomes more mellow, so we don't quite see other people so clearly. So this is what we're working in. It's like movement, change all the time. How shall we be? We can be with the dimming light, or someone could put the lights on and then it would be another kind of illumination. Whatever we're doing, it can be all in it together or me first. And me first is very dangerous. So, in terms of wisdom, by seeing that each moment of our experience is fleeting and is generated by the movement of all the people in the situation, if I really see this and I see, oh, it is ungraspable. I'm used to grasping at things. That's what we had to do at school. We're trained to have a product. Every process should lead to a product because it's on the product that you get evaluation. Put down your pens. Ooh, fuck, the end of the exam. Oh, I wish I'd done something else. Processes come to an end. Then you have the product. But actually in our life, the process is flowing and flowing and flowing, and the product is a delusion. It doesn't come to an end. Since you were born, you're breathing in and breathing out, and breathing in and breathing out. Have you had enough breaths? Enough? Yeah? Okay. Breathing. Life doesn't stop. Ceaseless movement. So when we come to these conclusions, which become the basis of our assumptions about the future, when that gets distilled into an essence, we have arrived here, we have the product. That's where we become opaque. That's where our relationship with the immediacy of the field of experience is distorted by our holding on to particular formations. So our practice that we'll get to is to release our tendency towards fixation and trust the flow. Allow it to flow as it flows, and on an inner level we allow the flow of thoughts, memories, interpretations and so on. On an outer level, we allow the flow of situations and we observe how they are rather than adding a judgment as to what they are and are they good examples of what we would like. So we're going to take a break now for half an hour, and in that time you can talk with people, have a cup of tea, go outside, do whatever you like, but just try to observe the movement that is your life. To be alive is to be moving. Standing, sitting, you're always in relation to something. You are never singular and alone because you're sitting on a mat and you get up from the mat and you put your shoes on. You're always in relation to somewhere. Lying down at night, standing up in the morning, having a shower, doing whatever you do. It's all dialogue. The truth of our life is dialogue. Not monologue. Okay, let's have a break, have a cup of tea. So what I'd like to do now is to look with you at the nature of emptiness. Emptiness is a very big concept in Mahayana Buddhism, and it's the basis for Tantra and Dzogchen and Mahamudra, some of the more profound forms of meditation. And it's a way of illuminating the freshness of experience. So in Buddhism, emptiness or shunyata or tompanyi indicates that what is being referred to is empty of self-substance. There's no inner substance that makes it the way it is. For example, beside me there's a table. So a table is a surface with 4 legs holding it up. The legs can be detached from the top. So by joining the 4 legs and the top, you get the shape that we recognize as a table. What does the tableness of the table rest in? Because if one leg got broken, I could hold it up for a bit. Hello, having a good time here. Holding tables is one of my hobbies. So I could become a table leg. Why not? It's a function. I can take that on, other people could take it on, or a pile of books would do. It would allow the tableness of the table to continue. That is to say, we would still be able to recognize this is a table. So where does tableness reside? Is there an essence of table which is somehow behind 4 legs and a top surface? Is that an inner essence which manifests and constellates, brings together these 5 elements into a table? Or is tableness a outcome? Is it an epiphenomena generated by the juxtaposition of 4 legs and a top, so that when we see it, we say, this is a table, and that the tableness of the table lies in the naming of the table? That the name is the external essence, but it is a very duplicitous, it's a very lying, cheating way of going about the business of our life. Because when we say it's a table, you're stupid, it's a fucking table. Look at it, it's a table. It's just there, it exists. That's an assertion, that's an idea, that's a belief. Where is the tableness? In the definition. So we have Palestinians. Are they freedom fighters or are they terrorists? Who decides? Did the Ukrainians start the war? Are they belligerent or are they the victims of the war mongering from Vladimir Putin? Who decides? It's a naming. The naming is the process by which the concept of the somethingness of what we experience seems to be radiating out from the object. Table is a name put by mind. We have people here from different cultures. You use different words for table in your mother tongue. But if we're speaking English, table seems to express the truth of what this is. So we say, well, a table is a table. It doesn't matter what you call it. Whatever Chinese people call it, or Tibetan people call it, or Swiss people, it's a table. So that way you're asserting that there is a true existence in the object, which we, coming along after the fact of the existence of the table, rely on the concept of the table to identify what it is, and it is already a table? Or is the table born the moment you say it's a table? So if we were 3 years of age, we would be underneath this table. That would be very nice. We get a big bit of cloth, we hide inside it, we have a nice time. Mom, any sweets or biscuits or anything, because we're camping and it's very cold. So there's your imagination. So the children are imagining that the table is a tent, but it's really a table. Or are we imagining it's a table and the children are imagining it's a tent, and it's up for grabs what it is, because it's not truly anything. It is a potential. It's a potential. For example, if we suddenly noticed that there was a fire and we couldn't get out, we might use this to smash a window to try to get out. It would then be a tool that would be very useful. We could stand on it to climb to get further away from the smoke. According to the situation, the identification of the potential would in that moment settle into the usage formulation. So if I'm standing on it, it's a support for me to reach out to something else. I'm not thinking of it as a table anymore. If I'm hiding underneath it and playing a game with some children, it's not a table anymore. But most of the time we agree it's a table. So the tableness of the table is a conventional interpretation, and that we agree as a group to call it a table, so that if somebody says, can you move the table over here, we join in willingly and help to do that, because we're thinking about the same thing, our table. The table is empty of tableness. Tableness is applied as a kind of glue that takes a particular mode of the potential of this shape and fixes it so that we seem to have arrived at something. You know, for example, if there was snow tonight, then tomorrow morning we could turn the table upside down and sit on it and zoom down the hill. There's so many things you can do with it. It is not fixed. The tableness of the table is the limit of our imagination. And we limit our imagination in order to get in a groove with other people. We enter into the conventional arena so that we're confirming to each other we know what it is. But that is a mental activity. The tableness of the table is an idea developed in my mind on the basis of having seen similar objects called tables. I'm formulating the tableness of the table on the basis that I imagine it to be there in itself. So in Mahayana Buddhism, they're very concerned about this, because they talk of it as the delusion of inherent existence in the object. And it's a delusion because the existence of a phenomena is situational, not essential. If it was truly a table, then we couldn't use it for anything else, because it's just a table, just only singularly a table. But it has the potential to be something to push children around in. All sorts of things are possible with this. It is empty of tableness. So in the various things that I've done in my life, I've had a different kind of work in universities, in the hospital system and so on. And in each of these, I function in a particular way according to the tasks of the job, whether it's seeing people in groups or in couples or families. Or according to the situation, I became the couple therapist or group therapist. Of course, I had some kind of training which allowed me to function in that way in an institution, but I could only become the group therapist if there was a group. If I'm sitting in the room with one person, not a group therapist. If I'm seeing a couple I used to work in the psychosexual problems clinic. If I'm seeing a couple and all the difficulties of their life, both of these people are important. So I have to avoid taking sides. And my potential of relating to them and of being with them as they interact and trying to illuminate some of the knots and dead ends of their communication, that is revealed through our being there together, the three of us in a room. And I, due to my role, have permission to say things to them that they don't want to hear. That's the deal. When I speak, the door's locked. You can't leave. You got to hear it. Because you're being a fucking pain and this poor woman's weeping. Can you see she's weeping? Does it concern you that she's weeping? Well, it concerns me. And you stop it now. You're bullying. Huh? Would you like to tell him he's a bully? No. Well, may I tell him he's a bully? Good. You're a fucking bully. I'm on your case. You're not getting away with it. That's participation, isn't it? To try to constellate some of the factors which are operational, but somehow hidden. They're not named. When we say the President of the United States of America, the most powerful man in the world, is a selfish, egotistical bully, that illuminates quite a lot. That's enough to give us all diarrhea. It's scary. The most powerful man in the world is up his own arse. He's lost soul. What on earth is he saying? And nobody slaps him. Come and meet our king. Oh, good. Why? Why? Because it's very difficult to speak the truth about situations. It's the emperor's new clothes. There's no truth in somebody being the president when there's been all the shenanigans about the probity of the electoral process and so on. But we believe it, and people want to believe it. They want to believe it. And therefore it is as if it is true. And when you have a complex situation, as we know in our family situations, relationships and so on, finding contact with another person is pretty troublesome. Especially if we are compressed inside the frame of reference that says there's right and wrong, there's good and bad, there's winning and losing, and this strong sense of polarities with a true essence to each. This is really bad. This is really good. How are we going to respond? How could you have dialogue? How could you have free movement if it is decided that one party is speaking the truth and therefore the other isn't? So that's where it becomes very difficult. The great world leader who only speaks the truth condemns everyone else to be wrong and bad and stupid, and he's going to be very happy to point out the faults of others. So that instead of thinking our existence is like a complex sculpture, three-dimensional, and as you walk around it, each step you take reveals different aspects of the sculpture. No, I'm here, I'm the boss, I tell you how it is. It's the absolute elevation, the apotheosis of blindness. I speak the truth. Really? Look at the sculpture. How could you catch a three-dimensional complex formation in simple linear sentences? The emptiness of the sculpture is the sculpture, because it's because the sculpture is empty of definition that different people will go and experience their own sculpture. Its sculpture doesn't belong to anyone, not even to the sculptor, because she's maybe spent 6 months hacking away at it, making it, but that doesn't define what it is, because the work of art is there, standing on its own legs, and you make of it what you will. And some things you will like, and your friend doesn't like them. Some things you don't like, and they really like. How is that possible? Because there is not a fixed object with a true identity. The identity is an attribution. I say it is this on the basis of my patterning, my history and tendencies and so on. And so what I say is about me. Whenever I'm talking about the object, I'm talking about me. Do you think that might be true? I experience my world. Oh. Therefore, the state of me is pretty important, because I am like the mirror or the lens through which I'm looking. And if I am a distorting lens, I'm going to be living in a world of distortion. So, fixed beliefs are distorters, because they cut us off from the dynamic movement of the shaping of how something appears in this moment. Yeah? It appears in this, it's like this now. And then something else happens, and something else happens. So when you read in a Buddhist text about emptiness, essentially what it's saying is, you cannot fall asleep on this object, because what this is inseparable from you. There are no self-existing objects. The object is a revelation, and it's revealed to you in your unique specificity at this moment. So where are you? So if you're relaxed and fresh, receptive, responsive, receiving, responding, receiving, responding, you are dynamic in a dynamic unfolding relationship, so that if you walk around the sculpture or around a tree, each step, new potential and new potential. And it's ungraspable. There is no tree that could be stabilized, because the tree is endlessly giving the possibility of different vistas, different disclosures of its potential. So I can enjoy the tree, I can have an emotional relationship with the tree, but I can never get the truth of the tree, because truth is not going to illuminate what this is. So for me, at my age, there is not one tree in existence that would make me climb it. But when I was a kid, I really liked climbing trees. And so when I saw the tree, I would start to run towards it, ready to leap and get in there. And now, so that's me. That's not the quality of trees. They haven't been downgraded in the last 60 years. I don't have access. Each of us, given the unique specificity of our embodied manifesting, have doors opening for us and doors closing. They're not the same doors as are there for other people. Something takes your attention. For example, I saw some primroses today, these little yellowy flowers, and I was remembering the primroses in my mum's garden in Scotland. I hadn't thought of that for a long, long time, but it just suddenly came up. So that brought a particular configuration of myself, again like a kaleidoscope, where you turn the barrel and the pieces of coloured glass fall and the reflected pattern through the mirror changes. So this primrose is my mum, who's been dead a long time, and her garden and my youth. Suddenly it's there, and then it's not. So there's a period of, I don't know, maybe 15 seconds where it's all, and it's gone. This is life. I mean, this is how my life is. I don't know about your life, but this is how it is. It's intense, precise, just this, and ungraspable. There's no doggy bag. You can't take it home. Because me telling you about my mum's garden has nothing to do with my mum's garden. But it might evoke in your mind some memory of your mum's garden. And then it appears to you that we're talking about the same thing, but maybe not. It's fascinating. So emptiness is not a lack. It's not that something is missing. Emptiness is the potential. There's a famous book on theatre called The Empty Space. Because what you need in a theatre is an empty space. You need to have the stage. And if the stage is filled up with props, it's hooking is hooking a formulation of meaning which might well get in the way of the play. Because if the stage is just open and empty and it doesn't have fixed props, then what you have is the vitality of the actors as they interact, generating a field that resonates with you. The indeterminacy of the space of the stage allows the staging of many different plays. And if you bring in a lot of props and you get people wearing dress from another period in time, the more of this you bring in, and you might bring in some music as well, drums and a sackbut and so on, then we're right back, I don't know, with an early Shakespeare play. That's what it is. That's one idea of what it is. It can show many different potentials. So what this is indicating is when you define something, if you relax in the out-breath and just allow the definition to be like, I don't know, picking up some snow and making a snowball, or picking up some mud or some clay and rolling it into a ball, or picking up some dough and rolling it round in preparation for making a chapati. It's dynamic. You're participating with it. But if you start with knowing what it is, knowing what it's about, you're always ahead of the game. You're leaping forward. I know, I've seen it before. I know what it's like. And where's the freshness of life? What you're doing is you're confirming to yourself that you're not daft, that you know something, that you can identify life, you can ascribe meaning and value to events. That is to say, it's self-referential. You go to the theatre to confirm to yourself who you are. That's very narrow. Whereas if we can just open to the participation, we don't know what's going to happen. We don't know. So can we leap into it and not know? When I was a teenager, I went to the theatre a lot, and then I came down to London, and I went to a theatre, an arts theatre, and it was with a couple of friends, and we were watching this play, and at a certain point, the actors all got off the stage and came and sat among us and started chatting with us, and people sitting on each other's knees and stuff. Like, what the fuck is this? That was about 1967, 68, you know, and it's like radical theatre. I didn't like it at all. I wanted the fourth wall to be there. I didn't want them coming out because I'm in the audience. I'm doing this one. Bugger off. How do you feel about this? Come up with us. Come and dance with us. I'm from Glasgow. You fucking do that again. I couldn't understand. I couldn't understand. They're just playing. I felt embarrassed. I was very shy. I felt really, really embarrassed. And that's in these moments in life like that, when you retract into yourself, you suddenly realize, I have no freedom. I am my neurosis. This embarrassment or this shyness or this contraction into myself gives a kind of defined solidity to me. I am myself and I don't like this. And I can't be me if you're going to do this. Why don't you do what you should be doing and I'll do what I'm doing? And so again, you're back with choreography. Everyone in their place doing the right thing. Took me a long time to shake loose and come into a place where I could have more intuitive improvisation. Because improvisation arises from non-definition, from a space of openness, where something is appearing and you move into a response to that, and it has to be fresh. And all of you can come and be in that. But if you're holding on to a sense of who you are and your beliefs and your values, we're always then adjusting for the danger that this will make me who I am not. And so when we have an anxious ego sense of self, instead of staying with the potential of our undefined essence, we formulate a fixed essence. I'm me, I know what I like, and I like what I know, and don't give me anything else. Just try it. Oh, come on, it'll be fine. Just try it. No. Why would I try it? I don't want it. I'm me. Leave me alone. Huh? It is so helpful to see how frightened we are. Frightened of not knowing who we are, frightened of being laughed at by other people, frightened of being confused, of not getting it. Does it matter? It matters to our ego self. Why? Because I, as an ego, as a self with a fixed identity, I am me, this is like something made of glass. It's very fragile. It's easily broken. It's easily upset. You can have a breakdown if you get too much pressure. If you have no support at work, you can get to a point where you're vibrating yourself apart. But what is the essence of this self? I don't like it. That doesn't feel like me. I don't want to. These definitions are all starting with I. I'm not the sort of person who wants to do that. Well, which sort of person wants to do it? I don't know, but it's not me anyway. How could I be me if I did that? I'm holding on to this constellated sense of self. I'm believing that this carries some fundamental truth about me based on restriction. I'm me because I'm not you. I don't know who you are, but you're not me. Let's get clear. I'm me. You're not me. I'm me. Push you out, keep me in. And I'm willing to have some sort of interaction with you within limits, within balance, within reason, because I've got to maintain this story of me. But what constitutes my story of me? Some memory, some feeling tone. I don't want to do it. Don't ask me to do it. I don't want to do it. I'm not going to do it. Just leave it there. No, leave it. I don't want to do it. What is that? When we feel put on the spot and we feel uncomfortable and we're really not wanting to do it, that's like an existential threat. My existence could collapse. Now, from a Buddhist point of view, marvelous. Because you don't exist. You experience. Experience is the vitality of here-ness. Here and now, here we are. We're all experiencing something, but we don't have a fixed existence. So, if we see the empty ground, or the empty basis, or the empty essence in ourselves, I don't need to hold myself together. I'll be fine as I am, because I'll be able to work with circumstances. I'll find possibilities of engagement and resonance with other people and with the situation. On the basis that I start out here. Because I am the meeting point of me and you. I am not inside me as someone hidden, some little homunculus, some little tiny Jimmy inside. You all right there, Jimmy? We've only got a wee half hour left, then we'll be away. We'll be all right. Don't worry, son. I'll get you a wee drink later. Don't you worry. What is that? I want to be safe. Safe from what? Safe from not knowing who I am. How embarrassing it was when you were a kid and big kids knew things you didn't know. And they laugh at you because you say the word the wrong way or you can't ride your bicycle. All these kind of wounds to our developing sense of self make us so wary. You know, take a walk on the wild side. No, thank you. No, I'm not going there. I'm going on the pavement. It's nice. But life is the wild side. We are being pulled into these places where we don't know. How will I know what to do? We won't. But if I feel I am only safe if I know what I'm doing, then what I'm doing is I'm saying, like one of these Russian ice-breaking ships, you know, that goes ahead, that rides up on the ice and crashes down and opens up a pathway. I am, this is me. That's like the the icebreaker. We install I am myself first, and then we work out what to do. But actually, how I am is how I am with you. You know, if you say, James, how are you? Then, you know, there's some people I say, oh, I'm feeling a bit tired. Some people I say, oh, I'm on this medication and it's a pain and da-da-da and da-da. That's not really how it is. That's a storyline about it. The actual sensations in my body and the kind of heaviness that can come over me, and then it's gone. And it's something, in a sense, like a slap, but it's nothing, because it's vanishing. It's self-arising, it just comes. I didn't make it, it just, I'm suffused with it, and then it's gone. This is the emptiness of the arising moment of the patterning of ourselves. So we feel depressed, or we feel sad, or we feel lonely for a while. So when you see my sad, lonely self is authentic as an expression, but it is not a definition of the truth of who I am, then I can say I feel just really, I don't know, lost and sad. And I don't know, maybe I've lost the way. James, come on, you're Buddhist teaching, for God's sake, you know, don't say that. You get in trouble. But I feel sad sometimes. I feel very lost. I don't know what to do. And that has become easier for me over the years by realizing I don't need to know what to do, because I'm not on my own. I'm always in the world with other people. Even if I'm on my own, I was out in the country recently and I was in a place where there were a lot of pheasants, and the pheasants were coming into the garden of where I was. So, although I was spending a lot of time on my own, I'm just looking at these pheasants. An hour goes by, I'm looking at what they're doing. By being able to give myself to these creatures and how they are and the different movements that they have, I got a lot, but I didn't get anything. And this is at the heart of the idea of emptiness. We are always full. Experience is vast at any moment, whether you're feeling cold at night or it's starting to rain or it's early morning and you see the snowdrops. All these waves of feeling and sensation that arise, it's just this. You can't take it to a bank, you can't swap it for anything. It's just this. So the question then is how to develop an aesthetic appreciation of the ungraspable moment. Very, very Indian art is not very much concerned with this, but Chinese art and Japanese art, very, very interested in things like clouds and mist. You know, these incredible drawings, paintings of these, especially the 5 mountains in China, early morning mist, the valley. How I experience these kind of images is there is nothing to make sense of. Well, in English it's a peculiar term, isn't it? Because you're not using your senses to make sense of something. You're using cognitions. But if you stay with the sensation, like of early morning mist, and you just keep breathing with it, keep breathing with it, all of this freely given, and it's just this, and there's nothing to take away. I am empty in the moment of my receiving all this. the more empty I am, the more I get. You know, like watching a sunset or watching the sunrise. It's just all of this coming. I'm not processing it. I'm not doing anything with it. I'm not generating a profit from it. I'm not thinking about marketing it. It's just all of this, and I'm here, and I am the space of receptivity. In that moment of just being with it, I don't know who I am. I'm not my name, I'm not my age, I'm not my history, because these would all be slight colorations which are already distorting the freshness of the experience. The world doesn't need my thoughts about it. The world gives itself, and it's not transactional. It's not a Trumpian deal. It's not about winning and losing and getting it. I receive, and I'm here. And I am refreshed because the vastness of the moment frees me from my history, from my assumptions, from my interpretive scheme. It's just this. It's just this. So you can get it listening to some music or all sorts of things. You can get eating hot chili. It could be anything. It just, there's not a thought in your head. Just, and if you stay with that, if you resist the temptation to turn it into a narrative, to turn it into an interesting little moment that you could tell someone about, oh, you know what happened today, and wow, it was that. I don't need any of that. It's just this. Because when you tell someone about your experience, you are saying, I had a delicious lunch and I'm offering you a piece of cardboard. Because it's dead. A story about something is not the thing itself. We are so woven into narrative, into stories about things, that this becomes quite, it is so powerfully seductive that we should make something of it. You know, some of you may know, you know, in the Bible, there's this story of the father who's going away, and he has 3 sons. And to the eldest son, he gives, 20 talents. A talent was a piece of coinage. And that son buys a vineyard and makes some grapes and so on. The second son, he buys some items for trade. And the third son, he only gets 1 talent. So he says, I'm going to take care of this. And he gets a clay pot and he puts it in the clay pot and he buries the clay pot. After 6 months, Dad comes back and Dad says, oh, to the eldest son, what have you done? Oh, the grapes are growing well. Somebody's buying the harvest. Oh, very good. Second son, oh, I'm trading a lot. It's going on. And the third son says, look, Dad, I've got the same coin. I've got the same coin. Really? Because it's something to use in the world. It's a very helpful story. All the gifts we have, all the knowledge we have, all the skills we have, flourish through interaction with others. We need others to receive us, and we receive them, and then we have this dynamic interaction that allows more flourishing than we could know of, because my knowledge of me is always tighter than what leaks out of me. And we are leaking creatures. Given half a chance, we just blather on about this and that. And it's just like this, and just like this. But we couldn't see these bits of ourselves if we were holding ourselves together. So emptiness simply means, if you over-define what a situation is, especially if you want to know what it is in advance of participating, you will not see the potential of the situation, because there'll be a formality. So, for example, there are certain social events where you're expected to wear fancy clothes, maybe a wedding or something like that. There's a kind of social requirement. We will respect each other by wearing fancy clothes. Probably a stupid idea, but it's a way of signifying what you're doing today. Getting married is a big event, and I'm going to wear this funny outfit to show rah-rah. That's a choreography, and you're constrained because everybody's there to somehow align their minds with the trajectory of this function. We're here to celebrate people taking a big step. Most of life, thank God, is not like that. Most of life, there's quite a lot of leeway. You can cut yourself quite a lot of slack, some freedom to move, if you stay with the movement of the situation. So I'm sitting here in dialogue with the chair. I very generously put my weight on the chair, and the chair very generously supports my weight. So we're kind of takes two to tango. The chair supports me, I put my weight on the chair. This is dynamic, because I feel the chair under my bum. My bum is not numb, it has sensation. I feel I'm sitting here. The chair reveals itself to me through the sensation. And if I stand up, I'll have more sensation in my feet. So I'll have a different sense of the constellation of my relationship with the world. I am always somewhere. I'm always somewhere. Standing, sitting, walking, talking, sleeping. It's always me and the world. And sometimes the world is very big. If we went out for a walk on the hills and we saw these huge vistas, sometimes my world is very small if I'm getting into bed and I'm ready to go to sleep. But I'm always with the other. Self and other are born together. There is no such thing as just a self, because the self is the extruding of the other from the sight of the self. And yet, the other is always at the sight of the self. Yeah? So I am always in intercourse with the environment. In the Tantric tradition, this is shown by images of the deity in sexual union. In the female figure, it represents the emptiness or the openness of the situation, and the male figure represents the movement of phenomena, the shaping of the situation. So you have the space and the shaping of what occurs within the space. You need both. If there was only emptiness, there would be no life at all. If there was only intense this, we'd get overwhelmed, because it would be accumulative. But we have this moment, it's gone. Gone. Fantastic. Imagine if you could get a dust remover that would just be like that. As soon as you spill something, it's clean. No more housework. The self-liberating house. We don't have that, but we do have the self-liberating mind. Because each thought, each feeling, each memory comes and goes. Here and gone. So if you see that for yourself, it's not very complicated. When you go home, you could sit in a chair, lie in the bed, and just observe the coming and going of experience. You're not making these thoughts happen, these memories happen, these sensations in the body. They occur and they vanish. self-arising. They're just here, out of space, out of the emptiness, on the stage, and then they're gone. And it's because they're going, the next is coming. Now, when we get stuck in neurotic situations like depression, anxiety, morbid jealousy, revenge, and so on, we become constipated. That is to say, the flow of experience is blocked. And the pulsatory movement of the bowel, which would be taking the excretion out of ourselves, gets blocked. We can't pulse it out, we're holding on. So just as you can hold on to feces in your bowel, you can hold on to what somebody said to you or what you did and how you regret it. And oh my God, I wish I hadn't said that. How can I go into work on Monday? It's going to be horrible. The mind's creating this happened, it happened, and I'm defined, and everybody saw me, and oh, I feel so bad. It's gone. It's gone. But they'll say, we don't know what they'll say. We don't know. And if they say, let them say, then they're saying. You're not saying, they're saying. But I don't like it. I don't like it. So the patterning, if you allow it to arise and go, actually the more you relax into this, it doesn't leave any trace at all. It doesn't mean that you're not touched. You're touched and moved and released. Touched, moved, released. If you don't release and you hold on to being touched and moved, then you start cooking it in yourself. They did this. I hate it when they do that. I don't feel comfortable with you anymore. You did that. You did that. As if there is some reliable person in there who is the conscious, clear agent who did it. Things happen. So we can blame self, we can blame other, and then we're trapped in the story, the narrative about what happened, or relax from identification with the cognition, with the thought, and stay with the tension, with the shift in your breathing, with maybe a flush of fear or embarrassment, and it's gone. It's gone. Oh. This horrible situation, some event I would have done anything to avoid has happened and gone. Oh. I have been frightening myself by imagining that life would be worse. And actually, I'm just a wally. People are laughing at me, or they think, whoa, don't fancy your chances too much. Okay. I lose. I fuck up. I make mistakes. And they're gone. And I am not defined by my mistakes. I do make mistakes, but if you do something, it's an activity, isn't it? It's a mode of participation, and you didn't do it very well, and you dropped it, and you've broken something and everybody sees you broke that. Yes, I broke that. You did that. Yes, I did that. You broke it. Yes, I broke it. No, I broke it. I'm very sorry about I broke it. Yeah. Then it's gone. Life moves on. Can they let go? That's up to them. Can I let go? That's up to me. The stage is empty. This particular constellation, this mood, this moment of this interaction of factors brings this feeling tone in me, and then it's gone. I am grasping. In Sanskrit they call this ahamkara, where aham means like a kind of self or an essence, the essence of something. And kara means to take hold, to grasp, to hang on to. We hang on to the sense that something real has happened. So there's a murder. That's terrible. There's somebody dying. They're in the gutter. They've been stabbed. The blood's coming out their body. They can't be saved. All sorts of transformations are starting to happen in the body. If nobody finds the body, after some time there'll be maggots and there'll be ants and birds will come and peck out the eyes and so on. And the body will be in dissolution. Because that's what bodies do. When they lose the integrity of life, they're open to systemic conversations with the rest of the environment. That's what happens. That's what will happen to us. Our body, which we like, and some people we know like, will be discarded. Because it'll be stinky and smelly. So we get burned, or we get put in a hole in the ground. In some other cultures, you get thrown in the river, or you get chopped up in pieces. But people don't want to have the dead body. I love you, but your body stinks. You are losing your body. You're dead. I look at you in your coffin. Mom, oh Mom, so much I wanted to say. I remember when my mum was in her coffin and I leant down and I kissed her and her lips were so cold. I had a shiver like that. Fuck, she's dead. Because I've been looking at my mum's face. I know my mum's face. Mum. Speaking to her. And then, Mum, not Mum. James, not James. That's how it is. You can't catch anyone. You think you know someone. You may have spent a lot of time with someone, shared all kind of experiences, but they're not in the palm of your hand. They have had so many lives we don't know. We have had so many lives even we don't know. So this dynamic process of co-emergence, of how we arise in a situation with the factors of the situation, means the felt sense of the singularity of I, me, myself is a delusion. Because I'm always in a situation. I'm either standing or sitting or walking or eating or sleeping. There's always something going on. I and the environment come together. The emptiness of the environment allows me to participate because I move into spaces. I move through people. If there are crowds on the street, we weave through each other. We move with the space. And that's what we do. We bend our body. We bend at the hips. We bend from the knees. I am unfolding, or the potential that I have for manifesting is centered in the non-definition of any essential self. So I don't know what I am. I don't know who I am. Who I am is James, and that's a name. It's not even my name, it's the name my parents gave to me, which I have become used to. But it's in no way my essential name, because there is no name for the essence except emptiness. Each of us has in our heart an infinite space. The space has many names, the Dharma Dhatu, the Dharmata, and so on. From this space of potential, we show different forms according to circumstances. According to circumstances. Life happens. Life happens. It just happens. We don't know how it will be. Nobody knows how it will be. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Life happens. So what is this happening of life? It is experience. If I think I exist, I have an existence, this is me, then I have a reference point I can return to. Hang on, let me think about this. I, me, what is it that I want to do? Oh yes, I want to say this. Go inside, have a wee look, then come back out. Look inside, there's nobody in there. There's nobody there. We're waiting for the next message. Come in, number 5, come in. Anyone home? Then we're off. Something else comes. Empty. This ground open emptiness has many different qualities and layers to it, but it is the basis of Tantra, Dzogchen, Mahamudra, because the suffering of what is called samsara, of going from one life to another, to another, to another, the trajectory, the impetus of our karmic actions. That is to say, I like this, I want more, I don't like this, I want less, moving, getting, grasping and pulling in, pushing away. These intentional and reified formulations generate the sense of winning and losing. I want to get more of the good stuff and less of the bad stuff. But of course we can't control what that is going to be. We don't know. When we get sick, we become sick. We don't make ourselves sick usually, but various factors in our body or between our body and the environment generate the sickness. When in the 1950s when people started to realize the dangers of asbestos, there have been a lot of people working with asbestos, sawing it and drilling it and so on, and then suddenly they're realizing this powder is incredibly dangerous. So that completely shifts everything. Something which seemed benign, suddenly people realize, whoa, your lungs are compromised, they're not going to get better. We can't get this toxin out of you. Well, why didn't someone tell me? They didn't know at the time. Oh, the companies also covered it up. So now you have this condition, which is yours, but you didn't want it. And it doesn't feel like you, but this is you. My life is not mine. My watch is mine. It's a thing. It has a recognizable shape, and it could be possessed. I could give you the watch. But my life is not a thing like that. My life is a flow of experience. And it doesn't stop. Not in the night time, not in the daytime, not in the morning, not in the afternoon. Experience is arising. It's this. But what does it mean? It's easy to get lost because it seems meaningful to ask, what does it mean? Because meaning is something we're looking for. That is to say, what is the value of this moment, of this situation? What can I take away from it? What can I learn to do new with this situation? How can I empower myself with that? What does it mean? So all these people who have start-up companies and so on, they've got an idea. This means we can make a whole shitload of money. We can do this and we can flog it in the market. Well, that's a clear intention to generate more of the good and less of the bad. I don't want to be poor. I do want to have money. Okay, so I'm going to do that. But so much of the time, when we're walking down the road, why do I decide not to step on that piece of paving? For some reason, I move aside. Maybe I think I'm going to fall through a hole, or I'm just moving with the world. What does it mean? It doesn't mean anything. Does that mean life is meaningless? No. It means thinking of meaning and meaninglessness is a wrong direction. You will make yourself stupid by asking the wrong questions. How am I? Oh, I'm here. And what's happening? All sorts of things are happening. So how is it to be here? Well, it changes moment by moment. Okay, that's enough. What more would we want? How could anyone tell you what the stream of your experience means, since it's streaming away all the time? You see, you may have heard this famous quote from one of the pre-Socratic philosophers in early Greece, Heraclitus, who said, "You can never step in the same river twice." That is to say, a river is where you find flowing water. So every time you put your foot into it, that bit of water is already gone. But you've got the name of the river. So every day I go and swim in the River Thames. It is as if the River Thames was pointing to something that you could return to. Yeah? So if you get that, then you realize so much of your education has simply been kicked in the head. That you have been stunned by your teachers. You probably could smell it. You probably thought, hey, this can't be what it's all about. I swim in the River Thames every day, and every day it's a new river, but there's only one River Thames. Little triangle there, something tautological. It doesn't quite make sense. The name creates the illusion that there is a fixed entity, the River Thames. The actuality is the River Thames is a name that refers to a flow of water, and the water can't be caught. Your mind is like the river. Feelings, memories, thoughts, hopes, boredom, all kind of experiences, coming, going, coming, going, coming, going. Oh. Then you name it. I feel sad. I felt sad before. Oh God, I hope I'm not going to get really sad again. It was like 2 years ago, I had a really bad time. You're leaping into a reified, a solidified set of moments which will probably vanish unless you pull them back and keep whacking them and compacting them and building up the basis of a storyline. Everything is fresh. Everything is always fresh. Sitting in this room, each moment is fresh. But you get used to being in the room and you look around, you see people and you see how they sit and you see what they're wearing. So, oh, here we are, still here. Oh, delusion. Who is here? We're here. How are you here? Just like this. The narrative account and the immediacy of the actuality, they're like Siamese twins. They're not the same, and they're very difficult to separate. But the fact is, experience is always fresh, dynamic, interactive, and changing, and storylines carry the pretense of reliability, of referability, that you can refer back to your experience. So when I came up the road today and I saw this building, oh, I've been here before. Where have I been before? Here. Is it the same place? There are new marks on the carpet. There are scrape marks on the wall where people have put their chairs. Oh, these things don't matter, but the place is the same. So what is the place? Oh, it's all of this. But this is also changing because there are cobwebs and there's been water leaking and so on. It is not the same, but it is sufficiently, seemingly the same, so that I can apply my consolidating identification. I've come back to the same whole. So I would invite you to reflect on that for yourself. Some of you are new to Macclesfield, some of you have been here before. When you recognize a street or where the station is or where you're going to sleep, you recognize it. That is to say, you apply a cognition, a thought interpretation. You apply a conceptual interpretation that seems to stabilize. Like I'm in the Travelodge. I've stayed in the Travelodge many times before. So I'm going back to the Travelodge where I have stayed. I'm going to this Travelodge, but I've never stayed there. I've stayed in some place called the Travelodge, but it hasn't been quite this. So here you've got the battle lines. You've got the actual freshness of phenomena coming in your eyes, your ears, tasting, smelling, just this, the Travelodge. Reliability, safety, security, stale, but reassuring. Or this. But it's not an either or. You can have both, as long as we see that the solidifying, grasping at the entity is a creative act. We imagine things. It doesn't mean that there aren't things, but the things that there are the things we imagine. Reality is your imagination. There is no reality. There is illusion. So, probably this is enough suffering for one day. It's quite challenging, but for myself, entering into this field has been enormously useful in helping me to find ways of relating to the potential of a situation, and so not feel trapped or overburdened or weighed down. Because the freshness is always just here. It's always in the here and now. And we'll talk a bit about this more tomorrow. So, have a good evening. Pleasure to be here with you. And flowing through, and then surfs on that as if there was something there to carry us on a journey. But where have we gone? We've left here and now, and we're off in some mental fantasy land. Just relaxing out of that. We don't have to do anything with what occurs. The main focus of the practice that I'm involved in is called Dzogchen. Dzogchen means the great completion, which indicates everything is already complete in emptiness because nothing has ever come into separate existence. So, say for example, I get a pain in my shoulder. Something is happening to me. So, in taking this as a pain which I have, two things are being validated. Firstly, my existence. I am the recipient of this, and I don't like it, so I'm judging it negatively. So that can easily tilt into being the victim. Oh God, not again, I have to get some treatment. And very quickly we build up this solidifying story which then directs us towards taking some antidotal or remedial action. Just let it be. What is it that will set your mind working? How is it attending to the actual phenomena as they manifest? It comes and it goes. What more could you say about it? It just comes and it goes. What was it? That is a different discourse. That takes you into a different paradigm, a different way of thinking about things. in the Buddhist tradition, which has come to us from Tibet, there are generally 9 approaches to practice. And each of these begins with a view. If you're operating inside this orientation, you adopt that view. So the first level, it's like what we looked at yesterday, everything is impermanent. Normally we think, here I am in Macclesfield, and Macclesfield's like this, and we know something about the town and so on. So I am locating myself in my past history, and I'm bringing these memories and thoughts into the present to kind of stabilize. Oh, I know where I am. Oh, I've been in this place before. When we attend to impermanence, we see that I've been here before is a defense against, how is it here? This is fresh. This is fresh. But unknown and probably unknowable. I can't actually grasp what this is. So I have some sunshine in my eyes. So that's very... What is that? It's not a what. It's not a what. It's just like this. So as the light comes in, it's refracting slightly. So I see little patterns of color spreading around the nimbus of the sunlight. Just that. It's nothing to do with it. You can't take it to a bank. You can't go into a shop and say, I'd like a bag of peas, I'll give you some sunshine. It's not a commodity. It's not tradable. It's not graspable. It's just this. And the more I can stay with the just thisness, there's less to sort out. Sorting out stuff, like tidying a flat, you have dust. The dust comes in the window. Dust is stuff in the wrong place. Who decides? I personally have a high threshold for dust, so I don't mind. But other people coming in and seeing this pattern of dust everywhere, they say, do you never tidy your place? No. Why would I do that? The dust is welcome. We say, may all sentient beings be happy, may all sunbeams be happy, may all dust be happy. Yeah. So I'm practicing shine, calm sitting, shamatha. Who is your guru? Dust. The dust comes in and it settles. Just. Maybe the wind blows it and it moves again, but it itself, its nature is settling. Dust guru. Never forget your guru. Keep the dust. So when you have a view of impermanence, you see the motility, the movement, which is the flow of our experience. We also are aware of reification, of solidification, of making real. This flat is really dirty, you need to clean it. That is a particular view, it's a cultural view, many people share that view. This is how it should be. So when you introduce an organizing thought, it gives you something to do. So how much dust should you tolerate? 1 day's worth of dust, 1 week's worth of dust, 1 year's worth of dust, a lifetime of dust. At what point do you say, this is too much, I need to tidy this? And what is the organizing function in your mind? Is it a concern about what other people will think? When I was a kid, we had a front room and a kind of ordinary room where we ate. And the front room was for guests. We didn't have all that many guests, but the front room was always very tidy and clean. And the other room was always a bit messy because there were toys on the floor and stuff going on. So it was as if tidiness is for the other, everything being nice, and the nice cups and saucers, they were for guests. It's very strange, isn't it? Well, why wouldn't I have the nice ones? So it's for them. Because we're wanting to impress them. We're wanting them to have a good opinion of us, so we don't let them into the back room. We keep them in the front room. Falsification, public relations. And we do that a lot in life. You know, if you go to therapy, the basic thing in therapy is the therapist, they can't talk about what they hear. So here is a place where you can dump your crap. And you can say all these things about yourself that you don't like and you're worried about and so on. And then you get up and you go out the door and you leave it there. I don't want people to know my worries, my concerns, my fallibilities, the mistakes I've made, the confusion I have. I want them to think well of me, but somehow I don't quite live in a way that would make everything I do be good. So there's a little bit of tension between how I am and how I would like you to see me. Therefore, on with the mask, on with the show. Welcome to the front room. Here we are, holy people, for a day of meditation and deeper contemplation. And it's very beautiful that we're all here. Maybe. Impermanence. Especially the impermanence of my experience, if I really attend to it, shows me I'm not making my experience. Experience arises for me, to me, with me, as me. Because I can merge into the experience that I'm a bit tired, got a cold, and so on and so forth. We have all kinds of stories about this relates to me. This is something about me. Or it's something which is arising and passing. Arising and passing. Who is the experiencer of your experience? So you're sitting at the moment, you can feel your body on the seat. You're having the experience, that's what we might normally say. But in what sense do you have it? You have shoes, you have clothes. Do you have experience in the same way that you have shoes and clothes? The experience is here. You know, usually you go in the shop and you look at the shoes and you find the ones that fit you and within your price range and so on. You've elected to have that formation in your life. But what arises as your experience has just come. I am the recipient of my experience. I am experiencing the life that comes to me. It's my life, but it's delivered to me. Oh. So, because it's being delivered to me, I have, there are various options for how much I tilt into it. A thought might arise and you think, ooh, I don't want to think about that, I don't like that. Or you might enjoy the thought, you might merge into it and feel that it's true. It's not a done deal, because this is arising, as it were, object side. Something is happening to me, for me. And then on the other side, the subject side, I am the one who's experiencing this. So this pattern, this is me, this is my life. And then it's gone. My life is given to me by the happenstance of occurrence. Wow. Not much ego constancy there. So I have the actuality of my experience, and I have my storyline which runs across that as an organizing function. So in a traditional example, my ego sense of self is like a thread, and the experiences moment by moment are like beads. And we bead onto the thread as the story of our life. And what gives it continuity of is, this is me. On the object side, it's a little bit more difficult, because say I suddenly feel a bit sad. Is that a message of deep import? Is that really telling me something vital about myself? Or is it just the vagary, the unpredictability, the uncertainty of the movement of my mind? Now I'm a bit sad. And when you feel a bit sad, the world's slightly different. There's a slight sinking and spreading feeling. Oh, just sort of collapsing. Oh, it's like this. And then something else happens. Oh, how much movement is my life? My life is movement. The breath is moving, the heart is pumping, the hormonal communication systems running in the body. Movement, movement. I am moving in a field of movement. This is the impermanence of my experience. So here we are together in this hall. Some of us were here yesterday. We have been here before. It's the same place. If you don't see that, we'll pray for you. Because you're a lost soul. We were here yesterday. But where were we when we were here yesterday? We were in yesterday's here. And now we've got this moment's here, which is not a homogenized, the here of all the morning. It's the here of this here. Now, this. And then another here, and another here, and another here. So the actuality is the impermanence, or the waves of movement, of revelation, of just this, just this, just this. It's always moving. You see this in iconography, for example. In Bengal, there's a very famous painting of Kali. And she has her hair, she's just been bathing and her hair's all bushed out. This long hair, and it comes like a great cape behind her. And one day, over 100 years ago, somebody had come from Calcutta and he was out walking in the fields. And he saw this girl coming back from the river where she had washed. And he went home and he painted Kali with her hair. So there was an entry into time, and somebody touched in a particular way by this vision of this young girl walking across the rice paddies. And this becomes Kali. And then people look at this picture, this is what Kali looks like. Maybe this is what Jesus looks like. Well, there's a lot of different images of Jesus. You get the Grunwald triptych, and where you get this rotting, greeny flesh. And then you get very beautiful images carved in ivory or in alabaster. What does Jesus look like? We don't know. What does Kali look like? If we had gone to see the mother of that young girl who was coming back from bathing in the river, she would say, oh my God, to have a daughter like this? You don't want it. You don't want it. We're trying to get her married, but she says no. She says no. Who would want daughters? They take the money from the house, they don't do anything. Typical mothers speak in India. Who is she? An image. And when you freeze the image in time, what do you get? A frozen image. Something displaced from time. Something which seems to exist apart from time. It's a representation, a representation. Presentation is presence. We are all here being presented with our experience, presenting ourselves into this space that we are sharing for a while. We are presenting, we are arising and connecting with the potential, and it's always changing moment by moment. But if we were to take a photograph of the situation, and then you could say, oh look, this is me when I was in Macclesfield, that is a representation. And the representation is always based on stupidity and violence. Stupidity, because it is as if we have got something which endures through time. So when you look at a photograph of yourself taken 10 years ago, oh, that's me. Oh, I remember it was really good. We used to do that. That doesn't exist. That's like saying, I live in Great Britain. We are a great nation. Really? Really? Maybe not. Maybe one day we were great because we ripped off all this dosh from every other country in the world. We were the great thieves, and so we became the Great Britain. But it's fading. The money's fading. Just see the potholes in the roads, the shabby state of the buildings. The name continues, but it's about the past. It's not about this. So when you're holding on to the abstraction, to abstract, to take it out, you're living with these abstracted ideas. It is as if these abstractions continue through time. They're like a kind of freezer of the mind. You put something in the freezer and you don't expect it to get moldy because it's being protected from the pulsations of changeability of temperature and so on. And this stable state maintains, this is how it is. So when you look at a photograph of yourself 10 years ago, 20 years ago, and you recognize yourself, that is to say, the idea that I have about me now can also incorporate aspects of the memories I have of how I was then. I make a composite. Oh, that's me. What is the truth of that me? The person identified in the image does not exist. Does not exist. So what is an abstraction? This is something very, very important, because in the Tibetan tradition, time is represented, they talk about the three times, past, present and future. So that's a sequence which is going on all the time. Past into the present, present falling into the future. Past, present and future, going round and round and round. But they also talk about immediate time or true time or time as it is, which is here and now, just here. And just here is the space of your presence within which there is occurrence. Occurrence means it's coming. It's a happenstance. It's not imported. It's not like going to the shops and bringing home 4 oranges. You're not taking something from somewhere, but we're here. And in this space of presence, there's this. And what is arising for you is presenting itself. So you've got presenting occurrence or happenstance and your presence, and you could relax and stay simply present, or you can activate your mental activity, what we would, in the tradition we call dualistic consciousness. I can think about what is happening for me. So I can apprehend, take hold of what is happening for me. And when I do that, I extract it from time and place, from this interactive field in which things are evoked by someone's face, how they look at us. We think, oh, okay, hi, here we are. Something is arising. What is it? So yesterday we were looking. If you follow the what, it will get solid. You will be able to get your hands on it. But if you stay with the how, it's already moving. Huh? I'm just going. What did it mean? Wrong sentence. What did it mean? How could it mean anything? The meaning is derived. It's like when they make whiskey. They distill. They take the water out, or they separate the alcohol from the water. They increase the potency of it. Same if you're turning wine into brandy. You're taking a distillation, an essentializing, which is what happens when we give an account. Oh, what were you doing at the weekend? I was in Macclesfield. Oh, what were you doing there? And you tell a wee story. You give 3 or 4 sentences. It's an abstraction. You've taken the storyline out of the vagaries, the uncertainties of interaction, and you've formulated a story which is meaningful, which gives the other person some kind of access to what was happening for you. Now, we are riding 2 horses at once all the time. One horse with one leg on it is, how is it? Stumm. You can't say, it's just this, it's just this. The other foot is on the horse, what is happening? And then we can say a lot. We develop our storyline, we link, thinking is linking, we build up pictures, and we create patterns that we can invite other people to move inside. So you have conversation. It's not that one is true and the other is false. It's that both are true simultaneously. The how and the what are 2 aspects of the moment. So we have water, and water is flowing, and we have ice, and the ice is not flowing. And the ice is water, and the water is ice. So when you make representation, it is as if you've got to a land where you can apprehend, you can take hold of your experience, and that confirms your existence. I'm here, this is me, this is my life, this is what's happening for me. There's something. It has a shape. Whereas the flow doesn't have a shape. You know, if you just stand and you look at a little stream or river, there's one just across the way, the water's moving and changing. All sorts of things are happening. The wind blows slightly across it, or there's some fish moving in it. How it is how it is. You can't know how it will be. It's just flowing. So when I'm here with you, I'm looking around all the time, feeling some connection with this field of joint engagement that we're in. I say something. I don't know what I'm going to say. It's best for me not to think about what I'm going to say, because it comes from the connectivity. We speak in connectivity. We start with the connection. We start with the contact. And from the contact, all kinds of shifts of co-presencing can occur. Does that make sense? Whereas if I start, as it were, inside myself, if I write out a treatment plan or a speech that I'm going to deliver, I'm then bringing that to you, onto you, placing that on you, and it's very tight. You know, if you go to a conference and people are reading their speeches, that's a particular kind of hell realm. It's so dead, so dulling, so lacking life. Life begins when you extemporize, when you have a trusting of our intuitive connectivity, when we improvise. because it comes into being with all of our energy. So I'm speaking with the group, I hope, that you're being here with me. I look around, I see your faces, and the words come out. So in the tradition, that's called co-emergence. That the field of experience, of which I am part, it's not that I'm outside the field looking at you and you are the field and this is impacting me. That would be a very dualistic sense of it. I am with you in this, because I'm here and I look around, I see your face, but I also experience the pressure on my knees, the pressure on my bum, how my back is. So I, for me, am a flow of experience, and you, for me, are a flow of experience. And these streams of experience are moving together. And this is our co-emergence. And that is ungraspable. The stories we tell about it seem to be more graspable. Now, what I've been describing is, if we attend to our own lives, fairly obvious, but certainly my father never said this to me, my school teachers never said it to me. Everybody said, study hard, try to remember what's taught, do your homework on time, prepare to take the learning from today into the future. That's what you do in an exam. You have to be able to represent it. You learn it, you formulate it, and then at the right time you sit down, you have 3 hours for this exam, make sure you read all the questions first. Now we begin. Then you're regurgitating, you're vomiting up things which have been taken, which are partially digested, and which are expressed in states of quite some confusion and arousal. I used to have to mark lots of exam questions. Could hardly read most of them, because people are so worried and so persecuted by not having enough time. They're scribbling. They probably can't read their own writing. They're not thinking, I'm offering this to the others, so welcome to my front room, my clear mind. No, somehow the examiner's in the kitchen. See this chaos of your mind. At a time where you shouldn't be chaotic, you should be clear. Should. But we are chaotic, and chaos comes when we're not at home in happenstance. Happenstance, just like this. Just like this. Coming. Oh, I feel a bit overwhelmed. So probably all have an experience of getting a bit panicky. Lots of people, sometimes in airports, you feel this. There's all these people going in different directions, trundling their bags, and you're looking up at the screen and they don't show it in time, and then you're running down these corridors, and then, oh, thank God, it's EasyJet, so stand in a queue on the stairs, taking your bag down. Why was I rushing? Now I'm stuck in another queue. Crowd control. You're being manipulated, maneuvered into a shape. Someone else is deciding where I should stand, what I should do, when I can get onto the plane, how I can do these things. But the system is not all that well organized. So I'm having to surrender my autonomy to a situation which is not really in the service of happiness and harmony for me. I'm having to swallow some of the feelings of resistance that I have in order to allow oneself to be invisible in the group. I remember I was bumped onto American Airlines to take me to some place in Europe, and the queue was doing something, and I said something to the woman in her nice uniform that I was being held for a long time and why was there a delay? And she said, you don't need to fly with us, you can go now. Probably that was Donald Trump's mother. You see, right? Well, that's it. You're under the power of a system. So we know about choreography, we know about fitting in, we know about how to take the potential of our body and bring it into harmony with the rhythms of an organization, a situation. That's not a problem. That's not a betrayal of my authenticity. My authenticity is to hold the field in mind, and that these mini oppressors, these anxious controllers, are not paid very much money. They're not supported in their work. They've probably got a horrible supervisor who's biting them to be efficient. It's difficult for them. So if I can put my arm around the whole field, I become more tolerant. Rather than they should be able to do it, and this is outrageous, I'm going to complain. I'm not putting up with this. You know? So here self and other are separated, and I'm judging because I'm a smart cookie and I know what's what. And where am I now? On a little island. I have isolated myself and I'm full of all these feelings and nobody gives a damn. I have cooked for myself a personal purgatory. It is as it is. It is as it is. So there we can see, if I can shift between water and ice, and I start to move into ice, and I get the sense, better stay in the flow, dissolve the ice. Does that make sense? That image. Dissolve the ice, get back in the flow. What you're protesting about is not going to make any difference. You're just going to waste energy. Go with the flow, not succumbing to it, not at the mercy of it, but with awareness. Okay, so this is the deal. It's like this for a while. Relax in the out-breath. So let's do that just now. We just sit here as we are and be with how we are. Whatever arises from the body side, or thoughts, or feelings, or memories, let it come and go. Don't interfere. You don't have to be in charge. Allowing ourselves to get closer to how it is. If I tell it, or the arising moment, what it is, I won't experience how it is. The ice has been installed even before the water begins. But if you stay with the flow of this and this and this and this, it's here and gone. Arising and vanishing, arising and vanishing. If you read the books nowadays, this experience or this quality is described often as luminosity. So if something is luminous, it's giving off light. And the light is a ray, is a movement, is a shine, which impacts us. When I was looking out the window and the sun was just coming up over the hills this morning, there's an amazing feeling. That's the light flowing in. I am the recipient. And I am receiving because I'm open to what I'm receiving. So what we've got is a conjunction of the infinite source, which allows this experience to keep coming and coming and coming, and the infinity of the subject who is just receiving it. Because if I go into a kind of border security position and I'm doing quality control do I really want to import these commodities into my country, into myself? There's a particular kind of wariness in that. I could be contaminated by having thoughts like that. I've been there before, I don't want to go there again. Okay, so I'm kind of wary that there are many possibilities of getting lost. Where am I? Tell the story. I'm in Macclesfield. Where am I? Here. Where is here? Here. But where is it? Here. There you can see how, if you settle into the immediacy of the openness, that here is always there. It's not a permanent thing. It's not some solid ground that you're standing on. I'm here, just here. What is happening here, I don't know. But you said you were here. If you're here, how come you don't know what's happening here? This is a paradigm confusion. These are two matrices of interpretation or experience that are occurring. Here is just here. It's not utilizing or manifesting any organization of experience. It's not fitting it into any category. It's just open to how it is. It's just this. Just this. So, recently I was in a play park with some small people, 3 and 4 years of age. And it's very interesting. A lot of little kids of that age in the park, and the swings and the slide and little climbing things. And the kids are exploring and doing things. And then all of a sudden the mum's running forward. No, not that one, do this one. The mother knows that is too much for the child. The child doesn't know that, which is an overarching interpretation based on experience. The child's just, oh, I could go here. This is good. They're not thinking, I push the swing and the swing comes back. And when it comes back, oh. They just think, woo, pong. So the mother's anxiety, living in the 3 times, past, present, and future, thinks, whoa, don't do that. And the child's just there. So here, just being open is not enough. Because that kind of naivety, that kind of hope, it'll be fine, is not always the case. So we're working with experience. We're working with the patterns of the world. And if we push something and it comes back, we need to move with that. Not on the basis of fear or anxiety, but of the sense of moving objects coming towards me require me to be ready to move. I may or may not have to move, but I am moving in a moving world. So taking up a position where it'll be okay, it'll be fine, is not very effective. Now, St. Donald has shown us that. He says, NATO, don't fall asleep on it. It's not secured. You thought you were in a nice bed, and you thought America's second name was duvet. And you were very cozy. Well, fuck you. Fuck you. Where's the dosh? It'll cost you. There's no such thing as a free lunch. We were asleep. We were in a realm of assumptions. He's run across that in a particular way, a rather rough way, but it's certainly shaken things up. It's like, what am I entitled to? Who will take care of me? Where does my security lie? In someone else, like Big Daddy, going to do everything? Or does my security lie in being here now, being present with the moving field, as part of the moving field, as movement within movement? Because if we have that, then we don't fall asleep on the job. So that's the idea of luminosity or clarity. When you see how your sensations, your feelings, your memories arise and pass, their phenomenological actuality, that is to say, how they are, the how-ness of a sensation in your body is woo. So you can't really represent it in words, but you know what it's like. You have some kind of woo, and then it's gone. It's not a thing, but it is impactful. It is impactful. The wind blows, and you see the right time of year, you see the long grass in the field swaying with the wind, and it's so amazing. That's like us. We are responding to these movements, coming from outside to in, coming from inside to out, just pulsations. Staying relaxed, staying open, letting it flow. And then we are living in the field of connectivity. We have optimal possibility of relating to people, of connecting. I had breakfast this morning in a cafe with Dorothy, and we were talking about, how friendly the staff were and that you could greet people in the street. And in London, you can't do that. I had permission to say to some guys going off to play football something about what they were going to do, and then I made some comment to someone else working with some plants. There's a sense here that the space is open, that you can move into it because they are in a public sphere. They've come out of their flat, they're in the street, they are available. In London, it's not like that. In London, even if you're on the street, you're cocooned inside your private world, which is, of course, a violence to the other. Leave me alone. Which is very perverse. You don't get that generally in the world. In African tribal culture, in the Himalayas, you just wouldn't encounter that, because people know that life is connectivity. But if you take it to the other extreme, life is my individual choice. I have my mobile phone. I have everything I need in there. I don't need you. You are an intrusion onto the integrity of my isolated existence. I am an isolate, and I want to be isolated, so fuck off. That's what's being pumped out all the time. It's terribly lonely. It's terribly lonely. Because actually, we need all these other people, because they are our world. When the world is closed against you, we all end up in the prison system. In prison, you get locked in a cell. Very often in Britain, 23 hours a day or more, you're locked in the cell. You can't go out. No one can come in, but you can't go out. So, we have the water and the ice. We have the flow of the arising and ungraspable presentation of the moment, and we have the ice, which is what we can apprehend. And who makes the ice? We. Ice is formulated by dualistic consciousness. Dharma is very vast and goes in all kinds of directions, and we've got one little Saturday to keep putting it in. So it may feel a bit technical or a bit dense, but I'm trying to present to you the tradition. When we're just here, relaxed, we don't need to interfere with what's going on. We are aware of this embodiment, but it's embodiment as movement, as experience, not as thing. I don't have a body. Body is a dynamic aspect of my experience moving towards the world. So, for example, say I've got a sore back. As I get up, I have to factor that into how I get up. I have to factor that into how I walk on the pavement. If I'm on a street near here which is made of cobbles, if my back is sensitive, I need to be careful because they're unstable, and if I twist suddenly, that's going to get worse. So how I'm proceeding in the world is being mediated through a kind of wariness, a kind of sensitivity to risk or danger, or I need very controlled circumstances, so that when I put my foot on the ground, I don't want it to wobble. I want it to be stable. I'm looking for something. I'm having a selective attention, so that if my back was okay, I just go from the pavement onto the cobbles and then back onto the pavement. But now stepping off the pavement onto the cobbles, this is much more risky. This is more dangerous. I have to be more attentive. I have to be mindful. I have to be with a feedback loop of, is this okay? So this processing of experience is traditionally, it's not called rigpa or awareness or presence. It's called consciousness or dualistic consciousness, vijnana or namparshepa, which means I am conscious of something. I, me, self-referential, self-validating I start with myself. I experience this thing. This is what is happening. Do I like it? Do I not like it? Can I make it different? Can I not make it different? This mental activity arises on the basis of objectification, that there is something there which can impact me. And I am like ice, because I am this shape, I have my identity, I have my likes and dislikes, consolidated. All these different aspects of myself come together. This is me. And yet, I'm going to step onto the cobbles and I see a tiny little blue flower. Holiday. Holiday from my mind, from my anxiety. I'm taken out of myself. Where am I taken? Am I taken hostage? Am I taken prisoner? Taken out of myself. I'm self-forgetfulness. Back is gone, cured, this miraculous flower. So we'd have these experiences. When I'm full of myself, I'm burdened by myself. And when I'm taken out of myself, when I'm touched and moved, I'm invited back into the flow. So this is very radical. It's very close to us. It's not some theory you have to believe in. You don't have to believe in anything with this. You just attend to how you imprison yourself, how you tighten up, how you cut off, and how you dissolve, how you melt back into the flow. In the tantric system, there's a lot of attention to melting. So, for example, you visualize a deity in front of yourself, and you recite their mantras or prayers, and you imagine rays of light coming from the deity into you and dissolving the solidity of your isolated self, so that your body becomes filled with light, and then your body of light merges with the deity, and the light dissolves into nothing. And then from nothing, the flow of experience arises. In these practices, the logic of it is you're stuck on ice island. You're stuck in this solidification of yourself, which seems to resist and be apart from what's going on. by dissolving this, and by dissolving it into the light of the Buddha presence, whether it's Tara or Chenrezig or Padmasambhava, dissolve into that light, and light into nothing, and nothing into this. This is how something comes from nothing, because the something that comes from nothing is a nothing something. Our mind operates in terms of either or. It's either this or it's that. It's either empty or it's full. It's either real or it's a fantasy. But what we looked at yesterday in terms of emptiness, because when we truly stay with our experience, we don't find any enduring substance. We find more caress after caress after caress, and sometimes a slap. We have these different kinds of moments, but they are all dynamic. So if I stay with that, I'm already in the domain of movement. I am movement. What moves? Like the water in the river moves, the light moves, sound moves. I speak to you. Sound arises and spreads and dissolves into silence. Big wave. That's all it is. We move with it. Why not? We are labile. We are unfixed. But when we feel fixed, when we think, oh, I fucked my life up. I don't know what I did. I blew that relationship. I'll never get it back. She hates me. And I don't know what to do. I'm just adrift in life. She was my anchor. That I just didn't appreciate what I had. I've heard these stories so many times. I've lived these stories also. How could I have done that? That is the suffering of samsara. That is the suffering which arises from judgment. I don't think it's working between us. Well, I can't go on like this. And so you make a break. I've had enough. We've tried, but it can't go anywhere. Now I'm free. Free as ice. I am my own little iceberg floating. Iceberg seeks iceberg for mutual comfort. What stopped me staying fluid with that person? We meet someone, we like them, we get to know them, we fall in love, we seem to melt towards each other in terms of erotic arousal, in terms of enjoyment of each other's company, finding a way to cook together, plan holidays and so on. Lots of things which are a bit bumpy, and you learn to give ground, to negotiate, to communicate, all of which is water. So you learn that, and then somehow it doesn't quite work. You start to retract, you get upset, you don't like the way somebody does something. I don't like it when you do that. I'm making a judgment about you. I've seen what you do and I don't like it. So what? No, but I don't like it. So what? Oh, okay, then I won't think about it. Okay, good. We'll get on with life. I don't like it. And it gets more solid, and I'm now in my castle, up on the balustrade, boiling up the oil to pour on. You get out, just fucking leave me alone. I work all day and I come home and it moan, and you haven't, and you should have. Oh, fuck off, just. And then you're alone. And the issue was, I got solid. I got trapped in the earth element, in consolidating my positioning, who I am, what I can tolerate. I will not tolerate this. I mean, here, in this country, you know, you come to these little bridges going over the streams, they've got a sign like 10 tons maximum, because it's a very old bridge and it'll collapse. So what is my tolerance? How much shit can I put up with? If you have a baby, you will be putting up with a lot of shit, because babies are very good at pooing and peeing, and they do it consistently, and a lot of life is just the smell of, oh God, go and wash your hands again. You put up with it. You can't really take the baby back and say, can I not have one that doesn't poo? You stitch up their bum. We put up with it. So something happens where we can be tolerant or intolerant. So this is a very helpful thing for you to investigate for yourself when your generosity or your openness or your willing to receive and respond starts to tighten up and you go into judgment. Because then you start to build up a story about the other. I know what you're like. No. I know what you're like. Yeah, you say that, you always say that, but I know what you're like. So now I believe that my story about you is the truth of you. It doesn't matter what you say, because I know who you are. That's a terrible cul-de-sac to go down. That's an absolute dead end. Because how will you get out of it? The more certain you become of your knowledge about who Putin is, or who Trump is, or who you are, the more you're boxed into a corner. You have definite knowledge and you are paralyzed by your knowledge. I can't do that. Do you know what they're like? I'm not going to do that. So you're starting with knowledge, and the knowledge is abstracted. It's floating above the fluttering ungraspability of moment by moment by moment. Does that make sense? And it's very sad. If we can come back into our breath, breathing in, breathing out, pulsation, unification, harmonization, discordancy. It's a bit of a bumpy ride, but it's still connectivity. But when you isolate yourself and say, I'm not going to put up with this, then you're in another realm. So this is what we can observe. I mean, we have these words like meditation. In the tradition, they say you should listen to teachings. It also includes reading. Then you should reflect on the teaching, and then you should do the practice. And very often we go from learning something about Dharma to getting a meditation method, and then we do the meditation. But the middle point, the reflection, perhaps we don't do enough. Because the reflection is to take these ideas of Dharma and bring them very close and, well, do they fit me? Do they actually illuminate my life? Is this just some compensatory fantasy, something I learn that takes me into the stratosphere? Or is it actually very close? Is it as close to me as my own skin? So that when I hear impermanence, I really feel that. Since I woke up this morning, so many thousands of things have occurred. Or moments of experience. It's this and this and this and this and this. So gone. I'm gone. This is the vital living truth of how I am. And then I have my storyline. The story of ice. As I carve the ice into all kind of different shapes. Definite shapes, who I am, who you are. But the ice is not different from the water. So it's not either water or ice, it's both and, water, ice. So in this famous text, the Heart Sutra, it says, form, meaning the shapes that we see in the world, and to which we project or imagine a true existence or entitative life. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Form is not other than emptiness. Emptiness is not other than form. So it's not saying that this world is nothing at all. It's saying it's like an illusion. When you see a rainbow in the sky, you see something you can't get. When you see a mirage on the hot road in the summer, you're seeing something you can't get. You can't get a mirage. You see it, it influences you. You think, wow. You're touched by nothing. You're touched by a pattern. When you look at the clouds, it's really nice with kids. You lie on the grass, you look at the clouds, you think, this one's an elephant, this one's a frog. And you identify, this is our imagination. We are construing, interpreting what it is, except what it is a cloud. The cloud is a cloud, and the wind blows on that high level, and the cloud changes shape and changes shape and changes shape. It's always formulating. This is our life. It is like an illusion. It's not an illusion, but it's like an illusion in the sense that our experiences are impactful and yet have no internal essence to them. The essence of appearances is their appearing. There's no one behind it. Remember the Wizard of Oz. Go on this long pilgrimage to find the wise man who knows everything. And when the pilgrims arrive there, and there's a screen and this voice is coming out, and then Dorothy goes and pulls the curtain apart, and there's a little guy with a loudhailer. It's an illusion. Where is this wise person? But they had construed this big story, and on the basis that this magical person was there, they went on the pilgrimage, and through being on the pilgrimage, the lion gained courage. And the Tin Man got a heart, because that's what they learned in their shared experience together. It wasn't given to them by someone else, but the engagement was ripening, and it opened them to different aspects of their potential. So this is how our life is. So, but of course, if I just continue that, the lion gets courage, but on the way home it meets an angry elephant. So, okay, you're kind of 5 times my size, 10 times my weight. I'm a very brave and courageous lion, but I think I'll go the other way. So it's not that you arrive at a point where now you're the hero, victor of the world. It changes. You still have to work with circumstances. You gain more integrity. That is to say, if we follow the logic of that story, each of these figures gets, in our modern language, you say, rewired. That is to say, all the disparate aspects of themselves are brought into conjunction. The circuits are revitalized, the fuses are put back in, and so each of them has more articulation in themselves and into the environment. And that's how wisdom and compassion go together. Because if we're going to relate to other people, to receive them in their unique, specific particularity, how you are, if we're going to receive that and respond to it, we need to have a very, very big box of Lego inside. Because if we're going to create ourselves in a way that will be fitting to the other. How shall I speak? What shall I say? It's a bit like when you hear from a friend that their partner or one of their children has died. What shall I say? There is no right thing to say. You say something, and it could be that in that moment it touches the other person, or it could be it's just the wrong thing to say. But you didn't know. How could you know? You can't get it right. You do what you can. You try to get the sense of how they are, how their face looks. Have they been crying? Are they giving you any eye contact? There's a quality of the situation as they tell you about this tragedy in their life. But you cannot know what to do. But if you stay with the connectivity, then the connectivity will speak through you and you do your best. You can't get it right. So overthinking brings you to ice. Connectivity brings you back into the flow. We do what we can. It flows through us. So, form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. How did that accident happen? Your son was cycling home and the car just hit him. And hearing this stuff, it's like form, form, form. That's awful. That's terrible. If it becomes too serious, too real, we become paralyzed. If it's not at all serious, we've missed the mood of the occasion. So we want to tune into this terrible event which has happened and respond without reifying it, without making it solid, without making it fixed. Because if it becomes fixed, what we're doing is screwing the person who's already had the loss, we're screwing them into the domain of grief, because they're saying that it shouldn't have happened and it's terrible and I'm so sorry and da-da-da and da-da. Wow, it's getting very heavy because the flowers are also growing. Now, we wouldn't say that to the person who's weeping and in grief. We're not trying to get them out of it, but it's a fact, and we hold the field, and life is here, and your sorrow is part of life. It has a place in life. At the moment, it is as if it is the totality of your experience, but after even a week, it will be something which has happened, which has a reverberation going through your life, but it's not the truth of your life. So that's something very powerful for us, is how shall I do this? We cannot know. I'm here. Would you like me to say anything, or shall I shut up? Do you want me a cup of tea? Whatever, you make little gestures, but we don't know. And what is particularly important here is awareness doesn't know. So in that sense, awareness is kind of stupid. It doesn't have arms and legs. It's just aware. But it's aware of the whole field, undivided. It receives everything. And so it has optimal connectivity with the resources available. Dualistic consciousness is trying to work out what has happened, what needs to be done, what should I do. So it's already, it's beginning with an abstraction, a solidification, a reification, and it's proposing that if I think enough, if I plan enough, I can find the right thing to do. So it's formulating in terms of form. It's thinking, what form shall I take? But if we go back to the Heart Sutra, form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. So whatever form I adopt, it's empty. It's not ideal. So if you've thought and found your specially chosen words and you offer them and they're discounted because the person just can't hear it at this moment, doesn't mean it's bad or it's good. It's just how it is. It's just how it is. There's no way to get it right, because right and wrong apply to patterns of concepts. They don't apply to the actuality of our existence. So there we see these two possibilities. It's not that awareness is always good and dualistic consciousness is bad. It's that we need to have the integrity, the non-duality of dualistic consciousness and open awareness. And then we start to see how they move together. And we'll look at that more after the break. So we have a break now for half an hour. Okay, so we have, what we were looking at is that we have access to awareness, we can open to our own awareness, and we can engage through dualistic consciousness in processing experience, developing narratives, evaluating, coming to conclusions, and so on. Now, generally speaking, we have a notion that samsara, or our experience of limitation, our experience of kind of entrapment in the shape that we have now, the configuration of our work situation, our family situation, and so on. This is me, and I'm held in this by ignorance or unawareness of the true ground, the ground of my being. So in the Dzogchen tradition, we have this thing called ngotro, or pointing out how the mind actually is. So we've already been doing this in an informal way. When we look for our mind, or the basis of who I am, some inner essence of self, some configuration that is truly me, what do we find? We find that we have been many different people in our lives. We've had many, many different interests. We've had many different identities. We've been seen by other people in particular ways. We've often experienced not being seen. Very often our experience in going through school is that we have quite a lot of teachers who don't seem to get us, who are not interested in us. And if we're lucky, there's one teacher who somehow seems to clock who we are, and they give us a bit of extra time or suggest something, and that sets some wheels rolling. That is to say, when I don't find my own ground, when I imagine my own ground, that I'm maybe lazy or stupid or can't do this, that I can be defined in some ways, then that life as an entity, life as a thing, becomes the basis of who I am. But the mind itself is not a thing. So we have experiences, and we can process the experience and come to a conclusion which seems to be stuck inside us and provide a basis for our enduring identity. So say, for example, when you're a small child, if you're often irritable and angry and that energetic movement becomes identified by other people. He's always gurning, he's always complaining, he's always on about something. And so we have a sense that other people know who we are, and their sense of who we are is consolidating our wobbling potential. And then we think, I have a problem with anger. So I need to deal with my anger because it annoys other people. I become the sort of the owner of myself. And therefore, because I am my own person, it behoves me to organize myself in a way that's more harmonious with other people. So I need to work on myself. You might go to therapy or to a growth group or a dancing group, and you try to free yourself from these limitations. So what you've got there is a fundamental polarity or duality between my intrinsic state or my intrinsic potential, which is just there, and yet hidden from me by my own active development and construction of my sense of self. Does that make sense? So I can't see what I've been calling the phenomenological actuality, the immediacy of how this moment and this moment and this moment is revealed through me, because I am like a traffic policeman trying to maintain some image of myself. And it could be that the image of myself that I'm trying to maintain is a negative image. I'm a horrible person, people don't like me, I hate myself. This day, today, people will kill themselves in Britain. They will take an overdose, they'll drive badly and set up a crash. They will say, I need to die, I can't bear it, it's awful. We see how terrible that is, because what's happening for them is that they are cooking certain messages from the past, certain beliefs about themselves. They're essentially saying, I am the content of my mind, and my mind is full of shit, and I can't get the shit out of my mind, and I can't bear living with the smell of my own shit, all my mistakes, my faults, and I seem to drive people away, and I don't know why or how. Fuck it, I'm out of here. And then the world's better off without me, and I'm better without me, because this is not going anywhere. What you see in the tragedy of suicide is that people are coming to conclusions. I know the shape of my life. It will not be different. It cannot be different. Why? Because this is me. And so the patterning of the moments of our existence are interpreted as the truth of our existence. A bit like when you're a kid, and in the comics they often have these pictures where there's lots and lots of dots, and some of the dots have got numbers next to them, and you have to get a pencil and join 1 to 2 to 3 to 4, and then gradually something arises like an elephant or a dog. So there are many, many dots, but not all have a number. So we have huge potential, infinite dots, if you like, but due to our neurosis, and also due to the neurosis of the people around us, parents, teachers, and so on, we come to have a figure ground split. And so instead of all these dots being part of our potential, some of them become figural and seem to be over-determining who we are. I'm useless, I'm a waste of space, people don't like me, and so on. And once you have that configuration as the truth of yourself, where can you go? Because dualistic consciousness is about the verb to be. I am, you are. I am Scottish. I am a man. I am old. I am not very well. And on the basis of these assertions and conclusions, I'm going to proceed. So they become, these beliefs become the ground I'm standing on. I know what I'm like. Shh, I know what I'm like. No, I don't want to hear it. I know what I'm like. It's hopeless. I've worked a lot with people who were full of suicidal tendencies. And it's very difficult because so often it's linked with a stubbornness. And the part of the stubbornness is, at least I can know who I am. At least I can define who I am. So it's awful. I can bear this. The hope I can't bear. Because the hope opens up other possibilities. Maybe, let's see, let's try. Fuck it, I've had enough. I've had enough. Full stop, end of story, enough. And that definite knowledge can be reassuring if you have a kind of profound existential confusion. I know I'm a thing. I know I exist. This is my existence, and you don't like me. And I don't like me, so what's the point? Because the existence is the limit of my potential. So from a Buddhist point of view, this is so tragic that the person is believing that the current content of their mind is a true account of the potential of their mind. So, in this cup already I've had some peppermint tea and now I've got some water. When there was peppermint tea in this cup, it was a cup of peppermint tea. Now it's a cup of water. It could have orange juice, it could have coffee in it. This is a container, and the container is situationally defined by the content, because it was true, this was a cup of peppermint tea, but now it's a cup of water. So what has happened to the peppermint tea cupness of the cup? It's gone. It was true, peppermint tea, now it's not true, it's water. Oh, that's like me. Sometimes I'm happy, sometimes I'm sad. Because how I am is linked with how you are, with whether the sun's shining or not, with state of my health and so on. My existence is conversational. That is to say, it's evoked in the toing and froing of connecting with the environment. We know that the real danger time for people committing suicide, if they're put onto a psychiatric ward, is in the first 2 or 3 days. Because they're disoriented, they don't know where they are, they don't know any of the people, and they're spinning in their own horribleness, and they want to get out of it. Once you get used to being on the ward, you get to know the nurses, you start to have conversations and chatting, there's more, you're more labile, you're moving like the skin on your face, you're responding to situations. But when you're new, it's just as if you're a fixed bone structure. This is me. And at that point, there's nothing to be done, and that's when people kill themselves. Same going into prison. The first week in prison, very dangerous time for suicide, because you're not having interactions that take you out of yourself and also link you into other aspects of yourself. When you see, if you're suffused with self-hatred and you find that somebody likes you, and you push them, and you see, oh, they actually like me, my proposition that I am unlikable is proved false. Because now I've got two factors. I hate myself, but you quite like me. I don't understand why you would like me, because I'm horrible. But my monologic discourse, my unidirectional discourse, I'm horrible, I'm a waste of space, is meeting some kind of pulsation coming from you, because there's some light around your eye, some smile around your mouth. And if I receive that and move with that, I'm relocated. I'm taken out of the slough of despond, and I'm installed in an arena of possibility. So, under the power of unawareness, we don't see the intrinsic openness of our mind, and instead we focus on the transient content of the mind. But because we want to have stability, we misconstrue, we misidentify the transient content as signs of a fixed situation. So if you get a stream of bad luck, it can seem like the proof of your proposition that you're a waste of space and no one likes you. Or you can find a way through. That due to causes and conditions, I had a long bad patch where everything seemed to go wrong. I lost my job, my relationship tanked. But somehow it's getting a bit better. Somehow, I don't know, it's just getting better. So the furniture of my mind, if you like, starts to show its IKEA potential, its falling apartness. And your smile is the Allen key to my soul. Why not? So I start to loosen up. I start to get some kind of motility in myself, and with that, some more traction on the world. Because the more plastic I am, the more I can link it with you into the conversation. So if you go outside and the sun's shining, 3 people are standing, you just walk up and you join them and you have a few sentences together. And it wasn't a wall. And people are quite welcoming, but maybe what they're talking about is not really your cup of tea, so you just smile and then you move away. And you move in and out. And each of these is like a little gentle caress that brings your sensitivity to the surface. But if you're locked in strong definition, it's very difficult. So I've been using quite an extreme example, thinking about suicide. But our ego sense of self is also a construct. I exist. I am James. So I am James. I am James from Scotland, and so on and so forth. So once I've taken the I and brought it into connection with existence rather than experience, shape, formation is starting to congeal or solidify around me. Does that seem to make sense? Actually, what I'm experiencing is experience, and experience is ever changing. So my conclusion about existence is a conceptual identification. I'm solidifying it. Like, I often get sad. I could get depressed. I have a tendency to depression. I need to see the doctor about my depression. You can take that storyline and you can thicken it, like taking arrowroot powder and sprinkling it into warm water, and it makes this cooling, I don't know what you would call it. It cools, and Tibetans eat it in the summertime with chili, because the arrowroot paste is quite soft on the throat and nice on a hot day. So the water is thickened by this very fine powder, like making a roux, making a sauce. What am I sprinkling into the flow of my life? What is it that I'm doing that thickens my sense of self? I. Okay, so each of us, we can close your eyes and say, I. I. It's quite open. I. And now I am. I am. I am. I am myself.
I am myself.
Quite a bit of powder going in there. It's thickening up nicely. Do you get the feeling tone of that? That I is quite open and fresh. It's just a beginning. I'm present. Essentially, I is, here I am. I am. I exist. I am. Then James, or I am myself. And that seems to indicate a continuity of substance. So I has no substance. I is just I. It's like the space of the room. Well, I came early yesterday afternoon and there was a class in here and they're all doing movement together. So this space has incredible potential. You could have dance classes, music classes, you could have all sorts of things. Because it's a welcoming space. I is like that. It's not defined by its openness. And although there was a class of movement, that was for a while, and then we arrived and we set up our situation with the chairs and so on. I am. So, when the texts are talking about the origins of samsara and the beginning of how our world is, it's the moment when I am arises and appears to have an autonomy. In the Tibetan language they call it Dagni Chikpo. Dagni means like the boss or the owner or the master, and Chikpo means soul or singular. So there's a formation which arises, and it is vanishing. It's always vanishing. Everything which occurs vanishes. All phenomena are impermanent. They arise and they pass. But with the anxiety of this, because this is an intrusion or an extrusion, seems to be something coming out which is a part. What is this? Because before, if you like, everything's been arising and dissolving, and now there's something which seems to insist and which seems to exist through time. I am. And yet the content of the I am is always changing. Because we see that in ourselves. Our body is at ease, and then it's less at ease. We're thirsty, then we drink, we're not thirsty. We need to have a pee, we have a pee, we don't need to have a pee. We live with situationally specific patternings, which are true in their patterning, in the facticity of, oh, this. But there's no enduring essence. And so this first stage is called the first level of ignorance or ignoring, in which your gaze shifts from the field within which it's occurring and fixates on the content in the field. So, if you just take up your hand and look at your hand, quite a useful hand. Yeah? How's the room when you're looking at your hand?
Smaller.
We don't see it. We're looking at our hand. The room has not vanished, but our hand has come to absorb all our attention. So it is figural, or foreground, and it is as if the room sinks into the background. But nothing has shifted. The room is here. My hand is in the room. But I'm looking at my hand. There is no room. So everything changes, although nothing has changed. Everything has changed. Nothing has changed. Oh, wow. You are not here. I'm here. You are here. I'm here with you. Both are possible. So it's not either or, it's both and. There is both the unique specificity of my hand as I gaze at it, and there is the field of experience within which this is occurring. Yeah? Figure and ground. If the figure can be awakened to as part of the ground, part of the field of experience, it takes its place. It's incorporated, it's included as an aspect of experience. Yeah? But there's an anxiety about attention, because what we call our ego self requires attention. Mom, mom, mom. Anyone who's had kids will have heard this echoing and echoing and echoing. Mom, look at this with me. No, I'm busy. Mom, mom, you have to. I'm doing the dishes. Mom. So this means, Mum, I don't care about you or your life or what you like or what you don't like. I'm telling you, you are my mother. Don't you dare imagine that you have another life, that you have anything more interesting than me. I am the winner. Sounds like Donald. And he's very much doing that. He does anything to get attention. Putin's my friend, Putin's my enemy. He doesn't care, as long as it stirs it up. He's a stirrer. And when he stirs, everyone goes, what's he going to do now? So all eyes on Donald. Hello. And that's what children do. Some kids will throw themselves on the ground and have a temper tantrum. Do you want to have a temper tantrum at home? Or do you want to have it in the supermarket? You can see, we want attention, because attention is the validation. You are the other, I am the self. If you give me attention, you're validating my existence. What we have is a stream of experience, it's arising and passing, but I am being consolidated. I am being reinforced as myself by my mum. She may be really pissed off with me, or she may be very considerate and comforting, but however she is, she's saying, I will give you my attention. So this is like the first level of ignorance, in which a formation is within the field, but it starts to appear separate. I exist. And because I exist, if I want to look for the ground of my being, I look inside. What am I? Who am I? How shall I be? So I'm developing a narrative about myself, just as parents are developing a narrative. And then you have the interaction of these narratives. Very often when the baby's in the womb, there's already a preparation, maybe if there's enough space, having a room put aside, having a little cradle, getting some baby clothes, and thinking of names. And nowadays, with the scan, you can get the gender if you want, and you can start to prepare in that direction. And so the baby's identity is already being shaped and formed in the minds of the parents. And they're thinking maybe about schools, and they go to different schools and see how it is, and they're thinking, what will be the best school for my child? Which is a loving thing to do, but of course it's based on the parents' fantasies and identifications, because the baby's still very far away from school, but because of the anxiety about getting school places, people often worry ahead. The baby is being called into existence by people thinking about it. So two things are happening. Here's the baby, holding a little baby, little head. You're being with the baby, and you're thinking about the baby. So there you've got the cusp, there you've got the rocking point between being aware with the awareness of the baby in these big eyes, and whatever you're doing is not doing anything. We're not doing, developmental exercises, because it's so important to start the process of learning early on. So I'm going to 1, 2, I know you can't speak yet, but 1, 2. If we don't go down that road, you're just with the baby. And the thing about babies is they empty you out. Because if you tune into the baby, there's nothing to say. There's nothing really to think. There's just looking and, let me take hold of your finger. Best thing ever. Little fingers. It's amazing. We're emptied out. And then when you start to think about the child, I think about the child. So the child is both a subject. I'm sharing moments of intersubjectivity or being with, and I'm thinking about the child as if it was an object. So there you see awareness and dualistic consciousness. Both are in operation. And gradually, as the child starts to move, you start to once the infant is able to crawl along the carpet, immediately you start to think about plugs and what could they pull, and that there are loose wires coming down. You're starting to think about where could danger be for them. As long as they're just sort of lying there and they can't move, that's very nice, that's very safe. But now they're moving in the world, and our thoughts go ahead of them. So we're thinking about them in order to help them survive, and we're incorporating them in culture. So this is how our dualistic consciousness works. It fills in identity for the child until such time as the child can start to develop its own identity. And then they put a notice on the bedroom door, keep out. This is my room. You want to say, it's my house, I pay for everything. No, okay, you don't want me to come into your bedroom, so who's going to tidy it? I'm not going to tidy it. I've been listening to WhatsApp, and James Lowe said that dust is good. So I'm a follower of Dzogchen dust. The child gradually develops its own personality, its reading of the situation. It comes into existence. And yet each moment of this existence is just this. So it's not an either or. It's not that we have to get rid of samsara and go to some spaced out place somewhere else where everything's just very open and shiny. In this moment, in the unique specific precision of each moment, it is just this. It's just this. And it is what we say it is, both. They are non-inclusive. So when Dzogchen means the great completion or the great inclusion, which means the freshness of direct awareness and the turbidity, the fogginess, the cloudiness of conceptual elaboration. Both are within. It's not that you get rid of one to get the other, that awareness is good and dualistic consciousness is bad, because dualistic consciousness is how we operate in the world. So I'll just track us down through the development of unawareness. After this first moment of disruption or dislocation, we want to hang on to something. So the way my teacher explained it, it was like there's someone just at ease, wandering along, maybe drunk, singing a song, and they're just part of what's going on. And they come to some stairs and they fall down the stairs. What happened? What happened? I fell down the stairs. So I've got experience, maybe sensation in the body or whatever, something, but it's not really graspable. But as soon as I say, what happened? The invitation is to call in concepts as the stabilizer of the interpretation of experience. Does that make sense? I fell down the stairs. That was upsetting. I need to take more care. You could see, excuse me, all the different lines of ramification that could flow out from that, which are about consolidating. There's me and the world, and I just had an accident because I wasn't paying attention to the world. So the world as other is the arena I have to connect with. I have to breathe in, otherwise I'll die. I have to take the world into me. The other becomes self. I drink the water, and the water goes down my throat, eventually down and down through the bladder, and I urinate. The urine, I don't want to be me. So the water is not me, the water in me is me, and the urine is not me, which is an amazing thing. So not me or other becomes self, and then self becomes other. You say, oh, that's going on all the time. So these fixed categories of self and other, I'm just James. James is who I am. Come on, I'm not anybody else. I'm James. You remember my name? I'm James. Self. But my selfing arises in relationship with how the field is, with how others are, whether you're friendly or not friendly, whether you seem interested or not interested. So my emergence is with you. It's not against you, it's with you. And when I can experience that, my being and my being with you are non-oppositional. Yeah? But if I'm insisting on, but I'm me and fuck you, I'm the boss, me first, I'm the winner, then in order for me to have full stage, you have to be in the background. You better minimize your need to assert yourself, because this is my world on my terms. And that's what Donald Trump is showing us again and again. He is a very, very helpful person, because his shamelessness allows him to show aspects that most of us would hide. So he's just, it's all up there. He's so confident that he can get away with anything. Okay, so how I am and how you are born together. They link together. What's possible is what is possible with you. So in the break, we were standing around, we had little bits of conversation with different people. The things you can say about to one person, you can't say to another person. Even if you don't know them very well, You're just chatting a bit. And some words could come up and this gets swallowed because it's not quite right. We can't, if I'm going to stay with the connection with you, and I put connectivity before my existence, I have to soften my assertion of my existence in order to maintain contact. That's how we learn to fit in at school, isn't it? You find out what game they're going to do in the playground because autumn's coming and it's playing conkers with the chestnuts or whatever it would be. There used to be big seasonal cycles of games in playgrounds. And that's the deal. And so you do what the deal is. Which means self and field are not two domains. They are not two domains. I am relational, I am situational. How I am is not exactly dependent on how you are, but it is influenced by how you are. Influence, that is to say, my felt sense of how you are flows into me through my eyes, and if we're talking together, through hearing your tone of voice, through getting a sense of whether we are in contact, and that then becomes a medium, a pathway of flowing communication. So we are influencing each other. And if you've got a friend and you're going to meet them and you meet them in a cafe and you haven't seen them for a while, you end up blethering and you're talking and there's all of this stuff because you trust that it will be okay. And you say what you want to say and they hear it. So there's giving and receiving, just as free pulsation. And then you go back to work and you have a meeting with the boss and it's very different. It's very different. We have the potential to be relaxed and connected, but we also have the potential to be blocked, to be stymied, to become frozen. And sometimes it's very suitable to be frozen. So the key thing is not to set it up that relaxed, spaciousness, spontaneous, improvisational being with is the best and the other is wrong or bad. It's that the diversity of the field of experience is enormous. And these are all the patternings or potential of the ground, or the space that we share. Why is it like this? We don't know. Nobody knows. How it is, we can have access to because we hear with our senses. How shall I be? This is dangerous because the shall is implying a trajectory into the future, a preparation. Let me think about how I should be. Whereas if we stay with the connection, the connectivity itself gives rise to our being with. It gives rise to being with. So we receive and we respond. So as this vibratory enclosure is starting to form around us, it's a bit like, to use a traditional example, if you were out at night with a bonfire and you took a brand from the fire, a burning stick, and you rotate it round your head, at a certain acceleration you see a circle of fire. There is no circle of fire there, but it is an appearance, an experience which you see. There is a circle of fire, and there isn't a circle of fire. So it's like a rainbow or a cloud shape. This is the sense of self. It is maintained by activity. It is returned to again and again. When you look for yourself, you can't find anything because you have moods And sometimes you're happy, sometimes you're sad, sometimes you're friendly, sometimes you're jealous, sometimes you're frustrated, you're lonely. Whatever these many different flavors could arise, they are situationally how you are, but on the basis of that, we cannot say definitively, that's who you are, because it's changed and gone. So what is this self? The self is a site within the field of experience, a site of emergence. I am hungry. I am happy. I am a bit frustrated being indoors on a beautiful day. I am lots and lots of things come to mind. All of them are true situationally, but not fundamentally true, not definitively true. I'm not going to be tired forever. Hopefully I won't be sick forever. These are formations, patterns which have situational validity but don't provide any key to my core essence, who I really am. So that's central. We really see, okay, I am patterns of manifestation arising out of my potential, which is grounded in ungraspable openness. It's because I'm open that I can allow different experiences into myself. It's very useful to use your computer or television to look at movies or to watch things on YouTube or to listen to music that you wouldn't normally listen to. So you put on a kind of music and you don't like it, okay? There's music and there's me and I don't like it. So I'm starting with me. I'm not really starting with the music. I had a little bit of the music, just enough to know I don't like it. So antipathy, negative reaction to the music is arising. I am someone who doesn't like this kind of music. What I'm saying there is my capacity to offer hospitality to these flow of sounds is very limited. I am being inhospitable because I am protecting myself from the horribleness of this sound. How vulnerable I am. It's just sound. Sound pop, 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 pop. For example, I don't like rap music. I don't understand why I would want to listen to someone shouting at me. But then when you listen to it, you know, somebody's on about something, they're into that. It's just sound is arising and passing. Some angry voice, some sometimes demeaning voice, all kind of voices are running through that. I like or I don't like. So that takes us right back to the 5 skandhas, the 5 heaps out of which the experience of the individual is generated. Liking, not liking, and neutral. How is it? I don't like it. No, not interested in you anymore. Listen to fucking music. Okay, I'm listening to music, huh? Oh, it's just this. Sounds. Sound arises and vanishes, arises and vanishes. How is it? It's just like sound. Hello, hello. Good morning. Sound arises and vanishes. Silence, sound, silence. That's what the music is. So what is it I don't like? I'm putting this is horrible onto the music as if it was an object, but you can't catch the object because sound is moving all the time. Which bit did you not like? The whole fucking thing. It's just shit. It's horrible. I don't want to. Don't play that. But it's just vanishing. Self-vanishing. Sound is self-vanishing. But I have a strong opinion. So if you just see that in yourself, I can build a house on sand. That's what I do. This movement of sound after sound after sound, I take into a conclusion. I don't like it. It's terrible. Why don't you like it? Because it's terrible. So that's slightly tautological, slightly self-enclosing. What is it you don't like? It's just awful. That's where we see that we abandon the openness because we've taken up a position that says, this is intolerable for me. I cannot bear this. So we can switch it off. It's like these old cowboy movies where one of them says, this town's too small for both of us. So I'm going to get rid of that. We're going to get rid of the things we don't like, and then we'll be happy forever. And we can see how that's dominating world politics at the moment. For us, in our notion of Dzogchen as the all-inclusive, I am excluding this because I can't bear it. And yet I listen to it, I do bear it, I'm not contaminated, I haven't gone crazy, but I don't like it. So then that's so helpful to listen to these strong, definitive feelings and cognitions which arise in our mind. I've now got some definite knowledge. I don't like that. And we objectify it. And I don't like it because it's crap. It is crap. So it's gone from a subjective response to an objective definition. And I don't want anything to do with it. So this is how duality develops in the mind. The open sphere of awareness, I'm here with you. I see different faces, I see your clothing, your posture. I feel the weight of my body on the seat. I feel the small of my back. I'm aware of the sound of my voice. All of this is coming together, subject and object coming together. The whole field is whoop, whoop. But I am talking to you. I am talking to you. I'm cutting. I am not you. I'm talking to you. I might even be talking at you. Enforcing, reinforcing my separation. I am not you. Yet here we are. We're in it together. We are participants. We are a part of this event. Each of us has a part in it, a place in it. We are participants, all of us. I am no more of a participant than you are. I'm here doing what I do, you're here doing what you do, and the alignment of these positionings creates the field that we hopefully will understand something in. And so subject and object are positionings, but they have no defined, definitional point. For example, in my secondary school, it was a boys-only school, and sometimes, not very often, but sometimes, I remember in the early years, there was an idea that we should have dances with other schools. And so in the gym time, we had to do some dancing. And so we had to take on the female role as well as the male, because only boys. So you're learning to do some kind of waltzing, because that was required at that time. So it is as if you become the female. It is a role. It is something you can participate in. It's a mode of participating. Just like in a play. Okay, you be King Lear and you become the eldest daughter and you do, and the parts are divided up and allocated, and then we take on these roles and we participate. They are situationally valid. They are not existentially secured. So this is the thing though. I want existential security. I exist. I am me. So this is a kind of distortion, because instead of saying, here I am, what shall we do? I'm saying, here I am as me, and this is what I want to do. I'm not going to join in your game. I want you to support me in my game. So the ego is trying to pull the situation towards ourselves. And yet, we get undermined again and again by the patterning of events. So this dualizing of subject and object, of self and other, is intensified with the arising of language, the ability to use signs. Because the sign seems to demarcate the true existence of something. So this is a man, this is a woman. When we apply the name man, we've got a sense of what that is. When we apply the name woman, we get a sense of what that is. If somebody then says, yes, but I'm non-binary, we say, well, that's all very well, but go to a monastery and do your meditation elsewhere. We are binary. You're either this or that. So our friend Donald, he's very, very tuned into this. He says, no woke. Wokey, wokey, no, no. No, no. No non-binary. Everyone's binary. I'm a boy. I'm a boy. Now, if it could be non-binary, it means it's not a done deal. It's a process. It's a movement. It's a movement of potential. But if it's a done deal, if it's fixed, if you put the screws in, I'm a man. I've always been a man. I'll be a man, and I know what being a man is. It'd be a very brave man here in this room to stand up and say, I can define maleness. We're not quite sure. Does that mean playing rugby? Does it mean getting drunk? What does it mean? We don't know. There are all different kinds of being male, all different kinds of being female. So we could use language as descriptive of processes, of unfolding, of relating, and so on. Or we can use language more like an instrument of death, which stabs the moment through the heart and fixes it and turns water into ice. Yeah? What are we going to do about all these illegal immigrants who fucking come here? Come here. They're staying in luxury hotels. I wish I was living in a bloody luxury hotel. They come here and they eat our food and they do our jobs. Not that I'm working myself these days, but anyway, they take our job. Oh, big story. I know what they're like. I know what they do. They do these things. I know it. You know it. Yes. Boom. Hear that. Darling Nigel Farage, good man. He knows what's what. He would be a good leader. It's very seductive to have knowledge. Knowledge defines, and you arrive someplace. The Scottish are mean, the Jews are greedy, the Germans are fascists. You know, there are all kinds of nasty definitive readings lurking in the ether that can descend and come through people. I know how it is. I know what it is. I know who you are. I know who I am. This is what signs allow you to do. This is what language does, because it promotes a definition developed in a particular situation and then generalized to have applicability in different situations. Therefore, we know. America is a land of prosperity and peace, and they want to bring peace to the world. Now, it's patently untrue. Americans are warmongers and murderers, enslavers, and nasty bunch of bastards. This is just a side comment, like a side sap. So, how shall we talk about the Americans? It's impossible. There's a lot of people who are American, and they don't all agree. But the Americans are like this. Donald, our leader, he says the Ukrainians are this. He knows. The Russians are this. He knows. And it's very tempting to believe these things, because now we know. Job done. Full stop. That's it. They're our enemy. Kill the enemy. It's always more complicated. When you look at the history, there are all kind of reasons why the Ukrainians might be very afraid of the Russians. Russians have been quite abusive towards the Ukrainians. But we don't look at the past. Palestinians might have some reason to be upset about the power and development of Israel. But let's not talk about history. We just thought they're terrorists. They did that. So when you have language, you have parsing. You have commas and full stops and paragraphs, and you structure the flow of discourse into patterns. So the Palestinians are all terrorists. They're all supporters of Hamas. Lots of people say this. Why would they be supporting Hamas? Because Hamas says, our life is shit and it's unfair and it's not right. Listen to us. And nobody wants to listen. So they make an action and they become terrorists. I mean, you can study the history of the Middle East and Britain's, again, ignominious role in the Balfour Declaration. I mean, to be British is to be living in shame permanently every day, every hour of every day, because we've got a finger up everybody's arse in the world. You know, it's true. It's despicable. That's why we're called great, because we're great dominators, great thieves. Elgin marbles, I think they were made up in Scotland, actually. So I used to go on holiday at Elgin. It's near Lossiemouth. It's a great place. It's like that. Storytelling. This is what language means. So when you come into the domain of language, the semiotics, the use of signs and symbols to convey meaning, we have to be exquisitely aware. Sound is emptiness. Sound is emptiness. But when this emptiness is forgotten, the Palestinians are terrorists, we will have no peace until all of Hamas is annihilated, which equates for all the Palestinians. Just get rid of them. You know, a bit of ethnic cleansing. It's very good. Why are they here? Why are they here? Why are you here? No. Why are they here? No, but why are you here? You're here because at the end of the Second World War, you got dumped here because America didn't want you to come. Britain didn't want you to come. Europe didn't want you to come. We bumped you aside into the Middle East. That's why you're there. Huh? You didn't get a welcome. No. We've always been here. From the time of King David, we've always been here. This is our world, a world of lies, deception, fabrication, illusion, delusion. It's not that you can choose the right side, because it's all a muddle. Because people enter into this without any sense of emptiness, of metaphor, of simile. It's that things might be an illusion, and the illusion becomes real because you believe in it. And if you believe in it, you end up being willing to die for it, because it is the truth. So, from the Buddhist point of view, this level of ignorance is enormously important. To see that words call things into being momentarily, and then they dissolve due to causes and conditions. Particular patterns of exploitation or support arise and then vanish. So Buddha said, friends become enemies, enemies become friends. Are the Russians the enemy or the friends? Are the Americans the enemy or the friend? Who can say? These are situational, not definitive. But we want definition. And so we make our choices. We stand shoulder to shoulder with people who lie and cheat. So the next level of ignorance, we're just getting to the end of it now, is the ignorance of not understanding karma. And karma operates on the basis of the belief that everything is real. So karma is generated by duality. I exist, you exist, I like you, I want to help you, I don't like you, I don't want to help you. It's the choreography of existence, of entities. And so the first stage is to be trapped in the sense everything is real and some things are better than others. So that's the starting point. The second is the intention to benefit some people, not to benefit others, and we do that. The third is the enactment of my intention, and I give you some medicine or I steal your money. And the fourth stage is the inhabitation of the outcome. That is to say, I'm glad I was able to help you, I'm glad you're looking better, I'm glad the medicine worked, or I'm glad I stole your money because I don't care about you. So that's like 100%, isn't it? I see you crying, and I'm going, this is your money, and you're not getting it back, fuck you. Ah. A lot of people doing that these days. A lot of people doing it. I am at one with the outcome. I'm glad, whether I've helped or I've harmed. That's what it generates karma, because karma is a positioning that says, how I have structured my being in the world with you, this pattern is valid. That's why the fourth stage is so important. You carry out the action and you think, I'm glad. I'm glad. All these people, some people rejoicing in Palestine at the murder of the Israelis, and some people in Israel dancing in the streets rejoicing in the destruction of the Palestinians. In both directions. They are our enemies and we're glad they're dead. I think, wow, what the hell? How is this possible? But if you're inside that, if you've got your definition right, they are the enemy, kill the enemy. It just sucks in the libido, it sucks in our life energy. And it's an illusion. It's an illusion. So these stages of solidification, of positioning, if we examine them, we can see that they operate inside ourselves. And they operate on the basis of not being relaxed and open and aware of the unborn ground of our experience. Unborn means simply that it has never separated off. When you're born, you come out of your mother's body and the umbilical cord is cut, and then you are a separate entity, a separate person. But when the texts say it's unborn, it means you have not come out of the womb of the Great Mother. The Great Mother means emptiness. You have not exited emptiness. You are a form of emptiness, a manifestation of emptiness. And we'll look at that in the afternoon. So we have a break now for lunch. If anybody is interested in refuge and bodhicitta, I'm going to do the brief rituals for these, and we can do them together. But if you don't need this or you don't want to do it, you can go out and be in the sunshine. It won't take a very long time. Generally speaking, Buddhism begins with taking refuge. That is to say, we take refuge in many, many things. We take refuge in our history, in our nationality, in our friends, family, and so on. We also take refuge in the things we don't like by having a reliable notion of what I don't eat and what the colors I don't wear. That relying on the rejection of certain aspects of the field confirms me in my selection of the aspects of the field that I do cling to. So I don't want to wear these colored trousers, I want to wear these color, because this color is me. This color really suits me. This is my color. So we can take refuge in many different things. But all of these bind you into good, bad, right, wrong, mine, yours. They're movements within this domain of false certitude, that we believe things to be certain, guaranteed, reliable, but it's false. It's a delusion. So when we take refuge in the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha, we take refuge in something reliable. The Buddha is the symbol, and also, if you do in a more tantric style, the living presence of awakening. Awakening means I don't have to be trapped in the content of my mind. There is my mind and the content of my mind, the karmically generated habitual orientation of how I seem to be. So I have taken refuge in the content of my mind for a very long time, my thoughts, feelings, beliefs, and so on. I want to take refuge in the potential of the pot. The potential of the pot is not limited by any content. At the moment, there is water in the cup, and I pour the water up and makes a bit of a mess. So we have to. It's a cup full of water. The cup, or this container, is being defined by its content. So I touched on this earlier, that if we put orange juice in it, it's now an orange juice cup. But at the moment, it's a cup with water. I'm James, I'm from Scotland, I am. I'm telling you the content of my pot. But I am not defined by the content of the pot. I can't get rid of the content of the pot because that's all flowing in my mind stream, in what they call Santana, the flow of experience. And of course, Santana had a very good long guitar riffs. So it's a bit like that. We're doing a number. So taking refuge in the Buddha is, I have heard that my pot and its content are not the same. But for me, in my everyday experience, the pot and the content is fused because this is who I am. So when we take refuge in the Buddha, we're saying, great empty pot, show me the emptiness of my pot. In the Dharma, we say, the Dharma is peaceful and free of desire. The Dharma is the truth of the emptiness of the pot. That at the moment there's water in the cup, but it does not make it a water cup. So I have the 5 poisons. I've got opacity, mental dullness, aversion, desire, jealousy, pride, and so on. These are all the contents of my mind. And when they arise in my mind, they are functioning there within the space of my mind, but it doesn't make me an angry person or a sad person. It's simply a configuration, a patterning of the moment, and events change and it's gone. And the Sangha means those who are doing the practice, those who are engaging together. And it means I need to think about who I hang out with, who is confirming my potential for freedom, and who is confirming the definition of my existence. A lot of our life is spent with people who will define us, who've got a sense of who we are and how we can function for them. So that's what we don't want to be. We want to take compassion towards those who define us, not wisdom. We're not trying to believe what they believe about us. What we're trying to think is, you believe this about me because you like to believe things about people. And you just happen to have constellated this belief about me. That's the working of your mind. Enjoy. But it's not my cup of tea. I want to stay with how the content of my experience arises. So when there are many, I have brought some texts with rituals, but they're quite long and we don't really need that. It's simply saying, I take refuge in the open ground of my being. So you could repeat that if you want to. I take refuge in the open ground of my being. Now, if it's open, it's not blocking. And if it's not blocking, it means that all the traits of your character, your history, your karma are welcome within the openness. Form is empty. Emptiness is form. Form is not other than emptiness. My 5 poisons, my limitations, my confusions are aspects of the radiance of my empty mind. That is a non-dual refuge. That is to say, when I'm tempted to enter into a judgment about who I think you are, or what I make of how you behave, or what I think I am, relax in the out-breath. Oh, this is a thought. Thoughts arise and vanish. Clouds don't define the sky, but clouds are in the sky. You don't get clouds in the supermarket. They're in the sky. Thoughts are in your mind. That's where you get thoughts. So if you have a mind, you have thoughts. That's pretty good. They come together. You have thoughts, you have feelings. So what we're doing here is thoughts and emptiness, feelings and emptiness, tribal beliefs and emptiness. They are positionings, they are formulatory, they bring about a formation of intention, of identity. So when we take refuge in the open ground of our being, there is space for how we are and how everyone is. This is the diversity of the potential of the ground. It's not limited to any form. Therefore, whatever conclusion you come to will be a delusion. Because life is always running away. It is a river. It's flowing. Then the second aspect is the Bodhisattva vow. Bodhisattva means a being which is oriented towards Bodhi or awakening. So, awakening means awakening to the inherent integrity of the whole field. We're all in it together. The Russians are in it, the Chinese are in it. May they be happy. May the Chinese be happy, but please leave Tibet alone. May the Chinese be happy as they are. May all Chinese people awaken in light and beauty and wonder. May all Russians awaken in that state. May everyone awaken in that state. It is not conditional on my approval. It's not dependent on my judgment. If you are a mean, horrible person and you torment your partner, if in another situation you could easily be a torturer, may you be happy. May you be happy as a torturer. Well, then it gets kind of weird, doesn't it? May cruel, unkind people gain enlightenment, but they don't deserve it. Do we deserve anything? The problem with Donald is he has a strong sense of entitlement. Entitled, he grew up with money, doors have opened for him all his life. He is entitled to be the man, the big man, the special man. We are entitled to bugger all. Not entitled to anything. So, what does it mean to not be entitled? It means we don't know. It means let's see. When you feel entitled, you just go forward. Because this is my world, I know how it's going to be, this is what I should be able to do. Maybe. I am alive. Am I entitled to life? Maybe the cancer will go, but my liver's not doing very good, and the kidneys, least said, the better. The body is falling apart. I'm getting old, I'm going to die. I don't know when. It's my body and my life. I'm entitled to know when I'm going to die. But I don't, and nobody knows. I'm living with uncertainty. What is uncertainty? It means tread carefully. Be present. Don't fall asleep in assumptions, in entitlement, in assertions. That doesn't mean cower and be afraid. It means stay here, relaxed, open, responsive. So when we say the Bodhisattva vow, we say, in this and all my future lives, I will work for the benefit of others. So we could say that together if you would like to say it. In this and all my future lives, I will work for the benefit of others. And these others are your own creation. Your mind identifies who other people are. When you look for yourself, you can't find yourself. When you look for other people, you don't find that. So how will I work for the benefit of others? By not knowing what they are. By being available to be in contact, in lively, vital contact, but without knowing who or what they are. So that's how we open to working for others. Let's see. We work with the emergence of phenomena. So you can't have a pre-formulated game plan. You respond into the dynamic of interaction. No? We think of that, that's our intention. I will work to loosen myself, to become more aware of this never limited ground of my being. I'll become more familiar with the flexibility of the responsivity of my mind, and I'll work to connect more with other people in order to stay with the whole flow, which is ceaseless. So that's the essence of refuge and bodhicitta. And you can read these traditional formulations, but they tend to take us far away from our embodied experience. You are not a story. I am not a story. And yet we tell stories about each other. That's what we have to live with. Stories connect and they separate. And we can't just operate in silence. Okay, so we have lunch now, and then we have 2 sessions in the afternoon. The empty nature of everything. How does it do that? By not imputing inherent existence to phenomena. That is the work of the dualistic consciousness. So we're just aware of patterns, shapes, colors arising and passing. So when we look in the tantric tradition in particular, they talk about the 3 kayas, or the 3 bodies, or the 3 aspects of the Buddha. The first is the Dharmakaya, or the body of how it is. This is the mind of the Buddha. And the mind of the Buddha is just aware. Second is the Sambhogakaya. Sambhoga means with enjoyment, with pleasure, that is to say with experience. So it's the experiential mode, and it refers particularly to these more subtle and unformulated experiences like thoughts, memories, and so on. And then thirdly, we have the Nirmanakaya, which is the illusory manifest mode, or the apparitional mode, which is coming into the world of manifestation as a manifestation among manifestations, but I am a manifestation of the ungraspable energy of the second aspect or dimension, the Sambhogakaya. I manifest from that, which is manifesting within open emptiness. So it's open, what shall we say, scintillating little points of energy and vibration, which are our thoughts, feelings, being here. And then we come into the state. So I lift the cup with the tea. I am manifesting with the cup. According to what's in the cup is how I hold it, because if it's very hot at the bottom, I'll hold it at the top, because I don't want to hurt my hand. So I'm working with the cup. The cup and I are manifesting together, because the cup allows me to approach it on its terms. So you have to take hold of it properly. When you're a kid, you've always been told by your parents, do it properly, do it carefully, look what you're doing. Just look. Okay. So if you look, how it is will tell you what to do. Oh. So it's the same. The apparitional is here, and we're manifesting into the world with others. We are being with others. We're not being apart. There is no individual being someone, being this person, this thing. But being is co-emergent as the interplay of these factors, which shimmy between subject and object. Sometimes I'm like the subject, I'm asserting something, I find myself speaking, I'm demonstrating something, and sometimes I'm like the object. So today, I will be at Macclesfield station waiting for the train, and the train comes in, and I wait, then I get on the train when the train's in. It's not advisable to try to get on the train when it's coming into the station. I'm working with circumstances. So how I come forward is in relation to the train. You could say it's dependent on the train, but that makes it a little bit solid. It's more like I'm moving with the train. The train's moving quite fast. I don't move. Then the train slows down and I do move. So we have a syncopation. We've got a linked movement. We are harmonizing. Yeah? So that's the meaning of the Nirmanakaya. It means I am called forth by circumstances. I don't have to have an agenda for how I want to establish myself. I don't have a game plan because I'm not trying to achieve anything. All I'm trying to do is stay in the game. Now, if we have a ball and we're throwing it to each other, or even a frisbee. Frisbees are better because they have a lot more randomness in them. So I throw the frisbee to you, and I do it with confidence that as I throw it, you won't be able to catch it. Ha-ha! Game stops. You've got to run and catch the frisbee. Then you throw it back to me with the confidence you can throw it so that I can't catch it. This is a pretty boring game. So essentially I want to throw the frisbee so you can catch it, but with a bit of a stretch, and you do the same to me. So then the game becomes more interesting. Yeah, we're not fixed. It's not you have to throw it so that I can catch it without moving. That would be a bit deadly too. So I'm moving, but within the game. Does that make sense? So I want to stay in the game. The game is called the Dharma Dhatu. Dhatu means space, and Dharma in this situation means phenomena. This is the space of all phenomena. This is the space of experience. And I want to stay in that. And the experience is always moving and changing. And you throw it, this frisbee, and I can't catch it. Oh, fuck off, what are you doing? What are you doing? I'm getting angry with you. You did that. So I'm solidifying you, and I'm pulling myself back from you. There's a retraction, avoidant retraction. If you're not going to play, I can't play. Okay? It's very solid. Stay in the game. And just say, oh, that was a bit difficult. Oh, sorry. So if I can give my feedback in a way which is not too attacking and definitive, you're more likely to find your way back into the game. And if you come in the game, I come in the game. Does that make sense? So we're moving together with our aim being to keep the game going. We used to do that with tennis rackets and a ball, me and a friend, keepy-uppy, doom, 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 keep it going, keep it going. That's great. That's what it is. That's what a conversation is. You stay in the flow together, moving in the flow. You don't have to have a lot of rules and regulations. There's no preparation. There's just a care. If I knock it towards you, I have to do it in a way that's within your range. And then you can do it back to me. So that's really the basis of the Nirmanakaya. It's about how do I make contact with everyone? Going back to the Bodhisattva vow, I will work for the benefit of others. With them, not the deep state, not the CIA, not some decision in the White House, but open and public. How shall we do it? How shall we proceed? So when the Buddha comes into the world, we see it with Padmasambhava, for example, in different situations, he manifests different forms. Some peaceful, some highly controlled when he's in the form of a monk, some like wild yogi when he's sitting in the wine house drinking and drinking and drinking. He's showing different forms. That is to say, there is no right way to be, but there is fitting and not fitting. And if you're fitting, then the fit allows healthy traction, like getting your chain on your bicycle. Then when you put your foot on the pedal, ooh, we're moving. And if the chains come off the bicycle, you put your foot down and it doesn't go. So where is the chain? Because the chain promotes the traction, the pull as you apply the pressure. So the chain is we are all sentient beings in the same field. We are sharing the sight of experience. And my job is to not let the chain fall off. So I do what I can to keep the chain on. Not rough movement, not sudden aggressive movement, but working with the nature of the chain. So I don't know how I have to be or what would be best or required, but if I stay in the connectivity, the quality of connectivity will allow me to harmonize. So again, it's very simple. Receive, respond. If I receive the contouring, the topology of this field, then I can come back into it. It's like, you know, if you're in marshy ground, if you walk down from Scotland down the Pennine Way, part of the track is on the top of the hills, and on the top of the hills there's a lot of marshy ground, and you get these tufts of long thick grass, and if you can jump from one tuft to another, your feet stay dry, but if you slip on, you go in and the water goes down your socks, and you want your mummy to be there. Your mummy's not there. So you have to get the right way of launching yourself. So you have to have a sense, can I leap that far? Can I arrive on that tuft of grass and balance myself as I do it? I can't do it just as a stookie, as something stuck. I have to be able to move my body to balance myself as I'm going across. So that's how we participate, isn't it? You make some kind of assessment or some kind of reading of the potential of the situation, and you launch yourself into it, but not as a fixed deal. You're moving as you're moving in. There's always subtle movements, adjustment gestures, and that keeps it going. So it's out. Connectivity is out. It's not in. And the more time you're in, the more difficult it is to connect out. Because I've already prepared it. And your job is to comply with what I have prepared. Am I so generous? All you have to do is say yes. Sign on the dotted line. Mr. Zelinsky, you know it's the best thing to do. Would you want to sign such a contract? You have to have room for maneuver. Both parties maneuver a bit, and then you both feel, okay, that's not great, but it's good enough. This is workable. But if it's imposed, and one person is very constricted and the other person is very free, it's unlikely to be so successful. So how do I work with the freedom of other people to move? I don't have a captive audience. We move with each other. According to your attention, I can respond. I can come out and say something. So receive and respond. So this is the Buddha coming into the world. I'm free to receive because my hands are empty. And I'm free to respond as required because my hands are empty. Yeah? I'm empty receptive and I'm empty responsive. Does that make sense? Because if I have an agenda, if I have habit formations, if I have OCD, if I have a nervous disposition, I am prefiguring the space of possibilities. Relaxing it out, letting it go. It'll be okay. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. But how will I know? You won't know. You have to trust, but not trusting an object. You have to trust. You trust. When you're learning to swim, you get to a point where you trust that you won't drown, and then you swim and your movements are all a bit staccato and jaggy, but gradually it smooths out, and it smooths out as you become more at home with the water. You've got a sense, walking on land and swimming in the sea or in the swimming pool, It's different activity. It's not the same. So if I get into the water, I do watery things. And if I'm talking with an angry, controlling person, I speak with what as is required by that medium that they're driving towards me. So that I am multimodal. I have many different facets or aspects that I bring forward. And I can't do that if I'm hanging on to a fixed identity. This is me, this is how I like to do things. That just gets in the way, because then you find a conflict between your modus operandi and that of the other person. You just whack into each other. That's hopeless. So I don't know, but that doesn't mean I'm daft. I don't know. I don't know. Let's see. If you have, I don't know, oh God, I don't know. I should know. I should have practiced. I meant to practice, but I didn't. Da, da, da. People say that about meditation. James, I said I would do this practice and I haven't done this practice. Oh, and? What do you want? Have some chocolate. You haven't done what you wanted to do. Is this the first time this has happened? So there, what we can see is my intentions are self-deceptive and environmentally deceptive. Because I'm taking a thought now, and I'm going to extend it through time. I will always do this, which is not true. How could it be true? Because I respond to situations. It seemed a good idea at the time. And now, no. I have failed to keep my promise. That's not the main thing. The main thing is, why are you still making promises? What is this? I can ensure that tomorrow I will be the same as I am today. This is not very likely, and it would be awful if it was true, because then you could just be a robot. You are a person. You are labile. You are influenced by what's going on. So you can say, I'm going to explore how this kind of practice is for me. And I'll see how it functions. And does it loosen me up? Does it bring me warmer and more connected with other people? Rather than making a vow. In Tibetan texts, if you read the traditional ones, they're full of vows and promises, and vows and promises. And then, as you get nearer to the end of these big practice texts, there's all kind of confessions and purifications because you haven't kept your vows. Well, if you're not going to be able to keep your vow, why would you make it in the first place? Because a vow is a gesture of mastery. Adolf, dear friend of Donald, Adolf Hitler said we're going to have 1,000-year Reich. 1,000 years. Nazi power. Didn't last very long. It was an idea. Great Britain. We live under the shadow of that name of when we expanded, when the map of the world was painted red, where everywhere you went was a British colony. And now, poor helpless country. Better not to call yourself great. Middling. What I'm trying to emphasize here is beware of the seductions of final, fixed, definitive statements. Let's see, we'll try, have a go, do your best, as it is in this moment. We don't know. That's the truth of it. We don't know. We don't know the best way to solve the climate crisis. We have oil in the North Sea. Should we take that oil out and use it? Or should we leave it there? People have different opinions. These are ideas. Ideas about what to do with oil. And what to do with people's heating bills. and we should help people's heating bills by getting oil. But the reason we want to have heating bills is, the reason we want to have oil is because the heating bills go up. And they go up because although we have climate warming, we don't seem to have it in England very much. We get climate grey skies, we get a lot of rain, we get damp and cold and mould. So what shall we do with that? Nobody knows. The Nirmanakaya, the manifesting aspect of the Buddha, is moving in a world of complexity, but not of complication. Complication arises from dualistic consciousness trying to work things out and making it worse by trying to make it better. Whereas seeing the complexity of the field, the diversity of the field, we have to be flexible and respond in different ways. I'm going around the same houses again and again and again because there's very little in Dharma. You could put it all in the back of an envelope, really. Hang loose. Don't jump ahead. Stay with it. So, Dharmakaya is the mind of the Buddha, the Sambhogakaya is the speech of the Buddha, and the speech is always going, like I'm talking, and the words come up and out and gone, up and out and gone, up and out and gone. So that's what enjoyment is. You've got a piece of cake, you look at the cake. Nice cake. Put the spoon in the cake. Plate, where's the cake? Oh, it's gone. The cake vanished. That's how life is. You can't have your cake and eat it. This is the primordial teaching of Dzogchen. But when you eat your cake, enjoy it. This is your cake. So each moment of experience is just this. And it will vanish and vanish. You can't hang on to it. You can't make it permanent because it's vanishing. But you can enjoy it. If you think, oh, well, it'll soon be over, never mind. When you go to the dentist, very interesting. This vibration in your mouth, the nerve endings jumping about a bit. Now you could say, oh, God, I hope this is over soon. But how interesting. This is a whole other aspect of my body to do this. Is it bad? Is it horrible? It's just this. It's just this. Passing through. So, from this fluidity of the movement of the potential of the Sambhogakaya, you get the patterning of the Nirmanakaya, the apparitional forms. They are like an apparition, like a phantom form. They're phantoms because you can't catch them. It's absolutely vital. We might say, this is Gareth doing the recording. Gareth is doing the recording. Gareth is doing the recording. The person doing the recording is Gareth.
Well done, Gareth.
Well done, Gareth. Let's hear it for the boy. But who is Gareth? That's Gareth. That's a name. We're naming a complex system which is moving in different ways and saying that is Gareth simplifies the complexity. But Gareth is complex, as we all are complex. We're complex because we live with lots of tendrils. We're like mushrooms, with all these little movements out from us under the earth, taking in vitamins and so on. We are connective creatures. And so Gareth, the name, in no way can describe the complexity of the potential of manifestation. since we live in a complex world, that's again why we have to be a bit wary about language. Because when language comes in as a definition, as a one-liner, decisive, this is how it is, this person's good, that person's bad, we know we're in stupid territory. Because it's not like that. Good people do bad things, bad people do good things. The mothers of murderers love their children. How is that possible? It's very possible. Because when you say your son murdered that man, I know, but he's a lovely boy. I know, he's a lovely boy. How could he be a lovely boy when he murders? Only a mother could know that. Other people can't know because the mother holds both. I wish he hadn't done it. I wish he hadn't. He spoiled the life. And his brother's upset all the time and people laugh at him at school. But I love him. So that's a bit of complexity, isn't it? Cross currents flowing through us. So that's why we always need to avoid conclusions. The show is in motion. It doesn't end. If we stay in the dance, we have to move with the different tunes. And we can only do that if we don't have favorite tunes. Letting go, moving in, and moving in. So another way of looking at this is in terms of the three aspects of, sometimes it's translated as the three aspects of energy. And this is looking at how the mind is in relation to these three kayas as experience. So the first situation is called dangwa, which means something like sort of bright and unobstructing. And the traditional example of this is if you take a crystal ball and you put it on a piece of red cloth, it will look slightly red. And if you put it on some blue cloth, it will look slightly blue, because the light of the cloth, as the light is coming down onto the cloth and moving back out, it brings a kind of light shading of aspects of the crystal ball. The ball has not actually become red or blue. It only appears to be so. So this is with our mind. Our mind is open. Something happens. We're upset. We're crying. That's like red color or blue color. I'm suffused with emotion. It fills me, and yet awareness is untouched and uncontaminated. Now, this doesn't mean I'm being inauthentic. I am upset. But the upset has not become definitive. It hasn't become essential. It remains situational. Because I'm upset at what has happened, but something else happens, and I'm not so upset. Now, does that mean that I'm a kind of shallow person? But this person's really upset. Don't you feel it? Come on, take it seriously. But something else has happened. Someone else told a joke and I laughed. You shouldn't joke. You know, in the old days, people wore black. Queen Victoria, she plunged the nation into mourning for 40 years because her heart was broken because Albert was dead. And that was tragic. You were sad, and everybody's got to be sad. And why are we sad? We're sad that Albert died. Fucking bastard. No wonder we're sad. If that little runt had stayed alive, Princey, come on, do it again. Died. We bastard. We're upset, but maybe not exactly for the right reason. It's gone. It's gone. So that's the thing. In the moment that the ball is on the red cloth, red is coming. I'm angry with you. Why did you say that? You said that in front of them. You shamed me. I hate you. Oh. We know what it's like. We fill out with this stuff. And then it's gone. Then it's gone. But now you're saying, but James, you've just attacked me in public. You've shamed me. I'm not going to let go of that. And then we don't see the crystal ball anymore. We just have color, 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 content, content, content. It's all shimmering through. Nothing has been changed in the clarity of the crystal ball, but while it was suffused by that color, it is as if it was truly red or truly blue. So people get jealous or angry or whatever, and then they get known for it, and then people expect it to be there, and then they get goaded. So that amazing meeting in the White House, the president and his deputy, and the poor leader of the Ukrainians. And they gang up on him and they come from either side. It's like watching a bullfight with the picadors. And they're just prodding and prodding and prodding until at a certain point he just fucking had enough. And then he's accused of being out of order and out of control and rude and ungrateful. And it's a set-up job. It's very difficult to be angry and not to bring it out. The anger is arising due to provocations. Put on the red cloth. It's full of the red. And yet, that anger will dissipate. Breathe it out. Breathe it out. But when we get caught in it, we lose our freedom, we lose our power, and we go into reactivity. We're no longer responding out of space and with the optimal connection with the environment. We're in a tunnel of vision of, you fucker, I'm gonna... And we saw what happened there. That poor guy, he just lost his ground because they're coming from both sides. So, in terms of our meditation and the mind, when we are sitting and something arises, could be backache or pain in your knees, could be memory of something you have to do or plans for next week, things which seem quite important and giving a shape to how you are, just be with it. Undeniably occurring and yet soon to be over, and it vanishes. And if you stay with the openness of the crystal ball, the color vanishes when it's off the red cloth. It was never truly red. But if you take the red as somehow inherent in the crystal ball, I'm really angry, you've lost the crystal ball. You've gone into this vibrating, isolate position where you're reacting to circumstances. You have no freedom and you're a bit out of control. So how do we get back into this crystal position? Well, we do this by relaxing and releasing. And the simple way that we do this is through the practice of the 3R, which some of you know. It may seem like a very thin or superficial practice. I've found it over the years to be very profound. Is our most basic sound. Sound that babies make often when they're gurgling. And is like the mother vowel. In the Indian-derived alphabets, all the vowels, all the consonants basically take as their vowel, and then you have modifying signs to bring E, I, O, U as modifiers of but is seen as the kind of basic sound. And in the Buddhist tradition, it's seen as the sound of emptiness. So all the texts in the wisdom tradition of the transcendent wisdom, the wisdom of emptiness, the heart of all of these teachings is just one letter And is the potential, the openness, the emptiness out of which everything manifests. So, Mama, Mama, can I go out and play? Mama, can I get something to eat? Mama is built on ah. Variation on the sound of ah, ma, 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 ma. This, the lips are interrupting the flow of ah, ma, ma. So ah is being shaped by the shapings of the mouth, the teeth, the lips, and so on. And so we have all these different sounds lying behind all the different words in our vocabulary. They're all variations on ah, and ah is the symbol of emptiness. So emptiness gives us the words whereby we give shape and definition to phenomena, and yet there is no reification, there is no solidity to this. These are patterns of clouds and rainbows, patterns of shadow in the forest. And if you walk in the forest and the light's coming down, it's dappling on the ground, endless patterns as the wind blows and the leaves move and these patterns shift, and you think, ooh, what is that? Is that a rat or something? It's like that, ungraspable. So in our practice, we can imagine the white letter A as a capital A, or if you know the Sanskrit or Tibetan form of A, you can imagine that just in front of you, about an arm and a half's length in front. It's just to kind of bring us in. It's like the A is like the welcome. And then together we make the sound of ah, long and slow 3 times. And as we make this sound, we're releasing our burdens, releasing the past, releasing the present, releasing our fantasies about the future, releasing our habit formations, our neurotic tendencies, our strong political beliefs, our hobbies. We're letting go of everything. I don't need anything. The founding Buddha of the Dzogchen practice is Samantabhadra, the always good. And he's normally depicted dark blue in color and naked. He doesn't have any clothes. He's not carrying any stuff for emergencies. He's just naked, no pockets. Nowhere to put anything, just naked, just here. This is enough, sufficient unto the day, just this. But we are hanging on to our memories of who we are, our plans, our intentions, thinking, oh, weather's getting better, I need to get out in the garden. There's always a lot to be done, early springtime, you know, tidying it up a bit. It calls you in, doesn't it? I have to. I don't have to. It doesn't mean that you're going to block your life or diminish your life, but it's just the thought. The thought, I need to do something in the garden, can be let go of. But what will happen to the garden? Sweetheart, you're going to die. Someone else will take over your garden. They'll do with it what they will. They might cover the whole thing in cement. No, they wouldn't. I'll come back and haunt them. They'll do whatever they want to do. But it's my garden for a while. Given circumstances, due to cause and effect, it is yours for a while and then it's not yours anymore. Your ownership is temporarily installed. It's not yours. So when we start to look at this, we think, oh, why am I doing the garden? I'm doing it for today. I'm doing it for now. I'm out in the garden, I'm digging a bit, the smell of the earth is coming up. I'm doing a bit of late pruning, I should have done the roses better. I'm doing these things for today, for now. This is it. That's why I'm here. I'm not doing it for the summer or for next year or for the autumn. I'm doing it and I'm here. I'm fully here with how it is. And how it is and how I am, are coming into an alignment. Because I'm not leaping into a trajectory, this is a means to an end. I'm pulling myself back out of the 3 times to just this, here and now. This is an end in itself. And if I find myself stopping and having 5 minutes of just drinking in the snowdrops, that's what I'm here for. Who else is drinking snowdrops? I better have another drink. They're gorgeous. I'm appreciating what is here. Enjoyment is so important. When we're busy, we're leaping over these moments of epiphany, these moments of divine vibration through the world. When you see the robin, and the robin's so interested in what you're doing in the garden. He says, digging's all very well, but get us a worm, please. They're really, I'm part of the team. Look, I've got to be ready to go. The world is alive in that way. So that's an end in itself, this key distinction that Immanuel Kant made. That if you look on things in a practical way, or in Donald's language, in a transactional way, everything is a means to an end, which is the death of ethics. I'm for myself, and I'm going to manipulate the factors of the world in order to get what I want. It's like a cemetery of the mind. Whereas if you see this as an end in itself, it is what it is. It is as it is. How is it? Drink it in through your eyes, through your ears, through your nose. Smell the daffodil. Oh. You get softened, you get opened up. I'm with this. That's all. Why are you doing it? Why wouldn't I do it? It's not intentionally driven. I'm not trying to get somewhere else. I'm just here with the world. I am the eyes of the world. I am the ears of the world. I am the nose of the world. The world offers me this, and I'm here. I'm ready. Arms open. Huh? So that's the basis for the meditation. Is not to start with a fixed position. Not be trying to get something. I'm doing this in order to get enlightened. What that means, nobody knows. These are words. What I have is the immediacy of what arises and what vanishes. Thought arises, vanishes. Memory arises, vanishes. So, we make this sound of ah, and we're letting go and letting go and letting go. And then we're just sitting. Here we are. Now, who is sitting? You have to tell yourself a story. Why are you telling yourself a story? You don't need to tell yourself a story. Why are you doing this? I'm just doing it. What are you doing? Just sitting. Are you not meditating? No, I'm just sitting. Just sitting. I'm going to sit. Eyes open, eyes closed, whatever, but you're just sitting. I'm sitting. Life is moving. Life is moving through me. So generally in the practice, we sit with our eyes open. We're not closing down. We're resting our gaze in the space in front of us, about an arm, 2 arms length in front of us. And when we make the sound of ah for the 3rd time, the ah we've imagined dissolves. The sound of the 3rd ah vanishes into silence, and we're just sitting. That's all. Whatever comes, comes. Whatever goes, goes. It's there in the books. I've translated it many times. Whatever comes, comes. Whatever goes, goes. That's not sending a rocket to Mars. That's not a big engineering project. That's not something very complicated. It's just saying, Some things arise and then they vanish. That's all. I don't have to hurry them up. I don't have to slow them down. They are as they are. The content of my mind is not mine. If the content of your mind is yours, then you will know what thought you're going to have 30 seconds from now. Anyone know? Thought patrol? We don't know. Funny thoughts come in my mind. This is my life. I'm a funny bugger. Isn't it strange? All this weird shit flowing all the time, and it vanishes, and it vanishes, and it moves, and it vanishes. It's like forms of music, ungraspable. Therefore, beyond judgment. Therefore, beyond conclusion. It's just this. So that's what we sit with, and you can do this practice for years and years and years, because it's not going anywhere. You're not making progress. You're not trying to achieve something. You're simply being here. Letting go of the past, letting go of the future, letting go of the dualistic intentional present, just here, open. And it is as it is. And sometimes it's happy, sometimes it's sad. It is as it is. But couldn't it be better? Couldn't it be different? I would prefer if you hear these voices. These are ghosts. These are the voices of the damned. And they're calling you. These are the sirens. Come, oh handsome sailor, come and crash on our rocks. Come. It's not for anything. Just this. Donald is in love with the prophet. He's in love with winning. We are all in love with winning, with getting ahead, with getting promotion at work, with being respected, by getting papers printed and so on. We want to establish ourselves. We want to get a reputation. So this is the realm of the dualistic consciousness, which is unaware of its own ground. When you relax, it's just this. It's just this. And it won't get in the way of getting to work. It won't get in the way of doing a good job. Because inside this free space of movement, the required patterns will arise and flow. They just flow. I worked in the hospital many, many years. I never had a complaint against me. I never had a patient kill themselves. Never had any trouble in our unit. Because we were happy and relaxed and at ease. Did a lot of laughing. Didn't take ourselves too seriously. So it's a warm bath. You can swim in this. Life can be efficient and unborn. When it gets born, when it becomes something, this is something I really have to do, you feel that inside. It's like clenching your fist. I have to. You arouse yourself. You get ready for it. No, here we let go. We relax. We release. Open. So let's practice this, or at least do this. Doing this practice, even if you've been doing it a long time, better to do it for short periods of time, because you don't want to struggle to try to make something happen. Or if you're a bit sleepy, you can always lie down and have a doze or go for a walk or stretch. The main thing is inside the practice, which is directed towards relaxing and releasing. The last thing you want is to struggle or to strive or to make something happen. So we're letting go of agency and we're being present with what is occurring. So there you can see the functions to be like the crystal ball, not blocking anything which is arising, but as different formations occur in the mind, the coloration of that event is bringing up a slight inflection to the color. It's slightly, there's a mood, if you like, which runs through. Moods and emotions are different. Dealing with emotions is not so difficult because they have a beginning, a middle, and an end. You get pissed off with someone. But moods they're more nebulous. You can't quite get the beginning or the end of them. They're more pervasive. And so if you're prone to moods of hopelessness or lostness, and you can't find yourself, and it all is a bit much, best is always relax in the out-breath and just sit with it. Sit in lostness. It won't make you more lost because you're already in lostness, but what you're doing is you're bringing the space within which lostness arises. You're bringing that spaciousness more into awareness, and so then you have lost is not different from emptiness, emptiness is not different from lost, and you start to see the emptiness of the lostness or the sadness or the loneliness, whatever it would be. It's not a thing. I am not persecuted by this. This is how I am. For a while. For a while. So I don't merge with it and I don't resist it. These are the two main meditation instructions. Whatever arises in the mind, don't merge with them, don't essentialize them, and don't try to get rid of them. Don't get rid of your negative feelings because you're saying they're negative. Stay with the feeling and it will vanish because all feelings come and go, come and go. If you take refuge in impermanence, it will keep you very safe. It will keep you very safe because you're allowing it to come and you're allowing it to go. Allowing in the sense of not interfering. Now, the second aspect, which is more linked to the Sambhogakaya, is taught through the image of the mirror. When you have a mirror, in the mirror you get reflections arising. The reflection is in the mirror. Just as a cloud is in the sky and nowhere else, a reflection is in the mirror. You can't find reflections anywhere else. The mirror and the reflection are born together. You might say the reflection is the vitality of the mirror, or the potential of the mirror is revealed through the reflections it shows. Yeah? So here we've got a picture of what they call the refuge tree of Padmasambhava according to a certain tradition, and it's full of gods and lamas and all sorts of people. Here it is again. Here it is again. It's a painting, well, it's a photo. It's non-responsive. It's dead. It's dead. So we put this up in order to pray to the dead. Dead people come back and save us. Is it likely? Maybe not. It's dead. That's the nature of images that you establish. They are not alive. They don't respond. Dear God in heaven, please protect us. Is he still there? Who's the last person who had a wee word with God? Maybe the minister. Your Holiness, could you say something about what God was wearing at your last tea party? The mirror is different. The mirror shows the reflection of what's placed in front of it. It's not showing itself. It shows the reflection on the basis that the mirror itself has no content. Because the mirror has no content of its own, it can show a reflection of anything. Now there's an idea. if I don't have a fixed content of my own, if I am not defined by my habits, by my experiences, by my life pattern, but I'm vital and alive and receiving and responding, I'm responding to the situation. I'm responding out. This is a monologue. This is showing what it shows, what it shows, what it shows. That's all. Representations are like that. Representations are deadening. But presence, that's different. The mirror is present. To put the light on, images are arising in the mirror. The mirror shows what it is not by showing what it is. It shows what it is. I'm empty, therefore I can receive what's coming to me, and I shows the reflection. So you speak to me in the break and I respond. So you say something and I say something. We are both like mirrors to each other. The mirror doesn't mean that I'm repeating back to you exactly how you were, but as you touch me, as I feel something, I respond. So the quality of the mirror is to show. So this is a Sambhogakaya. What is shown is an illusion. Illusion means it is real in experience, but it is not real in reality. There is no reality. The reality is imagined. Matter is neither created nor destroyed. It's a long time since I heard that in physics at school. Is it true? Is it true? A stable state, fixed amount? Maybe not. It's not matter, it's not material, it's not defined by a limit. It is non-totalizable. The confusion between totality and infinity is a terrible torment in our mind. Totality is summative. You add things up. It's what accountants do. You get your sums right, and then you can have it signed off correct. Infinity is not like that. Because it is infinite, you never know if you've come to the end of it. It's beyond totalization. So, the power of the mirror is infinite. If you have a mirror on your car and you're driving to get here, maybe you come 200 miles, how many reflections arose and passed in the mirror in the car? Thousands, hundreds of thousands, arising and passing, arising and passing, arising and passing. They are communicative, responsive gestures. So in the same way, when we're sitting in the meditation practice, experiences arise. They are, if you like, the signs or the presence of the ungraspability of the mind. So you look in the mirror, oh, that's me. I'm in the mirror. You're not in the mirror. You can't catch the person in the mirror. They're there. There's a showing. You can see your face, your nose, your ears. Oh my God, don't look too well. I am revealed in the mirror, but I can't catch it. The mirror shows my uncatchability. It's true. You can't catch because you're always changing. But when you don't see that the reflection is a reflection of the empty mirror, that it is instantly manifesting in this moment, then you think there's someone to catch. I don't look very well. Now you're coming to a conclusion about an illusion. America is the leader of the free world. Illusion. Illusion. Don't believe it. Illusion. But we believe it. And when you believe it, then you know where you are and you've come to a conclusion. And now you're stuck. So mirrors are very important. Look in the mirror. Do all sort of funny things with your face. I show different aspects of my face according to circumstances. I am not a thing. I am a site of responsivity. I receive, I respond. I receive, I respond. That's what the mirror does. The mirror shows different faces because it doesn't have a face of its own. So like in the Zen tradition, they say, show me the face you had before you were born. That's the face of the mirror, which is no face at all. The face that arises is the face of illusion. It's not something to grasp. You can work with it, you can be with it, but you can't get it. You can't get it. So somebody last week, he met this couple, and this man said, "Oh, this is my wife." Okay, this is my wife. Slightly pre-feminist statement, I might think. My wife. So, talking about a relationship. My wife. Why would you, here's a woman, a person walking on two legs, going up and down the stairs all by herself. My wife. Very impressive. What does that bring you in contact? My wife. What does that tell us about the person? Nothing. She is hidden by being my wife. My wife is a cover-up, a disguise, a false identity. We do that all the time. We establish seeming identities on the basis of linguistic formulations, cognitive formulations, which seem to assert a true, enduring identity, but it's not the whole story. It's just a little sliver. It's just a slice. The person is much more than my wife, or my mother, or my children. You cannot know your own children. What you can know is what you can know about your own children, which is, as the years go by, less and less and less of the story. They are becoming unknowable. How amazing. Is that terrible? I feel I've lost them. I just don't understand what they do. How amazing. How amazing. They do what they do. They have freedom. They have a mind of their own. You've done very well. But I don't know who they are. No. Shh. You've done really well. You've brought them to a point where they have very little dependence on you. Oh, but I miss them. I miss them. My children. They used to need me so much. They used to tell me so much. And now, no. I'm not their best friend anymore. It was an illusion. It was a functioning. So the mirror shows us something very precise. But there's nothing there. My children. It's a reflection. It's an idea in your mind. Because when the child goes into school, the very first day, say, "Mum, you have to come, you have to come. Boys and girls, I'd like to introduce my mother. She's very important to me." If a child was to do that, they'd probably get a bit of a hassle. That's not what children do. They say, "Mom, don't come in. Mom, go away." Because the child's stepping into a new world by itself. I'm me. So when you look in the mirror, then you see this instantly, effortlessly arising formation. Just as when the child's at home, and when granny comes, and when they go to school, and when they're playing with someone, in each of these situations, they're being reborn and reborn and reborn. They're taking on these shapes. And these shapes are authentic to the situation, because you say, listen, when your gran comes today, you don't use that word with her. She will not like it. Shh, no. I want to say bum. So we learn to take different shapes in different situations. That's what the mirror means. You are not a fixed entity. You have the freedom to manifest in different modalities. Then the third aspect is to have a crystal. The light comes into the crystal and it's refracted. Different colors come out. The crystal is the site where the potential of the clear light is revealed through the disclosure of what was always there present in clear light. It's not that the crystal is inventing something new or making something different, but when the light comes into relationship with this image, with this form of the crystal, with its own specific refractive index, you get the disclosure of the potential, the 5 colors inside the clear light. Now, the 5 colors, although they're slightly differently attributed in the Tibetan system, the 5 colors are vital for the understanding of Tantra and Dzogchen, because in the singularity of I, me, myself, if you like, the clear light, the continuity of myself, this is an amalgam, or this is a collaboration, because the 5 colors are collaborating to generate the white light. Yeah? You probably did that at school. You know, you get a disc and you've got the colors painted onto the disc, and you turn a little handle and the disc spins and the colors become white. It becomes a white disc. Oh, it's like that. The white becomes many colors, the many colors become white. Singularity, multiplicity. Just this, many different things. There's no real difference between the two. So, when you come into social situations and you're with other people, according to the situation, the crystal of the situation, you will refract. And manifest with these forms. I remember that very well. When I was working, I moved through different clinics. And in different clinics, I remember I was in one clinic, a new psychiatrist came to join us. He was quite aggressive. And I'm just thinking, you're a little shit. And one of my colleagues said, it was really helpful. It's really, really helpful. There's the crystal. According to my tendencies, refracted through the configuration of that person, I thought, not my cup of tea. Not for me. And for the other person, that configuration, that personality, if you like, was refracted as, wow, he's really helpful. He was really good. Well, how is that possible? Because that person does not exist. There is no fixed person. There is a potential which, due to causes and circumstances, reveals itself in different ways. Does that make sense? Now, when you see this, you cannot sum up other people. All you can say is, I like, or I don't like, that's about as far as you can go. And even that is probably unreliable, because today I don't like, maybe tomorrow I'll like. But if we say, this person's really horrible, I don't want to see them, I'm not going to play with them, it's very deadening. Like, you know, so often kids come home from school and they're upset and my best friend doesn't want to talk to me anymore. They've got a new friend and they're not talking with me and they won't include me, and I'm not to go to the party. She said I'm not to go and I want to go. And we see these little face all crumpled because their best friend is now not their best friend. How is it possible? How is it possible? I felt so safe. I was included and now it's gone. So there we see there are no fixed real objects. I am unreliable because I've now been rejected by my previous friend, and she's not being friendly to me because she's now got a new best friend. So she's shining with someone else's light. She's not shining with mine. You can't sort it out. That's why it's difficult to be a parent. You can't protect children from these things because they are the vagaries of experience in which formations arise and they ring true in the specificity of the situation, and you have to kind of just roll with it. You can't take it too seriously. So in any political or economic or war situation, the pull towards definition and definite knowledge is very strong. All we can really do is stay with, it looks like this today, and we have to work with today. Give us this day our daily bread. This is what we've got, our daily bread, this set of circumstances. Tomorrow will be different. So how will I help myself to be open to the difference of tomorrow without taking it as the loss of today? Yeah? So if today's pattern allows me to expand, and tomorrow's patterning of events makes me shrink, I would prefer to be expanded than shrink. What's that got to do with anything? I would prefer, and so, waiter, I'd like to give my order now. I want to be happy tomorrow, please. It's not like that. There's no waiter. There's no one in the kitchen. It is what it is. It is how it is. Now. So I'm giving myself a little bit of Botox here. Just a bit of filler. I'm just tired of these wrinkles. Nice. I'm solidifying a position. But it's an impermanent situation. So I'm getting used to this. I like this. This is how it should be. I want it to be like this. I'm going to make it like this. But you can't. So instead of focusing on the solidification, the reification, how do I stay relaxed and flexible, enjoying today, and then it's gone. When I lived with my teacher, we had a couple of years when I was mainly the only person there. We did a lot of work on texts and things. And he said to me, "Oh, James, you know, today you're number one. But tomorrow we don't know who's coming." And it's like that. It's like that. Due to causes and circumstances, it's all running along, but it's not the whole story. And it wasn't. It changed. Many people arrived and the whole mood changed. And that's how it is. So the light going through the crystal is dynamic. Light is always flowing. Light's not a thing. You can't catch it. It's flowing through the crystal. The colors are coming out. There's this patterning. And this is what we're inhabiting. The pattern of now, which will then dissolve. And something else will arise. So if we stay relaxed and light, we respond into the situation. We're on the beat, the here and now. But if we think, I like this, how this is now can be tomorrow and forever, because this is the truth of me and how I want it to be, you've entered into the 3 times which are a delusion. Which are a delusion. Because the formations which arise are not arising on the basis of the past, they're arising on the constellation now. Okay, let's take a break there. So if you're doing this practice at home, what is, I think, quite helpful is to not make a big thing of it. You're not going to do your meditation. You're just sitting for a while and then you get up. And you want to get up in the space of the sitting. So you're sitting in the openness, you're here, you hear dogs outside or cars or people talking in another room or whatever. You're meditating with the world. You're not in retreat from the world. You're not trying to generate a safe zone, protected. You're with the noise, with coming and going. And then at a certain point you get up because it's time to do whatever you have to do. And you put your feet on the ground, you feel the feet, you lift things up. You're with the co-emergence of your embodied presence and the formations of the world. You're working with the world as part of the world. If you stay with this, then the self-referential anxiety of what will I do, what will I say, how will I be, what do people think about me, all of that fades away because there is no reference point. Here I am. Here I am is like this. How I was before is gone. This present formation will vanish. So situationally I'm with this, embedded within or not dual with, not other than the openness of the situation. So we come into life and we do ordinary things. Now, in the tradition, they have a lot of stress on hierarchy, patriarchy, doing things the right way, ringing your bell at the right time, and so on. These are all ways of saying we're in it together. We chant in the same way with the same tunes. What are you in together? You're in the Buddhist choir. So come for choir practice. It's really important. We really enjoy when everyone's here. It's not very different from that. What are you in? You're in this. What is this? Open. Fresh. Participative. Open. Fresh. Participative. The Buddha, Kunduzangpo, he is naked. No cover-up. Nothing imported. Nothing to be hidden. No object dependency, just naked. It is fresh. It's just this. It's always this. It's non-cumulative. In your house, it's very useful to have a freezer because you can keep things for some time, and you can also freeze water into ice, which we do a lot of. So the freezer of our reifying or solidifying dualistic consciousness is squirreling away little bits of life experience to have them available for later. We don't need to do that because it will be called forth by the situation. It's called forth. So you connect, the connection is the medium, and it's called forth. So I haven't been sitting in Kilburn thinking about what I'm going to say. I don't know what I'm going to say. Something will arise, and it will arise in connectivity. Over preparation is very problematic. Under preparation is very problematic. We prepare by participating in life. That prepares us for doing the 3R practice and opening more into wisdom. And we prepare for participating in life through doing the wisdom practice of the 3R and opening. It goes in two ways. The more relaxed and open I am, the more I can connect with how you are and respond into that. And the more I respond with you, the more I'm loosening any configuration of myself. This is me, this is how I am. I'm releasing that out, and therefore it's easier to come into the practice, because when I do the 3Rs and I'm relax and release, well, I'm already quite relaxed. I'm not worried. What should I worry about? Well, there's always things to worry about. Why? Worry doesn't change anything. Worry is a very stupid use of our life energy. If you enjoy the springtime which is coming, that will help you get involved with climate change much more than worrying about what's happening in Antarctica. Because you're getting information about Antarctica. You're developing your image of Antarctica. You're worried about what's happening with the glaciers. There's a lot to be concerned about. And so you should spend more time on your computer, getting more information and building up a portfolio of definite evidence. And what will you do with it then? Nobody cares. The people who care already care, and most people don't care. That's how it is. They don't care. I'm going to convince them. How? They've already been exposed. People have already heard it. Up to here. You want to tell them again? No. Your appreciation of the birds coming back to the garden, of the blossom coming out, brings you here and now. You're anchored in the actual, not in the imagined, not in the fantasized, not in the theoretical, and that then takes you to being with people. If you've been looking at the flowers in the garden, you then give your attention to the neighbor. It's the same thing. You open to something, you receive it, you respond. It's just that, it's pulsation. The whole world is pulsation. Your breath comes in and goes out. It has to, otherwise you die. Your heart is ba-doom, 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 beating. Blood is going round. Life is movement. And I'm moving with life. So when our body collaborates and we have a good systemic communication inside the body, that's what we call health. So what I'm suggesting is, don't turn Buddhism or meditation into something special, something different, but see it more as a kind of refreshment that brings you to the freshness whereby you can appreciate your participation in how it is. Because if you make it special or different, is the whole world special and different? No, some things are special. I want to go to Mount Kailash. What's on top of Mount Kailash? A cold wind. What? It's quicker to get to Aberdeen. Aberdeen in December, you get enough cold wind forever. You know, what are you looking for? I want to get a blessing. I'm going to go to Kashi Vishwanath. I'm going to Benares. What do you want to see? Are you going to count how many little poops there are along the Ghats in the morning? Not 1,000, not tens of thousands, 100,000. Everybody shitting themselves out on the holy steps before the holy Ganga. They know a thing or two about holiness. The holy's not so holy. It's so important. I remember I was with my teacher Sialama, and we were in Calcutta. We had to go into the plastic market. Yeah, fantastic, huge, big market of plastic baubles and beads. And he loved to collect all these different shaped little baubles and go home and string them, and then we drapes them over all these statues of the Buddha. He was in love with kitsch. Anyway, we went into this little cafe, and waiter comes up, he said, 2 coffee. And the man said, special coffee, sir? Coffee! He said to me, why special, special? Everyone's special. Coffee! It's like that. Don't make things special. Because if this is special, what you've done is you've cut a circle around something and isolated it from communication. The ordinary. So he always said to me, eat the cheaper things, wear cheaper clothes. Don't make things special. Because the Lama's always wearing special hats, and they've got this, and this Vajra was blessed by Padmasambhava. And so what? Special's important, it's really important. Really important. Where is it? Oh, I lost it. Oh, it's in Tibet. The Chinese took it. Special is vulnerable. Ordinary is ordinary. Ordinary is good. Because the ordinary means when you see people, I see me, I see you, we are in it together. What is it? It's just this. When you say this is special and you allocate value, you're practicing discrimination. Now, we have discernment and discrimination. How I would use these two terms is that discernment means that if I don't know, there are many different kinds of potatoes. They have very interesting waxy potatoes in France that they don't usually sell in Britain. So if you like potatoes, going to different countries, you can be fascinated by the quality of potatoes. You can discern the difference between potatoes. This one is like this, that one is like that, but you don't need to make it vertical. You collapse the vertical axis into a horizontal axis and think, in this world there are so many kinds of potatoes. And I have tasted quite a few. And which is best? They're all good. Our Buddha is called Kuntu Zangpo, which means always good. Potatoes are always good. Beers are always good. Shoes are always good. It's all good. Why? Because it's just as it is. And when we put our discriminating attention onto it, then we're looking for the vertical axis. Which is the best? Which one should I aspire to be? Which one should I try to reach? So, you're not dead, you're not daft. You taste the difference, you see the difference as aesthetic experience, as a revelation in the moment of the feeling quality of tasting this particular potato, for example. It doesn't need your comment. It doesn't need your pat on the head. This is a wonderful potato. Little potato. Eat me first, please. It's just a fucking potato. It's like this potato. No vertical. Just this. So, how is this? Your tongue will tell you, but your tongue can't say. Yeah? What does it taste like? It tastes like itself. It doesn't taste like anything else. Or it tastes like a potato. But not any potato. It tastes like this potato. So, approaching the world, stay with the aesthetics. Stay with how you are touched and moved by events. Receiving, responding. Just receiving, responding. The world doesn't need your commentary, your opinion, your assumption, your definition. Because all of these will limit your access to the shifting field of experience. So if we want to participate, we have to feel open to participation. We have to feel fresh and ready to do that from the place of openness. So that is what is so important. Long time ago, I was involved in a big meeting for people with Down syndrome. Maybe between 60 and 100 people would come, all sit in a big circle. It was organized by an amazing man called Wolfgang Strang. And we had all kinds of musical instruments and pots and pans and chains and bits of old nail and so on. Everybody's make all this noise, and then every now and then someone get up and they start to sing their song. Wow. And there was so much joy. There was so much free participation. Just in it, and everyone's just in it. Big smiles, these smiles that you get from people with Down syndrome is so undefended. And then you go and you sing with other people, and people are worrying, have you got the right note, and you're fitting in, and you're not singing too loud, and how do I find my way into this? And there was just an open door. And that was, for me, a very, very beautiful and healing experience, just to think, come as you are, and I won't judge you, and you'll be as you are, and it'll be fine. It won't be great, it won't be terrible, it'll be as it is, because we don't need to apply great and terrible. They don't add any value, because the value is just with this, that we're receiving it. Wow. So, not special, not holy, not spiritual practice, religious practice, but I have a tendency to get lost. That's the starting place for most of us. We fall into thoughts, we fall into emotions, we've got habit formations we'd like not to be caught by. But the teaching says we're here in the openness. The openness is intrinsic. It's not a construction. It's not a confabulation. It's not constructed on the basis of artifice or intention. It just is. Open is open. And I'm in the open. And I'm lost. I'm lost at home. That's pretty bad news. I mean, I'm getting old, dementia may be coming, but it's a bit early to be lost where you are. So where am I? Where am I? I'm here. Where is here? Here is here. Even if you don't know the name of the street you live in, even if you can't remember your own name, you're here. When my mum was getting quite demented, she was always just here. I said, Mum, should we go for a walk? Why would I do that? I said, Mum, it's good for you to walk. Who says? Doctor says. I don't say that. Okay. She was herself. Didn't know her name. Didn't know where she was. Didn't know if she'd had breakfast. There's some there-ness. And if we stay with being here, being right here, being only here, here and now, fresh, then it's very important. So, the lineage of Dzogchen comes through Garab Dorji. So the lineage is this: the primordial Buddha Samantabhadra gave the transmission to Vajrasattva, the indestructible being, who gave the transmission to Garab Dorji, who brought it into the human realm. The reason that lineage is so important in Tibetan practice is that there's all kind of people inventing stuff. This is the time of start-up companies and having an idea and marketing. Let's market Dzogchen. Really exciting. Dzogchen for the bourgeoisie. We have a special group, Dzogchen for bored housewives married to rich men, and it'd be too difficult to leave them because you like the money but you don't really enjoy the sex anymore. So that'd be a special group. So, Vajrasattva, indestructible being, is simply the clarity of the mind which is not doing anything. So it's like the open and unborn gives rise to the symbol formation of Vajrasattva, and his name really means emptiness. So emptiness shows itself as emptiness. So it's slightly announcing itself. And from Vajrasattva it goes to Garabdorji. Garabdorji means happy Vajra, sometimes laughing Vajra. And he is on the level between a divine being and a human being. And he comes into the human domain and he gives some transmission, particularly to Manjushri Mitra. So that's the formal lineage. And when he's leaving the world for the last time, when he's vanishing, his body rises up in the sky and he makes 3 statements. And they are the foundation for Dzogchen coming into the world. So when the primordial Buddha conveys Dzogchen to Vajrasattva, he's just sitting, Vajrasattva sitting there, and then Vajrasattva gets it. Because there's nothing to get. Because he's already got it. Because we've already got it. Because this is what it is. It's the intrinsic. So you awaken to the intrinsic when you stop covering the intrinsic. It doesn't need to be opened or uncovered. It's always uncovered. But your mind is covering it up. You drop that, just sitting. Oh, it's like this. Then he makes a symbolic gesture to Garabdorji, who gets it. So it goes from a direct transmission, mind to mind, to a symbolic transmission. And when Garabdorji comes into the world, he does a transmission which is called the transmission through the ear of stupid people. Now, in case you're uncertain, that means us. We need it enunciated. We need people to spell it out. We've seen it in all sorts of ways. We've had moments of clarity. We need it to set out. And so Garabdorji says, stay present on your mind now. So your mind is here. You are your mind, if you like. Stay on it, with it, in it, as it. This. Just open. So that's the first thing. If you stay on the mind, that is to say, you don't go to the left and turn and look and think about what you saw. You don't go to the right and make a comment on what you think you saw. You just stay with it. It is being revealed. So, I don't know, you're going to listen to some Bach. The music's playing, I don't know, you're listening to Glenn Gould playing, it's incredible intensity of emotion. What do you get? You don't get anything. You can't take it away. You can't take it away. And very interesting, this incredible pianist Glenn Gould, he loved to go at night time down the motorway, come to a little cafe and spend hours just chatting with ordinary working people. He didn't like to talk with musicians very much. Did his head in. I just like people talking about the farming or the taxes coming from the government. Just dissolving stuff which has not much purpose to it, just friendly communication. And then through that, he would be right into the music. But anyway, you're listening to this music, and each note is this, and this, and this, and this. It's vanishing. It's always vanishing. I can't get music. There's nothing to get in music. But I got it. I got it, but I didn't get anything. If somebody tells you a joke and you get the joke, you don't get anything, but you get it. Because the joke releases you from the configuration of yourself. Yeah? The joke liberates you from this particular posture you're getting into. So whatever is easing us out of fixity frees us to return to the basic openness from which the spontaneous connective movement arises. So he says, stay exactly on the open. The open is the here and now. If you leap into the future making plans, if you leap into the past trying to wonder why you did what you did last week, or you think about yourself, you think about other people, all of these are ways of decentering yourself. You're going after something. I need something. I need to get more of that idea, more of that feeling. I need to understand why I behaved the way I behaved. All sorts of needs can arise in our mind, which has of chasing after shadows. Because what I said last week is gone. It's absolutely gone. It's not available. I tell a story, I represent, I make a representation of what I remember with my editing of what occurred last week. And then I'm trying to sort it out. Garab Dodji saying, don't do any of that. Life is not a problem to be worked out. Life is just this. If you are just this, you're with life. Don't investigate, don't objectify, don't solidify. Just relax into the openness. The openness is already there. If it wasn't there, you'd have to open it up with a tin can opener. It would be an act of violence, and it would be an act of artificiality, and it wouldn't last, because all artificial actions dissolve in time. Then the second thing that Garab Dorji said is, don't put this into question. You get some taste. It's just this. It's just open. I don't understand it. It doesn't make any sense to me. But anyway, it's just okay. It's like this. Don't do anything with it. Don't change it. Don't improve it. You, the aspect of your presence which wants to improve it, is exactly the person least able to improve it. You are the numbskull. You are the Dumbo. You are a sack of potatoes. Why would you want to improve what the Buddha said? Oh. But I think, I'm not sure if I agree with you there, James. Perhaps there's some mistake in the text. Spend your life doing that. Academic scholars do that. He says, taste it. The Tibetans have this thing, they say, if somebody doesn't know what the word sweet means, you can talk for a day, for a week, and explain. There's molasses, there's honey, there's this, there's that. At the end of it, they don't know what it is. But you take one little spoonful of honey and you put it on their tongue. Say, did you get that? Huh? So that's sweetness. Okay, right. Tell us about the sweetness. How is it? You can't say. So this example is often given to as a as a preventative against the hubris, the egoic inflation of imagining that you can give an accurate account of every experience you have. Saying, many things are directly here, but you can't say. And if you drive it towards language, towards enunciation, towards definition, you will lose it, because you're doing a violence to it. It is as it is. It is as it is. So how will I taste the as is? By being present. Not by thinking about it, not by analysing it, not by taking it to a laboratory, not doing any checks on it, just being with it. So this is his second point. Don't put direct experience into question, because putting it into question means you have indirect analysis being placed above direct experience. So for example, nowadays we have all kind of amazing scientists, usually young scientists on their career track trying to get ahead, and they want people to meditate inside a scanner, so we can observe what happens to the brain when you're meditating. And they will have objective knowledge about meditation. This is the devil's work. They are trying to objectify the unobjectifiable, so they do the scans again and again, and they notice certain movements in parts of the brain, and then on the basis of that they come up with 100,000 ideas about what it might be and who's doing what. Waste of time. It's a waste of time. How could the machine show the truth of the mind when the mind isn't a thing? They show the truth of the brain. Now the brain is like a kind of crazy bastard cousin of the mind. You know, the brain is, well, when I lived in India, when I was in Delhi, I would always go to Connaught Circus and go into this restaurant and get brain curry with chapati. Oh, delicious. Eating brains is one thing. Analysing brains is another. But we live in a world of materialism. We live in the time of Darwin, you know, developmental processes of radical happenstance. We believe in that. And the brain, it is very fixated on something you can think about. It belongs as a commodity inside the matrix of exchange. Awareness is not in that. So we've looked yesterday and this morning a little bit at dualistic consciousness and awareness. All the research on the brain is within the realms of dualistic consciousness. All that can be established through the computer and the screening and the scanning is in the realm of dualistic consciousness, because we are looking at information about something. There's got to be a something there to investigate. For awareness, there's nothing. There is experience, but experience isn't a thing. So, when Garab Dorji says, don't stand in relation to your experience, don't think about it, don't evaluate it, don't judge it. It is as it is, and that's a moment, and that's a moment, and that's a moment. And how it is now, it won't be then, but it will be as it is. Stay with the freshness. Then the third point that Garab Dorji says is, continue in this way. Don't do anything else. Stay open as a participant in the flow of open participation. So we do the various things. I'll be going to the railway station, sit on the train, get in the tube, get home, and so on. We are moving through these spaces. All kinds of experience are arising and passing. Don't come to conclusions. Don't sum things up. Summation is terrible. This and this and this and this and this. But how will you add them together? How will you add them together? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. How many have we got? 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's like that. We jump into a story about it. We got 10. We got 2. Don't trust dualistic consciousness. It's tricky, tricky, tricky. It has to be grounded in openness as much as possible. So when Garabdoji says continue in this way, he's saying stay on the moment. Here and now, here and now. So I'll be sitting in the train, I'll look out the window, here and now. Oh gosh, the fields are full of water. A thought arises in the mind. A thought arises in James. James is now thinking about the water on the farmer's field, and that must be difficult, or see how the tractor's stuck, or the cow's feet will be getting difficulties. I can have lots of thoughts about these things. Having thoughts is not difficult. Where are these thoughts? I am thinking about the field where the water is covering the grass. Where is the grass? In my mind. No, it's out the window. It's in the field. Where is the field? It's in my mind. The train is in my mind. The other passengers are in my mind. I am in my mind. This is experience. Within a dualistic framework, I'm sitting in the train looking out the window at the field. I am not the field. When I relax into awareness, the field, the water, the train, we, Jimmy, we're all together. It's all at once. It's here and now. Not here and there, not now and then, but all at once. If you get a sense of that, of course, I know that the water is not in the train. That would be very uncomfortable. Big lake of water slushing up and down the pathway in the train. It's there and it's here simultaneously. In the immediacy of awareness, everything is here and now. And in the organization which arises with dualistic consciousness, it's there, and I can see cause and effect have given rise to it. These two are together. They are unified. They are co-emergent. They are collaborative. There's not a contradiction if you see that the specificity of the description is the description of patterns of emptiness, not the description of truly existing entities. That's the big difference. Because when you attribute an inherent existence to any phenomena, you separate it from the whole. It's something which stands apart. Now, we have diversity in the field. It's not homogenized. It's not put in a blender. Each blade of grass in the field is just exactly what it is. Each bird flying in the sky has its own swooping pattern. The unique specificity of the moment is not different from the open emptiness of the moment. So, when you go home and you're talking with people, inevitably, in a sense, you're talking about something which isn't there, if you're sharing some of your experience here. Your words are bringing a connection. A connection with what? A connection with the potential next moment of the patterning of space. So why would I tell anyone else what it was like to be in Macclesfield? Am I inviting them into something? Am I giving them something? What is the purpose of my talking? Do I want to infect them with my Dzogchen disorder? what is my aim? What am I trying to do? I'm communicating. Communicating. What is the common, what is the shared aspect of the communication? Together, movement. We're inviting them to explore their experience. We're not telling them the truth of things. We're not finalizing something. They don't have to agree with us. The purpose of communication is connectivity. So, if you say, oh, I traveled a long way to go to this teaching, and someone else is not able to do that because they have no money, or they're ill, or they're looking after their sick mum, and you think they might be envious, then you wouldn't tell them. What was it like? Oh, it's not worth talking about. Very weird. What we're going to have for tea tonight? What would you like? Let me make you a nice fish pie. I've got some salmon, and it's got a bit of cod, and I can do a cream sauce or a cheese sauce. What would you prefer? That's much more interesting than talking about something somewhere else, because we can't bring it into the room because it's a representation. But the fish pie is a presentation. Spoon, that sauce is gorgeous. So in any situation where we find the openness is in the direct experience, not in talks about talks about talks, or in some echo chamber of narrative and accounts of things, but try to just be with people in the simple moments of shared connectivity. Throwing a frisbee, chopping up vegetables together, doing a bit of gardening, all kind of things like that, in which we feel the movement of their thoughts and their feelings through the space of their mind as it comes in contact with us. So you've got this kind of swirling of the interface between two fields of disclosure. And then you have deep contact. And that's really what the path is all about. It's not about anything special or high or holy, but about, here I am, are you here too? How can I behave to help you be here with me now? What shall we talk about? How shall we engage? We don't need to have the answer, but if we just open it up, something can move from both sides. So these three statements of Garab Dorji have led to the whole development of all the different aspects of Dzogchen. Relax into the intrinsic, that's the first one. It's here. You don't have to invent it or imagine it or think about it. It's here. You do you let go. It's not what I thought it was. It's never what you thought it was. Thought can't catch it. Let go of reliance on thought. That doesn't mean blocking thought, but it means letting go of reliance on the thought. That is to say, to inhabit the thought and use this thought as a launching pad towards another thought to build up an accumulating pattern of thinking. That's not going to take us very far. That's what we call samsara. That's going round the houses, round the houses. But we relax, and we're open, and it unfolds. And the wisdom is the wisdom of the unborn, the open, which cannot be closed, the ungraspable. And compassion, or kindness, is that we are within this field. It's not somewhere else. We don't have to go on a pilgrimage to get it or be reborn somewhere else to get it. It's exactly here and now. So, as I am in myself, am I inviting people into the here and now, the immediacy of unpremeditated contact, or am I telling them a story? So that's the heart of it. not to fill the space with something that people have to sign up to or not, but rather to fill the space with images and movements which might kind of hook and get us into something together. So we're coming now near the end. Are there any thoughts or questions you have at this stage? What a joyful silence. Yeah?
When you say relax into the openness,
I beg your pardon?
you say about relaxing into the openness, is that like an effort, do you say, that you make?
Is that an effort?
As in, it's something that you try to cultivate like a...
So, now, if I've got my, oh, blimey, if I've got my jacket on like this, relax and release. Now that's quite easy, but I'm getting too old for this. If I'm in my jacket, relax and release is more difficult. So it's not so much about the practice as the beginning point, it's how we are as we move towards entering into the practice. So if I am strongly identified with my ordinary notion of identity, my thoughts, my feelings, my history, that identification will make it more difficult to relax and release because I'm actually clinging on to it. So I'm getting a double thing, my ego anxiety about who I am and the purpose of my life and all of that. That's me hanging on to my jacket. And on the other hand, I want to relax and release. So that's more difficult. So firstly, I need to see what is the function of my participation in the world. If my participation is truly about communication and connectivity as a kind of dynamic movement in which we're moving together, that's very different from I'm going to speak to you so that you will like me and you will pat me on the head and I will feel I've done a good job. So I'm speaking to you for me, or I'm speaking to you for our joint participation. Do you see the difference in that? So if I can release my personal agenda of wanting to be noticed, liked, loved, included, whatever it would be, rewarded, if I just let go of that, I'm just here. This is all there is. Then it becomes much easier. So if we're going to do the practice, say the 3R practice, it might be a good idea to put on a bit of music first. Friendly music, a bit of Bob Marley. Anyone can bop to that and moving about. And then you sit down. Because you've allowed something to help you change gear. The music becomes a clutch, like in a car, that allows the ease of changing gear. And then you're in a space where you can open to the practice. But if you're coming agitated and you're full of irritation from work or family problems, then it's quite difficult. Because your starting place is, I, me, myself, I'm pissed off, I need some calm, I'm going to do this practice. It's not going to work. If you were trying to visualize, or if you had a lot of mantras or prayers that you wanted to say, you could do these on automatic pilot. You could do prostrations on the ground on automatic pilot. You just get into the rhythm of it. But this you cannot do. You have to be present to do this very simple practice. So the first issue is, how do I put myself in the way of being relaxed and open and present? And I think for each of us, that will depend on who we are. Some people might want to have a cold shower. Some people might want to have a warm bath. Some people might want to have a cup of tea. Some people might want to just look out the window and breathe a few times. It depends on you. What brings you into being at ease with how you are, and then you go with that deeper into the practice. Any other things you'd like to raise? Hello? Oh, one.
I'm wondering how time.
Could you shout a wee bit louder? I'm a wee bit deaf.
I'm wondering how time fits in to these different spheres, because both impermanence and flow, there's a sort of sense of time with that, and yet time feels quite dualistic in many ways.
So in terms of immediacy, if we're here now, there's just this and just this and just this, and each moment is then fresh, but as it were virginal. It's never been in contact with anything. It's untouched, and it arises and vanishes. When we move out of here and now, and we have a chain of accumulated thoughts, then we're really in time, because we know that we thought about this before, we're planning what we could do with it again, and we're moving up and down the scale of the 3 times. The scale of the 3 times is within the here and now, and this is the thing which is, I think, very difficult. Here and now is always the simple truth. It is the intrinsic. When we, as it were, deviate, when we go away from that, going back to what we just looked at as the first stage of unawareness or ignorance, there's this consolidation into something has happened, and if it's happened to me, and I am born in that moment. The individual consciousness is constellated through something impacting it. So you have a dualistic structure. From that, the 3 times becomes very active. But everything in the 3 times is conceptual. So we can think about British history, Scottish history, can think about the history of colonialism, things that happened in the past, how they influence the present. We can think about the future and whether it's a good idea to spend a lot of resources of this planet on getting to Mars. You can think about lots of things. So trajectories stream out. And the question then is, do they stream out within the space of awareness, or do they stream out of the space of awareness? So unawareness seems to stream out somewhere else. I'm me, nothing to do with this bloody Buddhism, I'm just myself. Saturday night, come on, me. Which is arising within the space of awareness. So if I can niche the movement of dualistic consciousness, which names and identifies patterns of experience, if I can keep that non-dual with, or not separated from, the openness of awareness, there is no problem. But it's when the intoxicating power of the dualistic naming and association separates from awareness, because awareness is subtle. It's very subtle. And dualistic consciousness is crude and violent and dominating. So if the domination makes the subtle invisible, then we're trapped in the 3 times. So the issue then is to take all the changes of time and all the changes of place into the here and now. So when I get on the train, I am traveling in here and now class. Much better than first class. Here and now, here and now, here and now, here and now. Oh, we're getting there. That's where I'm traveling. Every experience which is occurring is here and now. I've nowhere else to go. Oh, I'm going to London. London's in the here and now. The thought of London is in the here and now. Everything is in here and now. This is the only place we are. This is, in the tradition, this is called the Dharma Dhatu, the place of all dharmas, of all phenomena, of all experience, here and now. So the 3 times can unfold without leaving here and now. And this is really, it's tricky to be able to do that, because we are so easily seduced by the seeming authentic validity of powerful moments. Okay, one last question, yeah?
So I discovered your work on the Waking Out app, and I think on the same app, Sam Harris talked about Dzogchen, and talked about pointing out instructions.
About which one?
Pointing out.
Yeah.
And I was wondering whether we've received some pointing out instructions today, or what they are.
What do you think? What do you think? Just say yes, come on. You got the whole shebang, don't worry, it'll be fine.
And so where else can I learn about Dzogchen? This is my first introduction to it.
Well, there's a lot of information on my website, the Simply Being website. There are many, many books. You see them listed there. Namkhai Nobu Rinpoche, who died a few years ago, he wrote many books, and there's many of his recordings which are available. So I would look in these as 2 places to look. In terms of the pointing out experience, you can do it in a very formal way. So you can say, I want you to pay absolute attention to what happens now. So sometimes teachers do that. Goes, oh, what was that? That was it. What? You didn't get it? You didn't get it? They have all kind of methods like that. So you have methods of disruption of the continuity of the ego self. You have methods of increasing relaxation through dancing and music and so on. There are many different methods. But for each of us, it's much more, I think, about finding how you come off balance. It's a bit like going to an Alexander technique teacher, and they're looking at you and they're saying, whoa, you're way out of kilter. And you're thinking, no, 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 no. And then they do some adjustments. Oh, that feels different. Yeah, now you're aligned. So the pointing out is really aligning the always already aligned. You're not actually off balance, because the thoughts and obsessions and limitations and so on that you carry are within the here and now. We get lost where we are. We don't go anywhere else. Samsara is the mind. Now, I don't mean that in a reductive sense, but means all the experiences that we have and we name as this and that, and good and bad, and I like and I don't like, all of this mental activity is here and now. It couldn't be anywhere else. Everything is in the moment. So the more we have the sense of settling in this moment, that's how we're introduced to ourselves. So, if you like, this is pointing out that the 3 times is within here and now. That London's in here and now, Paris is in here and now, New York's in here and now. Everywhere is here and now. And all the thoughts about them are also here and now, but they don't appear to be here and now. Because we think they're not. So we believe the thought. But the phenomenological actuality of the thought is here and now, but the cognitive content of the thought is somewhere else, which is also here and now. So the key thing is always making friends with yourself, not getting too excited, not building it up, but just staying very relaxed, simple. If you feel a bit trapped or you don't feel like doing any meditation or practice, that's fine. As I say, you can do it through gardening, you can do it through cooking, through anything. And I don't mean a kind of artificially directed mindfulness that I have to really keep my attention on what's going on. When you're distracted, you're here. When you're mindful, you're here. When you're distracted, you don't go somewhere else. But it is as if you do. That is an illusion. Samsara is an illusion. If you believe an illusion is real, then it becomes more difficult. So this is why Walt Disney is very, very helpful. Because Walt Disney makes cartoons that you can believe in. You hear a pig talking, and you believe it. Huh? How is that possible? Because I'm a stupid git. I am willing to believe any kind of twaddle that's pushed up. I'm a sucker for believing that things are real when they're not real. I do that. That's why they make all that money. Yeah? So that's so interesting. You watch a movie or you read a novel and you believe in the characters. Somebody has spent years writing this novel, inventing all these situations, and you're thinking, yeah, oh, okay, that's what happened. Wow. That's our belief. I believe that it is real. I see it as an illusion, but I believe it's real. So, you look in the mirror, there I am. No, here I am. No, there I am. I can see myself. If I say, here I am, I can't see my face. But I look in the mirror, there I am. I'm in the mirror. Because that's where I can see myself. That's sad. So that's like this Sufi story about this Sufi master. And one night, his friend is coming along the road and he sees the master down in the dirt, scrabbling around. So he says, oh, what's the matter? Can I help you? He says, oh yeah, I've lost my keys. So they're both moving around in this little patch of light that's coming streaming from an open window. Looking here, looking there. They go up and down, up and down. The friend says, hey, we've been doing this for 10 minutes. The keys aren't here. The master says, I know the keys aren't here. They're in the dark, but I can't see in the dark. That's why I'm looking here. So that's like looking in the mirror and thinking you're in it. Okay, so we're coming to the end. I'd like to thank the organizers, because there's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes to bring an event like this. And as far as I can tell, it's flowed very easily. Food, coffees, teas, everything. A very nice, warm, friendly atmosphere. We have 2 recordings that are being done, and they'll be made available eventually on the website. And thank you very much for your participation. Because, you know, we can tell the story of this event in different ways. You can think, oh, we went there to Macclesfield to see James, and James was doing this and that. So there you make a split. There's everyone and there's James. But I'm here because you're here. So I've come here to see all of you. So you're up there. It's collaboration. It's mutual engagement. It's our joint energy, our shared energy. And how rare in the world, in our life, for me anyway, is being with people where you feel, oh, this is okay. This is some fellow feeling here. This gives some hope to the world that we could engage with each other. And I see people chatting in little groups and making connections. Something very wonderful. That's springtime of the heart. So thank you all for that. Maybe we meet again, maybe not, we don't know. But I wish you well with your lives. The end.
So in this spirit of collaboration, I have an offering to make on behalf of all of us here today. As James said, great participation, and people have come very far and wide from Bengal, Belgium, Winnipeg, absolutely everywhere to participate. And thank you for coming.
Pleasure.
And being here. And I think we've probably all had an amazing experience this weekend. Thank you very much, Jane.
My pleasure. Oh, thank you. Bravo! Jolly good. Life goes on.